He once saw his childhood sweetheart getting abused by her father. After that, the girl told him that when she grew up, she'd never marry a man like her dad. Instead, she said she wanted someone as kind as him. Those words stayed with him for the next 10 years. He gave up a lot because of that promise. He always tried to be gentle, kind, and obedient. Even when his classmates got shaken down by local punks, he swallowed his anger and paid the money for them. But then one day, while taking out the trash with his childhood friend, they headed back to class and ran into those same thugs again. He noticed Sejin looked uneasy and wondered if they had been bothering her too. Right away, Jong Jae-seung stared them down, ready to fight if he had to, but the thugs brushed him off and told him to get lost. Since they had the numbers, Jong Jae-seung forced himself to stay calm and walked away. Still, he stopped halfway and hid nearby to keep watching. If anything happened, he planned to call his uncles for help. Shujin glanced around nervously, then shyly said to one of the thugs, not to be so obvious at school. Then Shen Jinjo leaned on her shoulder with a playful grin, and her face turned red. She pushed him away, but it was more flirting than fighting. Hidden in the shadows, Jong Jae-seung started shaking. In that moment, it felt like his love for Sejin shattered. The girl he'd loved for 10 years had fallen for a thug, and they even looked happy together. Back in class, he still couldn't settle down. He looked at Sejin again, but he still couldn't accept it. So with trembling hands, he sent her a text. He wanted to ask Sejin about what he saw, and hoped it wasn't what he thought. Before he could finish, the final bell rang. He was about to leave feeling crushed when Sejin came over and said they hadn't walked home together in a long time. When he stayed quiet, she asked if something was wrong. He suddenly stopped walking, and sounding down, asked if she was dating Shen Jinja now. That caught her off guard. Sejin told Jong Jae-seung she had meant to tell him, but somehow things ended up like this. His eyes widened. He asked how that made sense when she used to like kind, gentle people. Then Sejin turned and said that after trying someone gentle and kind, she realized it wasn't all that great. Bad boys were more attractive, and she even asked if he didn't think they were cooler. That made his face go pale. He grabbed her hand and reminded her she used to like kind guys, so why bad boys now? Then he blurted out that he was a bad boy too, even worse than the rest. Hearing that, Sejin just looked confused. To her, he was obviously kind. Panicking, Jong Jae-seung tapped his chest and said no, he was actually very bad. He claimed the nice act was fake, and that thug blood ran through him. He even said his glasses didn't have real lenses. Then he offered to show baby photos, saying even the guests at his first birthday were bad people, so he had to be one too. Swiston covered her mouth and laughed, which eased the tension between them. She figured he was only saying all that because he was worried about her being with a thug and was trying to cheer her up by making fun of himself. Shing Jae-seung gave a small laugh, thinking maybe that was for the best. Then they walk home together, talking about old times. But then Shen Jingjie called out to Sejin from behind. He told her to come to a karaoke bar. Shing Jae-seung clenched his teeth. This was really the kind of guy Sejin liked. And then Shen Jingjie walked right up to him. He warned the kid to stay away from Sejin, or he wouldn't get off easy next time. Seeing things getting tense, Sejin quickly pulled Shen Jingjie away. She said she and Jing Jae-seung had been close since childhood and told Shen Jingjie to hurry up, and she quietly told Jing Jae-seung they could walk together next time. He waved back and tried to act like he was fine. From far away, the two of them looked close and happy. For 10 years I tried to be a good person, and you still chose bad boys. Fine, just wait. I can be bad too. I'll show you what a real bad boy looks like. He threw open the door with one hand, and all the underlings immediately bowed and greeted the young master. He stepped in with calm confidence, like he already belonged there. Elsewhere, his uncle was in the middle of business, when the door suddenly burst open and cut him off. "Uncle, I need your help. I want to become a bad boy." His uncle hung up at once. He'd been waiting for this day for a long time. Then Jing Jae-seung asked, was his uncle a bad person? And what about his father? The next second, his uncle gave him a sly smile. He said that if they were being exact, Jing Jae-seung was asking about bad boys. As for his father, he was a great boss, the strongest in Gina country. But to the rest of society, that same father would absolutely be seen as a very bad man. So it was true. Bad blood ran in his veins. He begged his uncle to help him change. His uncle said the young master's eyes looked different now. He'd never seen that look before. For the first time he really looked like the boss's son. Still, the uncle had cared for him for 10 years and knew better than anyone how hard he had tried. So he asked one more time. Becoming good was hard, but turning bad could happen in a second, and all those years of effort would disappear like nothing. And so Jing Jae-seung stayed firm and pleaded again. Once his uncle agreed, the first step was stripping away the kind image he had built for over 10 years. His hair, clothes, everything had to change. But a second later, Jing Zhixiong forgot the pain and smiled brightly again. So his uncle tapped his shoulder and told him that Smile had to go. Yes, like that, much better, young master. From now on, he had to stay dark and mysterious. Then his uncle sent him back to his room to wait. Once inside, he saw the charity awards on the wall that only brought back the image of Xu Zhan with Shen Jingjie, which made Jing Zhixiong even angrier. Then one of the men knocked and asked if they could come in. After getting permission, a bald guy walked in smiling and said they were about to turn the young master into a fashion icon. He even bragged that back in the day, his nickname was Whirlwind Fashion Man. Then the makeover began. Nike on top, full Gucci fit and flashy gold chains. Just like that, their so-called street punk was complete. Seeing the young master finally getting somewhere, the uncle was thrilled. He looked seriously handsome. The next day, Jing Zhixiong followed his uncle's advice. His brows were sharp, his eyes lifted and wide, and from the moment he stepped outside, he walked with pure confidence. He carried himself like a guy showing off on purpose, and people around him instantly started talking. Style-wise, Jing Zhixiong nailed it. Even 3 girls nearby were drawn in by his wild new look. Then suddenly, one girl greeted him with obvious admiration and he got a little nervous. But remembering his uncle's rules, he knew he wasn't supposed to greet people first. He held it in until he could barely stand it, then blurted out, "What are you looking at?" leaving the girl totally confused. When he entered the classroom, his classmates greeted him too. Jing Zhixiong ignored them, sat right on top of his desk and tossed out a line. Hadn't they ever seen a handsome guy before? That left the 4 classmates frozen, mouths hanging open. Even Xu Zhan turned to look, clearly bothered. Not wanting to lose, she walked over to him. She asked Ji Zhong to go to the store with her. He stood up right away. This was exactly what he'd been waiting for. Then the 2 of them left the classroom together. Xu Zhan stopped him and asked what was wrong. If something had happened, he could tell her. They were friends, weren't they? Zhong Zhixiong answered with a cold smile. Friends? Sure, if she wanted to know. Yes, something was wrong and she could go to the store by herself. Xu Zhan was stunned. She never thought Ji Zhong would turn her down. She asked what had happened and said he seemed like a totally different person. Zhong Zhixiong stopped, then coldly said that was better. She was the one who changed first, and he was the fool who cared too much. One sentence from her 10 years ago had changed his whole life, and now she had changed it again. Later, while skipping class, he ran into that same group and secretly watched where they were going. He had planned to follow them and learn from them, so he kept tracking them for a while, until he saw something hard to watch. The girl wrapped herself around Shen Jingjie's arm, and the 2 looked way too close. Zhong Zhixiong clenched his fists. That loser was trash, and this was really Xu Zhan's type. Meanwhile, the girl kept complaining, asking Jingjie how much farther it was because there didn't seem to be any restaurant nearby. Soon Shen Jingjie said they were there. They had stopped at a hotel. His expression instantly turned ugly. Hidden nearby, Zhong Zhixiong gritted his teeth in anger. The girl also realized this was wrong. When she tried to leave, Shen Jingjie grabbed her wrist and said it would be quick. She pulled free and told him to take care of it himself. That made Shen Jingjie snap. He cursed at her and got furious. The girl fired back and told him to watch his mouth. As she slowly stepped closer, Shen Jingjie thought she had changed her mind. Instead, she slapped him across the face. Shen Jingjie only smirked. The more she resisted, the more excited he got. Just as he was about to hit her, a stone suddenly flew in from far away, but it smacked the girl in the forehead instead. Oops, his aim was off, so he grabbed another stone, realizing he hadn't meant to hit Li Yizhi. This time he didn't hesitate. He threw the stone again and his ring went flying with it. The shot slammed right into Shen Jingjie's forehead and split it open. At the same time the ring dropped to the ground, Jingjie Xiang didn't even notice he had lost it. He jumped out right away, grabbed Li Yujie and rushed in, cursing that Shen had done it again. Holding her injury, Li Yujie asked who he was, told him to let go and demanded to know if he was the one who threw the stone because now she was bleeding. Out of breath, he just told her to run with him first. It only made Li Yujie even more confused. Then the 2 of them ran off together. At the park, Jingjie Xiang gave her a heart-shaped bandage and told her to stop the bleeding. Once she put it on, Li Yujie got curious. She shyly asked why she'd never seen him before. That threw him off for a second. Then he said, "I'm Jingjie Xiang from your class." Li Yujie froze. "You're that annoying." Jingjie Xiang. She said he looked like a totally different person. Then Jingjie Xiang suddenly asked if she liked bad boys. For Li Yujie, it wasn't exactly that. She was more drawn to guys who seemed wild and free. What she didn't expect was Shen Jingjie being that kind of person. Hearing that, Jingjie Xiang started wondering how he could act even worse. Then Li Yujie's phone started buzzing. She shook when she saw Shen Jingjie's calling. Still, she didn't want more trouble, so she answered to hear him out. Shen Jingjie instantly started swearing. He demanded to know who that guy was and said he saw a school uniform, so she better not lie. The yelling made Li Yujie's ears ring. Jingjie Xiang snatched the phone and shouted back, "Who are you yelling at? Want to get beaten up?" Then he hung up hard. Who does that guy think he is? Jingjie Xiang was stunned and gave her a thumbs up, smiling. Li Yujie just asked if he could keep today a secret. After that, they decided to head back to school separately. Then Jingjie Xiang went to the cafeteria alone to eat. His two buddies stared at him and said the teacher found out he skipped class and was looking for him. Then the watermelon boy asked why he was starting to look like Shen Jingjie. Jingjie Xiang slammed the table and jumped up. Really? Am I that good now? That guy's my goal. His two friends were completely speechless. When the meatball dropped, they reacted like their whole world had collapsed. Then, with another scrape, Li Yujie pulled over a chair and sat down to eat with them. The two buddies forced out awkward smiles, afraid they'd get the wrong idea. Jingjie Xiang jumped up and tried to explain with wild hand waves. It only made things look worse, so he hurried off. Li Yujie quickly followed him. Behind them, the two buddies kept up their fake smiles, then could only watch them leave in tears. To them, the world was cruel. They were painfully single. As they walked off, Jingjie Xiang noticed them too. Jealousy hit so hard she lost her appetite. On the other side, Jingjie Xiang was struggling to remove the gold chain he wore while thinking of how to explain things to the teacher. After all, this was his first time skipping class. While fixing his shirt buttons, he suddenly noticed the ring on his middle finger was gone. He checked his pockets so hard he hurt himself and broke into a sweat. Right away, he knew this was bad. That ring had been put on him by his uncle. Back then, his bald uncle said the boss gave him that ring when he came of age, and he was thrilled. Passing that special ring to the boss's son meant everything to him. He even said that when he died, he wanted it returned so he could take it to the grave. Now Zhong grabbed his hair in panic. His bald uncle's words kept echoing in his head, and he ran to the classroom to search everywhere. But the school bully was already behind him. Still mad about getting hit with the stone, Shen Jingjie wanted someone to take it out on. He came in and kicked Zhong, barking that good dogs don't block the way. From the back, Zhang Zhixian looked a lot like the one who threw the stone at him, so Shen Jingjie rushed over and kept kicking him. And even though Shen Zhi was there, she didn't stop Shen Jingjie. He kept stomping Zhang Zhixian until he couldn't stand up. Even then Shen Jingjie rubbed his chin, still unsatisfied. Luckily Li Yiji called out just in time. Shen Jingjie turned and walked straight to her, wearing a nasty smile. Then he grabbed her clothes without mercy. "You think I won't hit you just because you're a girl?" Li Yiji easily looked over at Zhang Zhixian and realized he'd been beaten because he helped her. So she lied and said Song Zhongxi was the one who pulled her away that day. The name Song Zhongxi made Shen Jingjie hesitate, but Song Zhongxi had only wanted to sleep in peace and got dragged into this for no reason. Shen Jingjie went over and told him to wake up, but Song Zhongxi ignored him. That made him clench his teeth, and he kicked Song Zhongxi's desk while he was sleeping. The whole class was shocked. Li Yiji thought Song Zhongxi's name would scare him off, but it only made things worse. Then Song Zhongxi slowly stood up, coldly asking if he was crazy. Shen Jingjie shouted, "Was it you who helped Li Yiji?" Song Zhongxi glanced at the shaking Zhang Zhixian and understood everything. Picking his ear, he said, "Sure, maybe I did. What are you going to do about it?" Shen Jingjie grabbed his collar at once. "Quit playing with me. You're obviously lying. You think I'm an idiot?" But Song Zhongxi's grip was insanely strong, making Shen Jingjie shake all over. Then came the cold reply, "And if I'm not lying, what then?" The pain made Shen Jingjie let go right away. Even with his hand hurting like crazy, he still acted tough. "Song Zhongxi, this isn't over." As he turned to leave, he noticed Zhang Jingjong on the floor, holding his head. Looking closer, he thought the guy from before was about this size. At the same time, Zhang Jingjong spotted the gold ring on Shen Jingjie's hand. He couldn't believe it ended up there. Still, Shen Jingjong decided a coward like this couldn't be the one who hit him, so he left. Zhang Zhixian clenched his teeth and swore he'd get that ring back no matter what. Then he left school with heavy steps. When he got home, a line of uncles was waiting at the door. The second they saw his bruised face and footprints on him, their expressions changed. Scarface Uncle yelled that this was a direct insult to their Fire Bear gang. He shouted for everyone to get their weapons and fight. Bald Uncle had just come downstairs when he heard all the noise. Scarface Uncle quickly told him, "Big brother, the young master got beaten outside." Bald Uncle exploded. "Which bastard did this?" "Young master, lead the way. Show us exactly who did it." But their boss stopped them and said the young master was the future of the gang. Since the young master was only starting to fight, They shouldn't step in. Everyone understood right away. They admitted they weren't thinking and asked the boss to forgive them. So they decided to put the young master through brutal training. But first, to make sure he wouldn't get bullied at school again, they called an underworld meeting. Zhang Zhixian was shocked too. He never thought getting beaten would make his uncles care this much. After they talked it over, Uncle Zhu seriously told Zhang Zhixian, "Young master, what matters most now is building the habit of winning. So start by beating someone weaker than you." When they saw him hesitate, all the uncles encouraged him. "The stronger you get, the more people you'll be above." That's how we all started. The next day, on his way to school, Zhang Zhixian looked a lot more fired up after last night's brainwashing. Then Bald Uncle called out to him, making him freeze. He thought his uncle had found out the ring was missing, but Bald Uncle only told him to tuck his shirt into his pants. After Zhang Zhixian fixed it, Bald Uncle nodded in deep satisfaction. Seeing the young master getting more and more on track made him feel proud. On the way to school, Zhang Zhixian pushed himself further, trying to act rough, even spitting everywhere. The problem was, he couldn't do any of it right. Still, while he was feeling pretty good about his effort, Zheng passed by. He wanted to go say hi but stopped himself. Yu Zheng just wanted to go to school, happily with Shen Jingjia. She looked so cheerful, and that only made Zhang Zhixian more determined to become a bad boy. Then he spotted something in an alley. Li Yizhi and the others collecting protection money. The moment Li Yizhi saw Zhang Zhixian, her face lit up, and she quickly turned around to fix her makeup. By now she'd already fallen for him, but this other student thought Zhang Zhixian came to save him, and he was touched. Instead, Zhang Zhixian told him to hand over all his money. "If I search you and find more, you're done." That line made the three girls freeze. Then one of them laughed. Not far away, Bald Uncle had secretly followed him, worried the young master might mess up. But when he saw how naturally Zhang Zhixian collected protection money, he covered his mouth, overwhelmed, and felt silly forever doubting him. In his heart he prayed to the boss, "You don't need to worry, the young master is growing up just fine." Meanwhile, the black-haired girl snorted and said she thought he was a coward, but he was actually pretty manly. Then the short-haired girl joined in, telling him to keep going, because he looked really cool. For the first time, Zhang Zhixian felt the pull of being a bad boy. He started thinking people really did like bad boys. Then they actually handed over the money. The poor student still thought Zhang Zhixian was only pretending to rob him so he could save him later and return it. Zhang Zhixian was shocked too. He'd only said a few words and got 40,000 yuan. Then the short-haired girl put a hand on his shoulder and said his way of asking for money was almost as good as Shen Jingjia's. That hit him right in the heart. You could tell how happy that made him. Then she suggested they split the 40,000 evenly, 10,000 each. He said he didn't need any money, so he gave all of it to them. After that, the three girls invited him to go eat with them. The sudden invite caught him off guard, but it seemed bad boys really were more popular. Behind the wall, Bald Uncle kept watching everything. Once again he was deeply moved. Not only had the young master robbed money naturally, he even split it fairly into 4 parts. Bald Uncle quietly cried, like he was seeing his younger self again, and felt giving his soul ring to the young master had been the right choice. As Zhang Zhixian moved in a daze, he suddenly bumped into Shen Jingjia. Shen Jingjia handed him some "Hey Baldy, watch where you're going." Then Bald Uncle noticed the soul ring on his hand. He was also in the same school uniform as young master, so Bald Uncle wondered if young master had lent it to him. Maybe this kid was his friend. That thought threw him into total confusion. At the same time, Shen Jingjia was already getting annoyed. "Hey Baldy, why are you staring like that?" Bald Uncle forced his anger down, even though he wanted to drop him in one hit. As he watched Shen Jingjia walk away, he muttered that if this guy wasn't young master's friend, he was done for. Elsewhere, Zhang Zhixian ran into the homeroom teacher in the hallway and got called in right away. The teacher adjusted his thick glasses and told Zhang Zhixian to bring his father to school tomorrow. That instantly made him think of his terrifying dad. He quickly begged to call his uncle instead, saying his father was far away. The teacher looked him over and finally agreed. After he got home, Zhang Zhixian told his uncles the teacher wanted one of them to come to school. The next second, all three lit up with excitement. For them, this was the full problem child parent call experience. Since only one could go, the three uncles started to fight over it. They'd waited 10 whole years for this, so to keep it fair, they settled it with rock, paper, scissors, and Bald Uncle won. The other two could only wait for their next chance. The next morning, a sleepy Zhang Zhixian was hit with a shocking sight. His uncle looked like the king of street punks. Tattoos on his arms, skinny jeans, a big belly, and that bald head looked like it could shine. As they headed down the street, gangsters bowed and called him Big Brother. Zhang Zhixian was stunned. His bald uncle really was the coolest. Then Bald Uncle seriously asked, "Young master, have you been doing bad things lately?" That made him nervous, and he admitted he'd practiced spitting, but still wasn't good at it. So Bald Uncle gave him a live lesson. Come on, young master, open your mouth like this, push your tongue forward, and spit through the gap in your teeth. Zhang Zhishen was amazed, so he copied him right away and spat twice, spraying saliva everywhere. He learned fast that even spitting takes skill. Bald Uncle scratched his head, a little embarrassed, then patted him and said to keep practicing all the way to school. So Zhang Zhishen kept spitting as they went, backed up by his streetwise Bald Uncle. At the same time, Bald Uncle also taught him how to walk with swagger. Take a deep breath, chest out, stomach in, keep your back straight and swing your arms. Walk bow-legged, loose and lazy. That's how a real man walks. Yeah, young master, just like that. And the two of them strode all the way to school. Their presence alone made the students nervous. Bald Uncle really looked like he could go anywhere and own the place. At the school gate, he suddenly stopped and asked Zhang Zhishen, "You've been keeping that soul ring I gave you safe, right?" Zhang Zhishen nervously answered, "I kept it in my room, Bald Uncle." In that instant, Bald Uncle understood. The ring had been stolen. Soon after, they entered the classroom hallway, and the students looked over in admiration. Even Li Yizhi was surprised. Bald Uncle then told Zhang Zhishen to go to class first. He'd go meet the homeroom teacher himself. Meanwhile, a quiet office was broken by a loud knock. With a slam, Bald Uncle barked, "I'm Zhixiang's uncle. Which one of you is his homeroom teacher?" The teacher was scared stiff. A woman nearby even asked whether they should call the police, but the teacher tried to act tough in front of her. "Relax. I've been dean for 10 years. I know how to handle people like this." He stood up like he meant it, then led a confused Bald Uncle away. Sweating hard, he brought him aside to talk. It felt like he was rushing toward death, but he still forced a smile and said Zhixiang was supposed to become student council president next year, yet lately he'd been going astray. The moment he said that, Bald Uncle looked thrilled. "So a Zhixiang is a problem child?" The dean's wig nearly popped off. While fixing it, he hurried to explain that wasn't what he meant. Zhixiang was an excellent model student. Then Bald Uncle slammed the desk again. "So you're saying Zhixiang isn't a problem child?" Flustered, the dean blurted out that Zhixiang was a problem child, a very serious one. That answer made Bald Uncle very happy. Then he asked whether students at this school were extorting money. The dean shot upright and denied it on the spot. Patting his chest, he swore that as long as he worked there, the school would never allow violence or extortion. Bald Uncle's face darkened. When he stood up, the dean thought a beating was coming, but Bald Uncle didn't even look at him and just turned to leave, thinking school was the same as always. Teachers around, but nothing changes. Now Bald Uncle was furious. He planned to get the ring back from Shen Xingjie and beat him up. So he strutted around, searching everywhere, when he spotted a familiar back. "Hey kid, found you. This time you're dead." But when the person turned around, it was just a bespectacled nerd. That left our tough Bald Uncle awkward for a second. Even though he was from the underworld, he still politely apologized. He really wanted to find that brat and finish him, but he remembered the boss's order. Young Master was the gang's future pillar, and now that he'd started fighting, the adults shouldn't interfere. So Bald Uncle kept thinking hard and decided to listen to the boss. As he walked, he told himself he couldn't ruin Young Master's future by acting rashly. Outside campus, Shen Xingjie was having a great time with his lackeys. He proudly admired the shining soul ring and thought about selling it to buy a car. One sharp red-haired guy guessed it was worth 2 million. Shen Xingjie never expected getting hit by a rock would end with him gaining 2 million. Back at school, the homeroom teacher had started feeling nervous around Zhong Jishong, avoiding eye contact even when he raised his hand in class. It was like Bald Uncle's shadow was hanging over Zhong Ji's. Before he wanted to leave, the teacher smiled and told him he could go out. So Zhong Ji decided to ask Bald Uncle what had happened and called him right away. But the uncles were busy preparing a feast to celebrate the teacher calling him a problem child. Right then, the phone on the table rang. Scarface Uncle noticed Young Master's call first and quickly passed the phone to Bald Uncle. Bald Uncle was thrilled to get a call from Young Master, but when he heard it was about the teacher, he told him not to worry because everything had already been handled. The word handled made Zhong Ji strong freeze. When Uncle Shu realized it was Young Master on the line, he rushed Bald Uncle to let him speak. The next second, his face went dark. "Quick, give it to me." He ignored Bald Uncle and snatched the phone. "Young Master, remember what I told you. You need to beat up someone weaker than you." Zhong Ji is strong nervously asked if he had to do it today. Uncle Shu's answer was simple. "Do it now." He reminded Zhong Ji is strong one more time to find someone weaker than himself and then hung up, handing the phone back. Bald Uncle felt wrong that the call ended before he could even finish talking, but he could only accept it because Uncle Shu was the boss. Meanwhile, Zhong Ji Strong stopped wasting time and started searching the hallway for someone weaker than him. But the first two people he saw looked stronger too. He could only watch them walk off, then went to the bathroom to wash his face. Just when he had no idea what to do, a huge guy suddenly appeared behind him and rolled up his sleeves. Jong-ji Strong froze in fear. It was like an egg hitting a rock. Looking at that beast-like body, he thought being the Fire Bear Gang leader's son was useless here. Right as he gave a bitter smile, a classmate behind him poked him. "G Strong, you took my 40,000 yuan last time. Give it back." Since he'd been struggling to find someone weaker than himself, Jong-ji Strong grabbed the boy by the collar without hesitation. His eyes went wide. "You'll be the first one I beat." But after doing it, he didn't feel happy at all. His heart just kept pounding. Even so, he adjusted his thinking again and told himself he'd slowly become bad. Before this, he tried so hard to be kind, so Zhuzhen would like him, but now she had changed her mind. When he got home, Jong-ji found the house strangely quiet. As he walked farther in, he saw his uncles kneeling in punishment, heads down, not daring to move. A man who looked like a gang boss checked the time on his pocket watch. Then, with a chilling smile, he said, "Son, you really have changed. Even your clothes are different now. Come sit next to me." Jong-ji Strong was shocked as his father chuckled. "Why so surprised? Don't tell me you're not happy to see me." Jong-ji Strong stammered, "Father, why are you here?" Father Jong didn't talk much, but he was dangerous. One look from him was enough to make Jong-ji Strong break into a cold sweat. He instantly jumped up and sat on the sofa at once. Then Father Jong stood and said he wanted to reward his son. But when he noticed the wounds on Jong-ji's face, his expression turned cold. "What happened to your face? Don't tell me you got beaten up again." That made Jong-ji Strong panic, unable to meet his father's eyes. Father Jong cursed his son was the Firebird gang leader's child, yet he got beaten all the time. It was humiliating. Then he directly scolded Uncle Shu and ordered him to begin air training for Jong-ji Zhong right away. But Jong-ji Zhong refused. That made Father Jong's face go pale with rage. He spoke coldly, not caring about father-son feelings. "What have you done in these 10 years, besides getting beaten up? Do you really think all my hopes are on you alone? It doesn't matter whether you're here or not. If you refuse today, I'll abandon you. The moment you rejected me, I already had other plans." He said Jong-ji Zhong's brothers were spread across the country, and all of them were growing stronger. "Son, the heir doesn't have to be you. I just hoped it would be. 10 years ago, you said you wanted to be kind for a girl, so you turned it down. You refused the air training, but I've waited on you for 10 whole years. Don't think you can keep living like this comfortable rich life without me." Hearing that, Jong-ji Zhong froze. Kids really are naive. So he quickly brought up the air training and asked for time to think. Father Jong paused. He said to tell Uncle Shu once the decision was made. Then Jong-ji Zhong dropped hard to his knees. He couldn't believe it. His own father was this cold. Once Father Jong left, Uncle Shu hurried over and helped the young master up. Then Jong-ji Zhong slowly went back to his room and showered. Outside, the three uncles started talking about what to do next. Scarface Uncle asked if the young master would really accept the air training. That made Uncle Shu think. He felt they should speak to him first, so he went to Jong-ji Zhong's room and found him looking completely lost. Uncle Shu told him that if he accepted the air training, the uncles could become his support. Before leaving, he added that if you want to protect something, you need the strength to do it. That made him think of Shen Jingjie again. He figured that if he took the air training and got help from the uncles, maybe things could change. Even so, the thought only made him feel more miserable. After a short pause, he stopped dwelling on it. He stood up and walked out of the room, then told the uncles he decided to accept the air training. "I want to get stronger and beat every bad guy. If I do that, I'll become the worst kind of person, right? So uncles, help me." The uncles had waited 10 years to hear that. "Young master, leave it to us. We've been ready this whole time." Early the next morning, the young master was already rushing them to start training. Scarface Uncle and Bald Uncle were thrilled that he had finally accepted it. Uncle Shu knew Bald Uncle was the best one for this job, so he put him in charge of the young master's special training. Bald Uncle nearly cried from happiness. Beating his chest, he said, "Young master, train with me. I'll make you strong." "Okay, Uncle." Just as they were about to start, Bald Uncle suddenly stopped. "Young master, do you really want to go through with the air training?" Zhong Zhishuang answered without hesitation. "Uncle, I've decided." After hearing that, Bald Uncle asked one more thing. "Young master, did you really keep the soul ring I gave you safe?" The question caught Zhong Zhishuang off guard, and he knew he couldn't hide the truth. He admitted he lost it, and the guy he wanted to beat ended up picking it up. In truth, Bald Uncle was waiting for him to finally admit that. He stepped closer and said he already knew who had the ring. If the young master wanted, he could go beat that guy up right now. But Zhong Zhishuang told him to stay out of it. He wanted to deal with Shen Jingjie himself. Hearing that, Bald Uncle suddenly hugged him. "Young master, I was really hoping you'd say that. Then so Zhong Zhishuang could move whenever needed. Bald uncle had him put on battle clothes. Back in his room, Zhong Zhishuang changed and fixed his hair, slicking back the hair he'd ignored forever. From now on, he wasn't just some normal student. He was the true heir to the Fire Bear Gang. In the training room, Bald Uncle began with the 3 basic tests. He really wanted to know the young master's current physical level. First came weighted squats. The load nearly broke Zhong Zhishuang right away. One try had him breathing hard. Bald Uncle felt a little awkward. Turns out, the young master could only squat 20 kilos. Next was bench press on the flat bench. Then that looked like a struggle for Zhong Zhishuang. A second later, he shakily asked Bald Uncle for help, so Bald Uncle pulled him up. Great. The young master's squat and bench together only came to 40 kilos. Still, Zhong Zhishuang felt like his body was getting tougher. Thinking he was way too weak, Bald Uncle wasn't sure how to train him. Then he moved on and had Zhong Zhishuang try a deadlift. At that point, Bald Uncle expected nothing, yet Zhong Zhishuang stood up with it easily. That gave him hope. What is going on here? He quickly added more weight. Zhong Zhishuang lifted that easily too. With that, it suddenly brought something back to mind. His squat and bench were only 40 kilos total, but his deadlift hit 100. Maybe all those years of helping old people carry heavy stuff had built this up. Then Bald Uncle said the last test would be grip strength, an arm wrestling match with Zhong Zhishuang. The other uncles quickly gathered to watch. At the signal, Bald Uncle seriously told Zhong Zhishuang to use everything he had. Then, damn, the young master's grip strength was insane. The other uncles thought Bald Uncle was holding back, but then Bald Uncle's face went bright red. That was when it hit them. Had the young master's crazy grip been built from massaging them for 10 years? His monster grip had actually come from all that massage work. Now Bald Uncle finally knew how to train Zhong Zhishuang. Still, he said he couldn't throw the match. Taking an opponent lightly would be disrespectful. So he took a deep breath and used all his strength. Young master, I'm not holding back. The other uncles stared in shock. Meanwhile, Bald Uncle kept shouting inside his head, Young master, I'm proud of you. Then slap. Bald Uncle lost to Zhong Zhishuang. Looking at his shaking hand, the uncles smacked their foreheads. Their young master had just beaten the gang's arm wrestling champ, Uncle Qishuang. When Zhishuang pulled him up, Bald Uncle saw a glimpse of the Fire Bear Gang boss in him. If nothing else, Bald Uncle definitely had a strong imagination. After that, the two of them moved on to the next round of training. Meanwhile, Song Jiangxi, seeing Zhong Zhishuang's empty seat, asked his 2 best friends why he hadn't come to school. They told him there were a bunch of scary uncles outside Zhong Zhishuang's house. After school, he kept wondering if something had happened. The real reason Song Jiangxi cared was his sister. Zhong Zhishuang had helped her before, so that night he went by himself to Zhong Zhishuang's house. But Spiky Uncle caught him sneaking around and thought he was from a rival gang. Song Jiangxi quickly explained that he was Zhong Zhishuang's classmate. The uncles instantly changed tone. Why didn't you say that first? Come in. But then Uncle Zhu stopped them and snapped that they needed to use their brains. Sure, this time he really was the young master's classmate. But what if he'd been lying? What if another gang sent him? Luckily, Song Jiangxi had brought his student ID. You could only imagine how bad it would have been without it. Then Uncle Zhu noticed the word judo on Song Jiangxi's bag, so he immediately told someone to call Bald Uncle downstairs. Song Jiangxi was shocked when he saw Bald Uncle. He bowed right away. Hello, senior. After hearing why he came, Bald Uncle took him to see Zhong Zhishuang. The moment he saw Zhong Zhishuang, he was stunned. He even tried a technique, thinking Zhishang had let go with his left hand. But that didn't work. He never expected Zhishang to lift someone using just the strength of his right hand. Song Jiangxi was stunned. Then came Zhishang's one-handed slam. That was when Song Jiangxi truly realized how terrifying Zhishang's grip strength was. Then Bald Uncle told him to give it a try. So Song Jiangxi and Zhong Zhishang started fighting. Song Jiangxi moved fast, grabbing Zhishang by the collar. Zhishang expected a kick next, but Song Jiangxi slammed him down with both hands instead. Scarface Uncle panicked, but Bald Uncle stopped him from stepping in. Zhong Zhishang got back up, clearly mad. Then Song Jiangxi struck again at full speed, but still missed. Zhishang stepped back twice, breathed in and out and took his fighting stance. Clenching his teeth, he loaded power into his right hand for one heavy hit and smacked Song Jiangxi cleanly. Song Jiangxi felt like Zhishang's fist was a mountain. Then Zhishang attacked again, catching Song Jiangxi's leg and slowly crushing down with both hands. With that fierce look in his eyes, he used his killer move Butcher's Hand, Apple Crusher. The pain from that grip felt like hell to Song Jiangxi. Bald Uncle watched with approval, while Scarface Uncle sweated. Was this really still their young master? Song Jiangxi threw another punch, and Zhishang dodged again. Zhishang reset himself, building power in his left hand this time. then suddenly threw a punch. Song Jiangxi blocked it, but Zhishang's right hand followed up and slammed hard into his neck, leaving Song Jiangxi worn out. Zhong Zhishang, that's dirty. Why'd you hit my neck? Song Jiangxi never thought his old classmate could become this strong. What was even crazier was that only 3 days had passed. Seeing Zhong Zhishang on the floor, he asked in confusion why someone this strong had been scared of people like Shen Jingjie. Bald Uncle explained that the young master had never really fought before. He used to be scared and always wanted to run or change. That's why he needs opponents like you. Then Bald Uncle told Song Jiangxi to go treat his injuries first. Scarface Uncle looked at him with disdain, but then Zhong Zhishang suddenly burst out laughing. Bald Uncle was surprised and asked why he was laughing. Zhong Zhishang only said his heart hurt, which left Bald Uncle confused. After training ended, Bald Uncle made dinner for everyone, saying they needed protein after working out. He directly asked Song Jiangxi if he'd train with the young master for a week with food and a place to stay included. But Song Jiangxi said he had a sister and couldn't stay out overnight, then just come after school. Song Jiangxi said he already had judo club practice after class. Bald Uncle asked if everything would be fine as long as that training issue got handled. Once Song Jiangxi confirmed it, Bald Uncle immediately called the judo club. "Hello. I want to borrow Song Jiangxi for a week of training. Is that fine?" Song Jiangxi nearly choked when he heard that. Then Bald Uncle said the judo club problem was handled. "So don't worry, just come over." Patting his shoulder, he promised that after the young master's training, he'd coach Song Jiangxi one-on-one too. The next day, Li Yijie hadn't heard from Zhong Zhishang for days and it was making her really nervous. Her 2 close friends even thought she was actually sick. One of them finally suggested, "Why not go to his house? If you're too shy to go alone, then go with Zhong Zhishang's friends." Right away, Li Yijie lit up. Now she had a perfect excuse to see him. Her friend stopped and said, "Wait, I never said it was Zhong Zhishang's. So how did you?" But the answer was obvious. Everyone knew except Zhong Zhishang himself, so they told her to just go already and stop bothering them. After saying bye to her friends, Li Yijie headed off to see the boy she liked. At the same time, Shen Jingjia and his friend were getting ready to sell the soul ring. When they entered the shop, no one came out to help. So Shen Jingjia yelled for Bald Uncle to get over there and serve them. Bald Uncle only answered with 2 coughs. Then a rush of footsteps came from outside and the rolling shutter was yanked down. The loud slam made Shen Jingjia panic and he hurriedly asked his friend how to open it. Still playing with his weapon, Bald Uncle told him to hide quietly. If he got caught, he'd be dead. Shen Jingjia froze. "Dead Baldy. Who are you?" Shaking, he pulled out his phone and said he'd call the police. Bald Uncle adjusted his glasses and looked at him. "Kid, you're done. This might sting a little." A second later, 2 heavy hits landed and Shen Jingjia screamed. All his earlier attitude was gone. Bald Uncle grabbed his hair and warned him to keep the ring safe. The owner would come get it himself. If he sold it or lost it, he'd die. Then Bald Uncle noticed Shen Jingjia's thick hair and got annoyed. So he shouted for the electric razor and shaved Shen Jingjia. After smacking his head, Bald Uncle said he was stepping out and ordered him to clean the place up. Before leaving, he gave one more threat. If Shen Jingjia tried anything, he'd follow him forever and shave his head every time it grew back. Shen Jingjia burned with rage but could only take the humiliation. Meanwhile, Song Jiangxi and Li Yijie came to visit Jian Jisheng. Scarface Uncle looked Li Jis over and wondered if she was the young master's girlfriend. As he led them inside, he mentioned that today was Zhong Jisheng's final day of training. That left Li Jisheng stunned. She realized his family was rich, which explained how he could skip school. A moment later, Scarface Uncle stopped and knocked twice. Li Jisheng could barely wait to see Zhong Jisheng, but Bald Uncle opened the door instead and asked who came with Zhong Jisheng. Li Yijing instantly got nervous, like she was meeting his family already, and quickly introduced herself as Zhong Jisheng's friend. Bald Uncle grinned at Zhong Jisheng's timing. He said he didn't know the young master had a girlfriend. Clustered, Li Yijie denied it at once, though she also blurted out that she wasn't his girlfriend yet. Bald Uncle told them to wait a moment. The young master would be out soon. Then came approaching footsteps. Zhong Jisheng stepped out, brushed back his hair and greeted her warmly. "Yijie, you came." That alone made Li Yijie blush, which caught him off guard. She was stunned he called her Yijie, then told him he'd gotten much stronger in just a few days. But Zhong Jisheng was hopeless with girls, so Bald Uncle jumped in to save the moment. He let Li Yijie stay and watch until training ended. So she sat there watching the 2 train, quietly wondering why she was even doing this. The strange part was how happy they both seemed, even praising each other. Then Song Jiangxi lifted Zhishang up and slammed him hard onto the floor. Li Yijie flinched, sure that had to hurt. But a second later, the 2 were holding hands. Seeing how close they were, Li Yizhi realized they got along really well. She suddenly felt like the outsider instead. Later Zhong Jixing invited her to stay for dinner, and that made her blush all over again. Okay, Jixiang. The three of them then chatted happily over drinks in the living room. Li Yizhi finally asked why he hadn't been coming to school. Zhong Jixing simply said he'd been in closed training. She laughed at that, then asked why he hadn't replied to her messages. Bald Uncle stepped in again and explained that phones weren't allowed during training. Then he handed the phone to Zhong Jixing. Zhong Jixing started scrolling through everything Li Yizhi had sent. She instantly panicked. Hey, are you crazy? Don't read them now. Song Zhangxi covered his mouth and laughed. Li Yizhi jumped up and called him out for making fun of her. Watching from the corner, Bald Uncle and Scarface Uncle were pleased. It was the first time the young master had brought friends home, and they hadn't seen him laugh like this in a long time. After dinner, Zhong Jixing walked them to the door. These past few days had clearly made him happier too. Then Bald Uncle told him to get some rest. He still had school tomorrow. The next morning, Zhong Jixing carried himself with much more power. Even Bald Uncle felt this was the true presence of the Fire Bear Gang's heir. The second he came downstairs, the subordinates all greeted him with a loud good morning. At the door, for men were already waiting to open it for him. He didn't need to do a thing himself. Once in the car, he ordered the driver to stop by an alley first. He needed to beat someone up. A line of black cars rolled through the city. Then with a screech, the driver said they had reached the alley. Zhong Jixing got out, satisfied. He knew Shen Jingjia's group often passed through this place. Sure enough, after only a few steps, he ran into Shen Jingjie. The guy shrank back the moment he saw him. Zhong Jixing only smiled. To him, Shen Jingjie looked weak now. Already irritated, Shen Jingjie snapped, asking what was so funny and why Zhong Jixing was smiling at him. They closed in on each other, both clearly hating the other. Zhong Jixing ordered him to hold out his right hand. He said he was looking for something that belonged to him. When Shen Jingjie still didn't move, Zhong Jixing repeated himself and demanded to see that hand. Then he grabbed him right at the collarbone. Coldly he muttered the name of his move, and a crack rang out, as Shen Jingjie screamed again. At that moment, Zhong Jixing spotted the soul ring on him. He hesitated for just a second, but Shen Jingjie, already fed up, kicked him away. Calling him an idiot, he said Zhong Jixing was pushing him too far, but from the corner Bald Uncle gave Shen Jingjie a signal. If he fought back for real, he was finished. Shen Jingjie was confused about why Bald Uncle was even there. Then he noticed the striped pattern on Zhong Jixing's uniform. The boy who ran off with Li Yizhi had the same pattern. That's when it all clicked. The ring belonged to Zhong Jixing, which also meant Zhong Jixing was the one who threw the stone at him. In his mind, every bit of his humiliation traced back to Zhong Jixing. That thought made him snap with anger. He lunged to end it, but Zhong Jixing blocked him. Zhong Jixing's eyes sharpened as he clenched his fist. Then came another crack. His fighting power was on a whole different level. Shen Jingjie had no idea this wasn't the same Zhong Jixing from before. Zhong Jixing followed up fast and smacked him hard across the face. Then he crashed down on Shen Jingjie's ribs with all his grip strength and tore the soul ring right from his hand. It was Bald Uncle's ring. He had finally gotten it back. Bald Uncle clapped and proudly praised the young master. Hearing that title only made Shen Jingjie more confused about who Zhong Jixing really was. Then rows of black cars pulled up at the school gate. The subordinates rushed out at once, forming lines in front of the entrance. The display shocked everyone nearby, including Zhong Jixing's two best friends, who thought some huge boss had arrived. Even the guidance counselor was trembling. As the car door opened, Zhong Jixing stepped out with a cold, proud look. At once, all the subordinates bowed and respectfully called out to the young master. By the time he reached the gate, they were already lined up, and even his walk made him seem different. Again, they bowed and sent off the young master. But the moment he entered the classroom, he heard his classmates saying his old kindness had all been fake. Even his childhood friend called him a liar. Zhong Jixing froze, shaken and angry. The people who used to be his classmates now made him feel sick. He remembered what Uncle Shu once said, becoming good is hard, but becoming bad takes only a moment. Now he understood those words were deeper than he thought. Soon after he ran into his best friends of 10 years in the hallway. He tried to greet them, but they looked at him in fear and walked straight past, not wanting anything to do with him. Zhong Jixing never imagined even they would treat him this way. Then he suddenly dropped to his knees. The feeling felt dark. Later, he sat alone by the bridge outside school, completely down. Luckily Li Jizhe and Song Zhangxi found him. But then his phone rang. It was the student council president. After hearing why he was calling, Zhong Jixing stood up and said he had to take care of something before walking off in a gloomy mood. At that point, he only had one thought left: to become the worst kind of person. The student council president, who had been waiting a long time, bluntly asked Zhong Jisheng if the rumors were true. Was his family really part of the underworld? Zhong Jisheng's eyes darkened. Does that even matter now? The president only cared whether it would hurt the school's image. He said he had planned to talk it over with Zhong Jisheng first, then the teachers, but now that seemed pointless. He added that Zhong Jisheng didn't seem like himself at all. That hit him hard. Not like myself. Then what am I supposed to be? His fist tightened. He wanted to punch him. For 10 years he had tried his best to be kind, and now they suddenly treated him like this. Did they really expect him to stay the same? He slammed his fist into the iron door and shouted, asking if he was supposed to keep being kind. Then he turned to leave and said he was done caring about the student council president position. Meanwhile, Shen Jingjie got cornered again. Spiky Uncle warned him flat out. If he wanted to stay alive, he needed to stop coming to school. He also told him to open his eyes and know who he could and couldn't mess with. Before leaving, Spiky Uncle gave one last warning. If Shen Jingjie tried anything, he'd make sure he paid for it. Shen Jingjie could only watch the two of them walk away. Even now, he still believed Zhong Jisheng only acted tough because gangsters were backing him up. He swore he wouldn't let this go and would get revenge no matter what. So he started thinking about Zhong Jisheng's weak spot. Then it hit him. He grabbed his phone and remembered Han Zhuzhen. Since Zhuzhen was Zhong Jisheng's childhood sweetheart, she had to know what mattered most to him. Right away he called her. As the phone rang, Shen Jingjie smiled darkly. Even if he went down, he was taking Zhong Jisheng with him. He hinted that Zhong Jisheng had brought in over a dozen gangster uncles. Then he claimed he'd been beaten for no reason. Zhuzhen was shocked. She couldn't believe Jisheng had used gangsters on him and said she was deeply disappointed. Hearing that, Shen Jingjie pushed further and asked what weaknesses Zhong Jisheng had, any secrets or anything he treasured. After a short pause, Zhuzhen asked if a person counted too. That was all Shen Jingjie needed. A nasty smile spread across his face. He immediately figured out who Zhong Jisheng cared about. The person he cherished most was Han Zhuzhen. Then Zhuzhen asked if that meant they were back together. Shen Jingjie gently patted her head and told her yes. He apologized, said he hadn't realized how important she was and promised to treat her better if she'd give him another chance. After that, Shen Jingjie reached for Zhuzhen's hand. Elsewhere, the three girls were talking about Zhong Jisheng and Li Yijie. Li Yijie quietly admitted she liked Zhong Jisheng and not because his family was tied to a gang. Right then, her friend teased her, saying she should help turn Zhong Jisheng into the strongest man around. That instantly sent Li Yijie into a fantasy. In her head, Zhong Jisheng told her, Li Yijie, this whole area is mine now, and you're next. She actually thought that kind of bossy attitude sounded pretty great. Blushing hard, she covered her face and bounced with excitement. Just then Shen Jingjie's two lackeys from earlier walked over. They called out to Li Yijie and asked if she knew where Zhong Jisheng from their class had gone. They got nothing and were about to leave, not knowing Zhong Jisheng was already heading back. The second they turned around, Zhong Jisheng was right in front of them. The three girls froze. Speak of the devil, and there he was. Even then, Shen Jingjie's two lackeys still acted cocky in front of the girls. The guy with glasses reached out first and said he wanted to meet Zhong Jisheng and be friends. Zhong Jisheng didn't respond at all. He just stood there with his hands in his pockets, staring them down without moving. The glasses guy forced a laugh and warned him not to reject a friendly drink, only to be made to drink the hard way. Then Zhong Jisheng asked if they were Shen Jingjie's friends. The glasses guy got the wrong idea and assumed Zhong Jisheng was on Shen Jingjie's side too. So he offered his hand and introduced himself as Zhong Jinkai. Zhong Jisheng took it and coolly replied, "Nice to meet you, I'm Zhong Jisheng." The glasses guy's face changed as Zhong Jisheng squeezed harder and harder, making his arm shake. Zhong Jisheng stared at him with icy confidence. Then crack. His grip crushed the guy's hand and he screamed. The other lackey thought he was faking and told him to quit the act. But the glasses guy yelled that he wasn't lying and begged for help, calling Zhong Jisheng a mad dog. Li Yijie and her friends were stunned. None of them expected Zhong Jisheng to be this strong. Both lackeys finally snapped and shouted at him to let go. One rushed in with a punch, but Zhong Jisheng dodged it easily. He caught the attacker's fist right away. Then he mocked him, saying hitting people was wrong. The lackey immediately panicked, realizing this nice kid was way more dangerous than he looked. Zhong Jisheng's expression turned cold as he tightened his hold and slowly tormented him. With a brutal twist, he spun the guy's arm all the way around. Zhong Jisheng might have enjoyed it for a second, but the guy sure didn't. Both lackeys instantly gave up and begged him to stop. Once he heard that, Zhong Jisheng let go of their hands and coldly told them to get lost. At the same time, he won over two new fangirls, who couldn't stop gushing about how awesome he was. The glasses guy traded looks with the others and the pair ran off fast, still throwing threats behind them. They shouted that Zhong Jisheng would regret this. Li Jiji meanwhile was completely taken in by how cool Jisheng looked. Her face turned bright red, and she could barely contain herself. Before she knew it, she stepped closer and started worrying about him. That was when Zhong Jisheng said he wanted to ask her something. Li Jit got shy all over again and told him to go ahead. He asked if those two were Shen Jingjie's friends, and whether they were part of the troublemakers at school. Then he asked Li Jie if she was one too. That question made her visibly upset, and she answered with a gloomy little hum. Zhong Jisheng nodded and told her to name every troublemaker in school except her. The second she heard except her, Li Jie lit right back up. Her two friends were stunned by the obvious special treatment. Except for you. After that, the two of them struck a deal. Elsewhere, Shen Jingjie and Xu Zhan were walking hand in hand when they ran into the two guys Zhong Jisheng had just beaten up. All four of them were startled. The guy with glasses hurried over and asked Shen Jingjie what happened to his face. Xu Zhan almost answered that Zhang Jisheng had beaten him, but Shen Jingjie squeezed her hand to stop her. He told her to head back to class first because the men needed to talk. Xu Zhan left, still glancing back at them. Then Shen Jingjie told the two that Zhang Jisheng had jumped in with more than 10 gangsters. They were shocked and admitted they couldn't afford to mess with a guy like that. Shen Jingjie's face darkened. He asked if they couldn't just get their boss Jubua to help. The two looked at each other and agreed that if Jubua stepped in it should be manageable. So the three of them made a plan to go after Zhang Jisheng. At the same time, Li Yiji started explaining the troublemaker groups from their school and the nearby ones to Zhang Jisheng. She said the boss at their school was Li Jubua and that he was her brother. Then she brought up Song Zhengxi, the best fighter in school. According to her, he and her brother were connected through the judo club as senior and junior. After that, she mentioned Shen Jingjie's group, which Zhang Jisheng already knew. Shen Jingjie used to be her brother's junior at the same school. She also said there was another group led by Zhao and Hao. That group didn't get along with her brother, and together with Shen Jingjie's crew they only had 11 people. But the troublemakers from their school and nearby schools had also formed the Ignorant Normal Alliance, which had over 100 members. Hearing all that, Zhang Jisheng said he wanted to beat every bad guy he saw and become the baddest of them all. Meanwhile, Shen Jingjie went to his boss too, asking for help getting revenge on Zhang Jisheng. Once Li Jubua heard why, he got furious and demanded to know who dared mess up his little brother's face like that. He then told Shen Jingjie to follow his lead and said he'd handle the street side of things. He also told Shen Jingjie to move forward without fear. Used to be safe, Li Jubua said they should call in more guys and get ready at the gym. Before leaving, he patted Shen Jingjie on the shoulder and told him to stop getting beaten up outside. He said it hurt the big brother when his little brothers got hurt, and Shen Jingjie quickly bowed him off. Shen Jingjie was thrilled, sure he could finally deal with Song Zhengxi and Zhang Jisheng. The next day he gathered his 10 lackeys and announced he had good news. They just stared at him like he'd lost his mind. After all, how were they supposed to deal with Song Zhengxi? Shen Jingjie only gave them a dark grin and told them to trust him. Li Jubua was willing to help, and he reminded them they all had a score to settle with Song Zhengxi anyway. Tomorrow they'd go after them together. Early the next morning, Shen Jingjie burst into the classroom. He marched straight up to the sleeping Song Zhengxi. The whole class was stunned. Why would he pick a fight with Song Zhengxi while he was asleep? Shen Jingjie stopped, looked him over and nervously raised his right hand. Then he slapped Song Zhengxi on the back. The classmates were shocked and thought Shen Jingjie had completely gone crazy. Shen Jingjie slowly sat up, acting like it was just a mosquito bite. Shen Jingjie called him out and told him to come to the gym. Then he took off running, still making sure to taunt him on the way out. He yelled that if Song Zhengxi didn't come, he'd countered his fear. Song Zhengxi wasn't about to let that slide. He coldly warned Shen Jingjie that he was done for. As he ran, Shen Jingjie kept thinking about the humiliation from before. In his head he swore Song Zhengxi had messed with the wrong person this time. Panting hard, he kept running until he reached the sports field. He looked back and saw Song Zhengxi still hadn't shown up, so he told his lackeys to get ready first. They'd all jump him together. Then he spotted Du Bo, and was shocked to see Li Du Bo had also brought people from the Ignorant Normal Alliance. Wuzhuan School's Huang Dazhuang, Jilan School's Li Du Bo, Mojuan School's Dao Yuan, and Changnan School's Park Mingjun. 4 school bosses had shown up one after another. That made Shen Jingjie even more confident, and he called out to Du Bo. Li Du Bo signaled for him to go ahead without worry. On the other side, Song Zhengxi had also made it to the gym. As soon as he came in, he looked at Shen Jingjie with total disdain. The two locked eyes and Shen Jingjie grinned as he asked if his brothers were ready. Then he pointed at Song Zhengxi and ordered them to rush him. But his so-called brothers didn't move at all. They just stared at him and asked why he wasn't going first. Shen Jingjie panicked and shouted, asking what they were trying to pull. By then, Song Zhengxi was already walking toward him one step at a time. While Shen Jingjie kept yelling, he warned him not to come any closer. Song Zhengxi's eyes hardened and he pushed off hard with his back foot. His left hand tightened to brace the force. And bang! Song Zhongxi drove a crushing punch straight into Shen Jingjia's face. A scream ripped through the gym as Shen Jingjia went sliding across the floor. He scraped so hard along it that sparks flew, finally stopping in the middle of the gym. That made the rest of the minions panic, and despair spread across their faces. But Song Zhongxi just stared at them with a blank face, like they were nothing but clowns. The 3 school bullies were shaken by that look. To them, he was basically a monster. Even then, Shen Jingjia kept yelling, still acting tough and saying Song Zhongxi would be done for soon. In a rush, Shen Jingjia called out to Jubua, but Jubua acted like he heard nothing and saw nothing. That made Shen Jingjia panic. Jubua, didn't you say you'd help me? Then the back door slammed open and Shen Jingjia instantly went pale. He blurted out asking why Zhong Zhixiong was here. Zhong Zhixiong answered with attitude. He came to handle this himself. Hearing that, Shen Jingjia started looking around. He couldn't understand why nobody was helping him. His mind raced. Something had clearly gone wrong, and with Zhong Zhixiong here too, he started to suspect the truth but didn't want to believe it. He kept pressing Jubua, demanding an explanation. At that point, Zhong Zhixiong cut him off and told him to stop talking nonsense. Or was he scared? Zhong Zhixiong let out a cold snort. He shot back that he wasn't afraid of some fighter. Then he clenched his fist and charged, cursing Zhong Zhixiong for acting so arrogant. Whoosh! He rushed forward like the wind and leaped in, yelling that gang connections wouldn't stop him from fighting back. But Zhong Zhixiong dodged at once and grabbed onto his ribs with a brutal iron grip. Crack! Shen Jingjia was hit with that crushing pain all over again. This time, though, he managed to break free and hop back in a hurry. He reset himself and lunged at Zhong Zhixiong again, gritting his teeth while loading power into his left hand. Then he warned him he was left-handed. Whoosh! Whoosh! Still nothing landed. Zhong Zhixiong dodged again and mocked him for being too slow. The next second, Zhong Zhixiong's eyes went white as he locked onto Shen Jingjia's arm. He seized it, eyes blazing, and started squeezing with that terrifying grip. Shen Jingjia staggered in panic, but Zhong Zhixiong twisted his arm so hard it bent like a pretzel. Shen twisted his face so badly he couldn't even cry for help. By then, Zhong Zhixiong didn't even want to look at him anymore, so he hit him again. Another blow like that should have snapped his neck. The other 2 school bullies were stunned. That was the heir of the Fire Bear Gang, and he was seriously skilled. Meanwhile, Shen Jingjia slowly stood up again, reaching around for something. Slash! He pulled out a dagger. He told Zhong Zhixiong it was meant for Song Zhongxi, but now Zhong Zhixiong could have the honor instead. Even Zhong Zhixiong was shocked, calling him out for going that far with a knife. Shen Jingjia didn't care anymore. He just laughed like a madman. When he taunted Zhong Zhixiong, was he scared now? He should be. A second later, Shen Jingjia jumped at him like a crazed dog. Right then, a microphone suddenly blared through the gym. Everyone turned and saw 2 students kneeling there with shaved heads. And on the platform was the bald uncle himself. The second Shen Jingjia saw him, his scalp went numb. Why was this bald guy here again? The bald uncle told him to drop the weapon before fighting. When Shen Jingjia didn't respond, the bald uncle warned that if he kept holding it, he'd come over and kill him himself. That threat made Shen Jingjia shake all over. The fear this man put in him was deep. Clang, the dagger hit the floor. Then the bald uncle told him to keep going. But Shen Jingjia complained it wasn't fair. Song Zhongxi had already broken his nose. Hearing that, Zhong Zhixiong told him to wait. Then he asked Song Zhongxi to hit him the same way. Song Zhongxi calmly raised his fist and said it was his first time hearing a request like that. Bang, one punch, and Zhong Zhixiong's jaw looked dislocated too. Even the bald uncle was stunned by that. Shen Jingjia was shocked too. Suddenly realizing the so-called loser hit hard, Huang Deshuang from Wuzhen School even thought Zhong Zhixiong was better suited to lead. At that moment, the bald uncle and Li Jubua exchanged a look. They nodded like this had all been planned. On the other side, Zhong Zhixiong was done wasting time. He wanted to finish the fight fast. Shen Jingjia still thought Zhong Zhixiong would go for his ribs again, so he figured keeping his distance would keep him safe. But Zhong Zhixiong just drove off the ground with his left foot and launched himself forward like Superman. He shouted for the kid to see where he could run now. Before Shen Jingjia could react, Zhong Zhixiong was already on him. Then he turned savage, saying this time Shen Jingjia was dead. Still, the way they landed looked oddly familiar. Even their position looked strangely familiar. The bald uncle watched closely, confused because he hadn't taught the young master any ground moves yet. The 2 school bullies were confused too. Why wasn't Zhong Zhixiong attacking when he had the clear advantage? Truth was, Zhong Zhixiong didn't know what to do next. Meanwhile, Shen Jingjia kept shouting that Zhong Zhixiong had promised a fair fight. Then Zhong Zhixiong stopped caring and squeezed with all his strength. Shen Jingjia's wrist turned blue from the pressure. His face twisted in pain like he was being strangled. At that point, Zhong Zhixiong seemed to lose control completely. Looking at Shen Jingjia's face kept bringing back the image of him being close with Xu Zhen. 10 years of trying to be kind, only for Xu Zhan to say she liked bad boys. Now Zhong Zhixiong couldn't hold it in anymore. None of it felt worth it. Shen Jingjie kept begging him to stop, warning that his arm was going to break. Zhong Zhixiong gave a dark smile and said he couldn't stop now. Then his eyes turned white as he raised his fist. Bang! One punch. Bang! Two punches. Bang! 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 This time, he was shouting, asking where all that toughness went, and saying he wouldn't stop just because Shen Jingjie had passed out. Luckily, Shen Jingjie stopped him in time. Otherwise Shen Jingjie would have been done for. Park Mingjun watched with satisfaction, thinking this guy was hurting his enemy while hurting himself too. There had to be some story behind it. Nearby, Talion laughed and said there was no hidden story. He was just a psycho, brutal like his father. At the same time, Shen Jingjie's two lackeys suddenly started arguing over who should be the new boss. That instantly set Zhong Zhixiong off. He turned and glared at them, making it clear that from today on, he'd deal with all of them. The whole gym fell silent. Then Park Mingjun finally spoke up, saying that was enough for today and the rest could be handled later. He stepped forward right away, trying to shake Zhong Zhixiong's hand like he could smooth things over. But Zhong Zhixiong only glanced at him once and slapped his hand away. He said he'd deal with every one of them, including the people from the ignorant Normal Alliance. Park Mingjun got mad and said he wanted to fight Zhong Zhixiong. Li Jubua quickly told him to calm down first, warning that Zhong Zhixiong was too emotional right now and would take anything as a challenge. After that, the three school bullies left first. Even then, the two clowns kept asking Jubua to pick a new leader. Li Jubua shut them down and told them to get lost, so everyone had no choice but to leave. Then the bald uncle gave Zhong Zhixiong a thumbs up. After praising him, he told him to go home first. Once Zhong Zhixiong and Song Zhongxi were gone, the bald uncle strode over and thanked Jubua for his hard work. Li Jubua immediately bowed and called him brother, Kai Shan. As they were about to leave, the bald uncle told him not to be nervous. He'd already spoken to the big boss, so a greeting would be enough. Then the bald uncle suddenly stopped, reached back and touched the razor behind his head. He said he almost forgot the after-sale service couldn't be skipped. After a quick series of moves, he stripped Shen Jingjie's completely naked. Li Jubua was stunned, and then realized brother Kai Shang had shaved Shen Jingjie's hair too. After finishing up, the bald uncle told Li Jubua to follow him. Seeing Shen Jingjie like that, it was clear the bald uncle's methods were brutal. Then the two people kneeling on the platform stood up and called out to Jingjie. Their legs were numb from kneeling so long, so they staggered like zombies. They hurried over and tried to wake him. They shouted for Jingjie to wake up because they'd been tricked. When he came to, he realized he was completely naked. He clenched his teeth, never expecting to be humiliated like this. Furious, he cursed that bald bastard. Only then did Shen Jingjia fully understand he was the only one kept in the dark about all this. They had all worked together against him, even the friends he trusted, and Jubua, the one he treated like a brother. He realized they had teamed up just to make a fool of him. Then Shen Jingjia started laughing. The two guys beside him thought he'd gone crazy. He cursed and said they had messed with the wrong person. Did they really think it was over just because they played him? This was better. He swore he'd get revenge. He'd kill every one of them. He had nothing left to lose anyway, and he'd show them how scary someone with nothing to fear could be. Meanwhile, word spread through the whole school that Jinjing Jiafen beaten Shen Jingjia. At the same time, news of Jinjing Jiafen declaring war on the ignorant Normal Alliance spread fast too. The Fire Bear Gang heard as well, and of course they had to celebrate Jinjing Jiafen becoming the new young boss. Meanwhile, the bald uncle told Li Jubua to use this chance to greet the brothers. So sweating all over, he nervously introduced himself. Nice to meet everyone. I'm Li Jubua. The whole thing scared him badly. Elsewhere, Zheng Zhixiong kept walking with confidence, saying he could handle things now and even spat a couple of times on the way. But when he got home, it was too quiet. That familiar silence gave him a bad feeling. He suddenly stopped and asked his father why he was there. Father Zheng stood up at once and put out his cigarette. Then he pulled Zheng Zhixiong into a tight hug, leaving him frozen in surprise. He said he'd heard his son had already taken over the school, and that it was wonderful. He said he was truly proud and had waited a long time for this day. The uncles were moved to tears, shouting that the boss had finally embraced the young master. For Zheng Zhixiong though, his father hadn't hugged him in 10 years. So after all that time, feeling his father's arms around him again filled him with warmth. For a moment, he thought maybe this was good. Then Father Zheng pushed him back and apologized, saying he got too emotional on such a good day. He spun around and shouted, "Brothers, what are you doing? This is a day to celebrate. Raise your glasses." The whole place joined in, cheering for the young master. Then Father Zheng declared that from now on, this date would be a memorial day for the gang. But Zheng Jiafen wasn't celebrating yet. He stared at the drink in his hand, unsure if he should take it. Still, his father and the uncles were all watching him. Not wanting to kill the mood, he finally downed the whole cup. His father and the uncles looked on in surprise. A second later, Zhang Jifan's face went dark. The taste was awful. His father and uncles kept asking how it was. Right away, regret hit him. This tastes horrible. Why do you even drink this? That answer made the three uncles frown. Father Zhang just pointed at him and laughed. Son, that's how it's supposed to taste, just like life. Since it was his first time drinking, his father had specially prepared it for him. Laughing, they joked that a gangster's son couldn't even handle alcohol. Father Zhang added, that drink cost 20 million. The rest of you, enjoy yourselves. The lackeys looked awkward and quickly thanked the boss. After that, Father Zhang said he was stepping out for some air and told everyone to keep having fun. Before leaving, he patted Zhang Jifan's shoulder. Seeing his son walk the right path made him feel deeply satisfied. Zhang Jishong noticed his father and uncles seemed to be talking about him, and he couldn't help wondering what his father really meant. Once outside, Father Zhang said he was in a great mood today. He even wanted to reward Uncle Shu. Just then, a lackey stepped down from the car. Boss, why'd you come out so soon? Father Zhang said he'd head back in later and told him to go have a drink too. But Li Shiwan bowed at once. He turned it down, saying he still had to drive, and told the boss to enjoy himself. After Father Zhang went back inside, Li Zanzexu shot him a look. Li Shiwan answered with a nasty smile. Looks like the slap you took already healed. Uncle Shu's face darkened, but he said nothing. So Li Shiwan was left standing outside by himself, like a fool. Inside, the uncles were already drunk. It made Uncle Shu want to punch those idiots. They were way too wild. Father Zhang told him not to worry about it and asked him to bring Zhang Jishong up to the rooftop. When Uncle Shu went to call him, Zhang Jishong jumped up. Uncle, my heart's beating so fast. Uncle Shu told him to get a grip and hurry up and go see his father. Zhang Jishong scratched his head awkwardly, but when he reached the rooftop door, he saw the bald uncle waiting there. Something about him felt off, so Zhang Jishong nervously asked why his father had called him up. Then he noticed certificates on the ground. Aren't these my certificates on the ground? Aren't these my certificates on the ground? Why are they here? Father Zhang's expression hardened. He told him to burn them all. You're not some kind model citizen anymore. You're Zhang Jishong, heir to the Firebear gang. Your actions need to match that. Burn your old life and start over. Zhang Jishong looked at the certificates. He'd conduct community service being a role model and thought about who he used to be. Things were different now. Then he grabbed the box and dumped everything out. He told himself he had to change. Father, am I doing the right thing? Father Zhang hugged him. You did something very hard. I'm proud of you. After Father Zhang left, Zhang Jishong felt lost. Maybe he thought this was what a good son was supposed to do. At that moment, Li Yizhi called him. So late and Yizhi's calling me? He hurried downstairs and checked around to see if the uncles were asleep. It looked safe, but then a shadow appeared behind him. Young master, where are you sneaking off to this lake? Sweating, Zhang Jishong told the uncles he was going to meet a girl. The drunk uncles instantly perked up. Even the bald uncle kindly asked if he had a girlfriend. The moment they heard it might be the young master's girl, the drunken uncles got fired up. All of them started offering to teach Zhang Jishong how to date. He bolted right away, thinking a bunch of single guys had no business giving dating advice. The second he got outside, a bright light hit his eyes. Li Yizhi was on a little moped, asking if she looked cool. He was shocked, thinking the moped was stolen and that she was driving without a license. After Li Yizhi explained, the misunderstanding cleared up. Then the two of them went to a park, where they talked about her getting hit by a rock earlier. Li Yizhi teased him, saying if her pretty face got scarred she'd be doomed. Zhang Jishong reached over and asked if she was hiding it because she didn't want him to worry. He gently touched her forehead, lifting her hair to check for a scar. At once Li Yizhi's face turned red and her heart started pounding. Just when Zhang Jishong relaxed after seeing there was no scar, Li Yizhi suddenly stood up and said she had to go. They'd see each other at school tomorrow. She quickly started the moped, thinking if she stayed any longer, Jishong would definitely hear her heartbeat. The more she thought about it, the more she blushed. Right now, all Li Yizhi wanted was to get away fast. Meanwhile, Shen Jingzhou's group was planning how to go after Song Jiangxi and Zhong Jishong. But the guy with glasses refused the second he heard kidnapping was part of the plan. Shen Jingzhou answered him with a middle finger. In the end, he settled things with Shen Jingzhou. There would be exactly 6 of them. The next day, they started tailing Song Jiangxi and Zhong Jishong. At one point, the two suddenly stopped and the 3 followers broke out in sweat, thinking they'd been caught. But the pair had only stopped to buy something for his sister to eat. When Duan saw her brother come back, she rushed into his arms. After talking things through, the 2 boys said goodbye and left. What they didn't know was that Shen Jingzhou and 3 of his men were hiding nearby, already plotting to grab his sister. Then while following Duan, they ran into Zhong Jishong. Shen Jingju thought if they took care of him first, they could drag Duan along too and teach her a lesson. Just the thought excited him. He quickly told the others this was the perfect chance to kidnap both of them. The others pushed back right away. Going after Zhong Jishong was one thing, but taking a little girl was too much. They said they wouldn't do it. That set Shen Jingju off. He yelled that they were all cowards and said he wanted to beat up Song Jiangxi too, but with only 6 of them, they couldn't win in a straight fight. So this was the only plan he had. Grinding his teeth, he thought the only way this worked was if Song Jiangxi suddenly couldn't walk. But Song Jiangxi had just finished training his legs and was limping down the road. One of the guys spotted him and quickly called Shen Jingju over. Shen Jingju looked and grinned. It really was Song Jiangxi. But why was his leg hurt? A second later, Shen Jingju burst out laughing. Heaven was helping him. It felt like fate itself was telling him to go after Song Jiangxi. So he told the others he'd listen to them. They'd leave the little girl alone. Instead they'd go straight for Song Jiangxi. Come on, brothers. Then they all started grabbing weapons and marched down the street like they were ready to die. Meanwhile, Song Jiangxi was only trying to feel how sore his legs were after training on the stairs, not knowing danger was closing in. With Shen Jingju shouting for the attack, the group rushed in with weapons and surrounded him. When Song Jiangxi turned around, his face went serious. Shen Jingju was already behind him, weapon raised, grinning like he had it won. Bang 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 bang, die punk. Song Jiangxi tried to fight back, but his leg was too sore to put any strength into it. Before he could react, someone smashed a stick into him from behind, making his vision go white. Then the whole group piled on and beat him. Song Jiangxi desperately guarded his head while watching their rhythm, thinking 6 guys still shouldn't be enough. Then he picked a target, raised his guard and loaded up a punch. Bang, his left hook slammed right into the blonde guy's face. Then came a right, pounding him until he was completely wrecked. A moment later, another one jumped in from the front, trying to stab him from the air, but Song Jiangxi still punched him away and sent him screaming. Then the guy in green swung a steel pipe from behind, but Song Jiangxi blocked it with his arm and lifted him straight up. A hard slam later, the guy crashed down on his head. Then Shen Jingju slipped behind him again. A strike from the stick landed, leaving Song Jiangxi dazed. At last he couldn't keep standing. His legs gave out and he dropped to his knees. Even then his first thought was whether his sister was safe. Once he went down, his legs had no strength left and all he could do was take the beating. After a while, Shen Jingju ordered them to tie Song Jiangxi up and haul him to the car. Then they quickly shoved him inside. Meanwhile, Dawen and Zhong Jishang were heading back. At that moment, Dawen pointed ahead and said it looked like there had been a crash. When she looked closer, it was actually her brother. Dawen burst into tears, thinking he'd been hit by a car. Zhong Jishang roared, "Shen Jingju, you bastard, you're dead this time." Shen Jingju answered with a middle finger. Zhong Jishang gently calmed Dawen down and told her not to worry. He promised he would bring her brother back safely. He never thought Shen Jingju would go this far and start committing real crimes, so he rushed home to call the uncles for help. But because of the gathering, they were already drunk. Then he spotted Uncle Shu on the sofa, but no matter how many times he called, there was no answer. So he gave him a small push and froze. Uncle Shu had already passed out of sleep. He looked around for the bald uncle next, but bald uncle was sleeping hard too. So Zhong Jingju decided not to wake them and thought it would be better to call the police. Just as he started dialing, Xu Zhen's number suddenly called him. Xu Zhen had called. He picked up right away and asked where Xu Zhen was, but the voice on the other end belonged to Shen Jingju. Shen Jingju sounded smug. "Hello, can't recognize my voice. It's me, Shen Jingju. If you want to see Xu Zhen, get here now. I'll send the address. And if you bring your uncles or call the cops, Xu Zhen loses her life." Shen Jingju hung up, and Zhong Jiqiang's eyes went wide with rage. "Just wait, kid. I'll kill you. I don't need my uncles to beat you." At the door, he ran into Li Ji. Once she heard what happened, the two rushed to the abandoned warehouse on her scooter. They were going so fast, Li Ji told him to hold her waist or he'd fall, but Zhong Zhengxi only grabbed a little bit of her shirt. When they reached the warehouse, he handed back the helmet and told her to leave. He said he was going in to fight them. Li Ji watched him walk away, quietly thinking, "Zhong Zhong, if I'm going to stand behind you one day, I can't let you face this alone." Inside, Shen Jingzhou's group wondered if Zhong Jiqiang would bring his uncles. None of them wanted their heads shaved. Shen Jingju told them to relax. They still had 2 hostages. He looked over at Zhong Zhengxi and taunted him, asking if Zhong Jiqiang would come with backup. When Zhong Zhengxi stayed silent, Shen Jingju slapped him. "Oh right, you've got tape over your mouth." Then he hit him again, mocking him to fight back, "But your hands are tied too, so you can't." Later, he started beating Zhong Zhengxi non-stop. "That serves you right for acting so tough earlier." Still, No matter how hard they hit him, Zhong Zhengxi didn't make a sound. Then Xu Zhan stopped him, asking if this was what they'd do to Jishong when he came. Shen Jingju snapped back, of course, and asked if she wanted to take the beating instead. Hearing that, Xu Zhan froze in fear and couldn't speak. Shen Jingju grabbed her chin and warned her she was only bait. If she talked too much, he'd beat her too. All she could do was hope Jishong would come fast to save her, while hating people like this more than ever. When Yellow Hair asked what they'd do if that bald uncle showed up, Shen Jingju just gave a nasty smile and said not to worry. An older guy was outside, waiting to help them. Just then, a shadow appeared. Zhong Jishong had reached the door, glaring at them as he said they were dead. The moment Xu Zhan saw him, her eyes lit up. Shen Jingju immediately told his lackeys to take him down. They laughed, asking if they really all had to jump one guy. Yellow Hair bragged that he alone could handle Zhong Jishong. As Zhong Jishong raised his guard, Yellow Hair charged in with a fast strike, but Zhong Jishong dodged. He moved at once, grabbed the guy's arm, and drove his body forward. His knee slammed straight into Yellow Hair's face, making his nose bleed. Then Zhong Jishong grabbed his hair and demanded they free Xu Zhan and Song Zhengxi. If not, he'd rip his scalp off. But Shen Jingju and the others didn't budge, so Zhong Jishong yanked hard, ripped out a chunk of hair, and threw him aside. Damn, I almost forgot. You trash don't know loyalty. Your friend loses his scalp and you still don't care. Fine, then I'll crush all of you. Shen Jingju burst out laughing, saying without those thug uncles, Zhong Jishong was nothing but a loudmouth. Even without Li Guangyu, they still had 5 people. Could he beat them all? Zhong Jishong's eyes hardened. He knew he needed to drop Shen Jingju first. With a roar, he leaped in, but Shen Jingju dodged. Shen Jingju fired back with a flurry of punches, but Zhong Jishong grabbed his collar tight. His right fist drew back, then smashed straight into Shen Jingzhou's face. Right then, the man in green struck him from behind with a stick. Before Zhong Jishong could recover, another guy kicked him from aside. The attacks kept coming one after another. There's a limit to acting tough. How do those studded shoes feel? Want another taste? But Zhong Jishong caught him. The guy screamed, feeling like his bones were about to break. Off to the side, Li Yizhi was stunned. Jishong was way better at fighting than she thought, so she started sneaking inside. Luckily the fight was so wild, no one noticed her. She began untying Song Zhengxi, but the ropes were pulled too tight. Then Xu Zhan noticed what she was doing and shouted, Li Yizhi, help me too. Both of them were speechless. Xu Zhan, you idiot. Hearing the shout, Shen Jingju stopped and turned toward Li Yizhi. When she looked back, a club was already swinging at her head. One hit, and Li Yizhi dropped unconscious. Seeing that, Zhong Jishong exploded in rage. If he didn't kill Shen Jingju today, his name wasn't Zhong. At that moment, the long-haired man stepped into position and landed a blow that broke several of Zhong Jishong's ribs. Then the two of them started ganging up on him. For Shen Jingju it was pure joy. He kept mocking Zhong Jishong, saying this was how a loser should look. Then Shen Jingju picked up a club and told the others to pin Zhong Jishong down. He wanted to smash his head in. He even laughed that he'd brought an electric razor to shave him too. Zhong Jishong panicked, but the club never came down. Gritting his teeth, he cracked one eye open to look, and saw Song Zhuanji gripping the club so hard, Shen Jingju couldn't move it. Shen Jingju turned in shock. What the hell? Song Zhuanji. But Song Zhuanji's fist was already flying at his face. Bang! Shen Jingzhou's face twisted from the hit. Before Li Yizhi got knocked out, she had already loosened most of Song Zhuanji's ropes. He just needed a moment. Now Song Zhuanji ripped the tape from his mouth and warned that none of those punks were getting away. The third man and the guy in green were scared, but told themselves Song Zhuanji was already badly hurt. The moment they hesitated, Zhong Jishong broke free and hit back. Song Zhuanji told him to leave this side to him, untie Han Shujian, and call an ambulance for Li Yizhi. Meanwhile, Shen Jingju and his gang yelled that they'd fight to the end, but Han Shujian threw herself straight into Zhong Jishong's arms. That made Li Yizhi's jealousy spike. Even while hurt, she complained that her forehead was still bleeding. After calming both girls down, Zhong Jishong joined Song Zhuanji and said they should finish this fast. Song Zhuanji gave a small smile. All right, but those guys still had weapons. This won't be easy. Can you handle it? Zhong Jishong answered right away. Of course. Those trash were finished. Shen Jingju shouted back that they were still talking big, then told his brothers the hunt was on. Song Zhuanji was surprised. Zhong Jishong had built his own fighting style so fast using raw burst power and grip strength. The two punks were completely rattled. His strength was close to Song Zhuanji's. Meanwhile, Zhong Jishong said his arm felt hot, like his clothes were too tight, but the sting felt familiar. Slowly he started unbuttoning his sleeve. Back then when he used to massage his uncles, His arms would ache every night before bed. That pain from massaging was enough to bury the pain of growing up. One idiot thought Zhong Jishong was just trying to look cool, sure that muscle power decided everything. Then his punch was caught by Zhong Jishong. His face changed at once. No matter how hard he struggled, his hand wouldn't budge. With a shout about crushing potatoes, Zhong Jishong squeezed until the guy's hand crumpled like a can. The screams echoed through the warehouse. Seeing that, the man in red rushed over to help. He lifted his leg to strike Zhong Jishong, but a fist shot in from the side and smashed him in the face. Their teamwork was perfect. Zhong Jishong's told Zhong Jishong not to bother with the small fry and to keep going after Shen Jingjie. Zhong Jishong held one guy with one hand and drew back the other. One punch later, the punk's face was bruised all over. Shen Jingjie's gang started to panic. These two hit way too hard. Seeing that, Shen Jingjie pulled out his phone to call for backup. He told the others he was calling that older guy, and until he got there, they needed to keep Song Zhongxi busy while he handled Zhong Jishong. In the next instant, Shen Jingjie rushed Zhong Jishong while the other four went after Song Zhongxi. But Song Zhongxi's legs were hurting badly now. They didn't care. All four raised their weapons and attacked. They came at him with kicks, clubs, and non-stop yelling. Just as Zhong Jishong tried to help, Shen Jingjie blocked him, telling him to keep his eyes forward. His opponent was right here. Then Shen Jingjie was thrown off. What the hell? Why was Shen Jingjie's Song taking off his shirt? He figured it was so no one could grab him. On the other side, Song Zhongxi kept guarding his head first, staying calm and waiting to drop them one by one. No matter how much they hit him, protecting his head came first. Then Song Zhongxi picked his target. His punch slammed into the Red Roadman's stomach. That single hit sent him flying and stunned the other three. Next was the man in green. Song Zhongxi lined it up and smashed his jaw. Then he turned to the long-haired man. Just as Song Zhongxi was about to punch, Yellow Hair attacked from behind and kicked the inside of his knee. Seeing that, all four rushed him and aimed for his legs. Song Zhongxi looked over at Song Zhongxi, worried that opening let Shen Jingjie punch him in the face. He mocked him for getting distracted like a loser. Meanwhile, the older guy they were waiting for was getting out of his car, from his car grumbling that a bunch of punks got beaten in a group fight. If Boss Li Shiwan hadn't ordered it, he wouldn't have stepped in. A moment earlier, Li Shu, the head of the Fire Bear Gang Central Branch, had sent his men to jump Shen Jingxiang and kill him. He even handed over his ring as a sign. At the same time, Shen Jingxiang and Shen Jingjie were still going at it. But once Shen Jingjie ripped off his shirt, he got much quicker and drove a punch into Shen Jingxiang's stomach. Moving around like a wannabe Bruce Lee, he mocked him. How can a loser like you protect women? By then, Song Zhongxi had already taken care of the others. That instantly made Shen Jingjie nervous, because if Song Zhongx got free, he was done for. So he hurriedly pulled out his phone and called the thug uncle. Too bad he forgot the first rule of a fight. You never turn your back on your enemy. Shen Jingjie's Song blasted him with a punch and sent him back 2 meters. Shen Jingjie clenched his jaw in rage. He'd even lost 2 front teeth. He scrambled up and reached with his left hand, and he yanked a 4-centimeter knife from his pocket. Brandishing it, he sneered, "Kid, you want me to carve up your face today?" After that, Shen Jingjie rushed in with a knife. Shen Jingjie's Song had no choice but to keep backing up. While retreating, he felt himself bump into something. When he turned, a burning fist slammed right into him. Song Jingjie's Song was trying to push through the pain and go help, but Shen Jingjie swung the knife toward him too. "Stay where you are, or this blade won't miss." On the other side, Shen Jingjie's Song had just gotten back up when the thug uncle was already set to strike. With a loud hit, Shen Jingjie's Song managed to block most of it with his arm, but the blow still rattled his head and blurred his vision. The thug uncle sneered, so they raised a tiger, but it's only a cat. "Kid, today you're done." Then he laughed again. "You grabbed me, and now what?" Shen Jingjie's Song squeezed with all his strength and shouted, "Crushing potatoes." Nothing happened, leaving the uncle confused. Then he quickly raised his left fist and landed 2 more punches, mocking him, "Crushing potatoes. Can you crush anything?" But suddenly Shen Jingjie's Song drove his legs into the ground, making the thug uncle think he was crazy. As Shen Jingjie's Song leaped into the air, then he came down with his attack aimed straight at the man's ribs. The hit made the thug uncle spit out saliva. Right after that came Shen Jingjie's Song's iron grip again. But then the thug uncle gave a nasty smile. He suddenly threw Shen Jingjie's Song aside, and a low rumble sounded from outside that made him tense up, thinking the police had arrived. So the thug uncle ran. At the same time, Uncle Shu and Bald Uncle had reached the building. This time they were furious. "How dare you touch the heir of the Tiger Bear Gang? You're dead." Just before that, Shen Jingjie's Song had been chasing the thug uncle with everything he had, but he didn't expect the man to have a car. Shen Jingjie's Song grabbed the door handle hard, making the thug uncle break into sweat. Boss Firebear's son really was something else. Even so, the thug uncle kicked Jingjie Song away. Meanwhile, Uncle Shu had just reached the door when he ran into Yellow Hair. Yellow Hair first thought the police had come to save them, but the second he saw Bald Uncle beside him, he froze in panic out of the wolf's den and straight into the tiger's mouth. Bald Uncle recognized him too, so he grabbed a little hair. Yellow Hair had left. No matter how much he begged or struggled, Bald Uncle dragged him outside. While Uncle Shu looked around, he spotted Jingjie Song group being pinned down by Jingjie Song, so he asked where Jingjie Song had gone. They pointed toward the back door and said he'd chased a thug who ran that way. The moment Uncle Shu heard thug, his eyes sharpened. He wondered if another gang had started making moves. He patted Song Zhongxi on the shoulder and told him to keep holding Jingjie a little longer. When Uncle Shu reached the back door, he found Zhong Jishong, but seeing the young master hurt made him furious. He rushed over asking if he was hurt anywhere else and whether the thug escaped by car. Zhong Jishong awkwardly explained that the one who hurt his face was the guy Song Zhongxi was holding. At once Uncle Shu strode over and told Song Zhongxi to let him go. Song Zhongxi let go right away, and Jingjie just looked confused. Then all he could do was watch Uncle Shu's spinning kick fly at him. With a huge bang, Jingjie took the full hit. Uncle Shu launched him several meters like a soccer ball, smashing him into the wall so hard he stuck there screaming. The two watching were stunned. Ji Zhong, your uncle is brutal, but I like it. As for the other four, they were scared out of their minds. The next second, all four quietly dropped down and pretended to be dead. Uncle Shu grabbed Jingjie by the leg and looked at the others. Hey, you kids faking it, get up. They jumped to their feet immediately. Uncle Shu really was a thug in a suit, dragging Jingjie's face across the leaf. Later, once they got everyone outside, the two police officers were stunned. What happened here? So these people are the attackers? Then a man stepped out of another car. You're really believing this, Thug Yang Zaisu? Now you're going after students too? Uncle Shu was just about to answer when Zhong Zhicheng called out from behind, Officer Jin. Officer Jin turned in surprise. Isn't this Zhicheng? What are you doing here? Then he saw his face. What happened to you? Don't tell me these guys did it. Zhong Zhicheng nodded. Officer Jin smacked the green-robed man on the head. You brats dared to hit Zhicheng. After that, he started taking all the attackers to the station. Uncle Shu then told Bald Uncle to call Scarface Uncle and have them each bring a car. As soon as he got the call, Scarface Uncle rushed over in his Benz. Young master, who did this to your face? I'll deal with them. But Zhong Zhicheng waved him off and told Scarface Uncle to take Song Zhongshui back first, then come back for him, since he still had to wait for Li Yizhi and Xu Zhan. Just as Zhong Zhicheng pulled out his phone to call them, the two walked up from behind. Suddenly, Han Xu Zhan threw her arms around Zhong Zhicheng. Right away, she put on a pitiful face and said, Zhong Zhicheng, hold me, I'm still shaking. Clinging to him, she said she'd been so scared and hated bad men, now because they were terrifying. Li Yizhi was speechless. I'm the one who got hurt. So why is she the one crying? Xu Zhan kept crying and asked Zhong Zhicheng to walk with her. She clearly thought he'd still spoil her like before and confidently looked at Li Yizhi, saying she wanted 10 minutes alone with Zhong Zhicheng. Li Yizhi suddenly gave a sly smile. I'm not calm either, so let's all walk together. You don't mind, right? So the three of them headed down the old street. Then Xu Zhan slipped her hand into Zhong Zhicheng's. Even the two were sitting in a place they used to hang out. They laughed and talked like Li Yizhi's wasn't even there. The truth was, Li Yizhi's had come along to understand Zhong Zhicheng better. After all, she saw herself as the woman who'd stand behind him one day. Meanwhile, Han Xu Zhan kept trying to win Zhong Zhicheng over. Zhicheng, I didn't know your uncles were thugs. I just thought they looked scary. Zhong Zhicheng gave an awkward smile. Is that so? Yeah, they do look kind of scary. Then Han Xu Zhan went on. Zhicheng, I really hate my father and bad men like Shen Jinjianao. I won't date bad guys again. I want someone kind. Someone like you. That made Zhong Zhicheng's eyes widen. Then his face fell and he stayed quiet for a long time. Xu Zhan, I can't be a kind person anymore. I'm the heir of the Fire Bear Gang. I tried so hard to change everything for you. I liked you for 10 years. And I really have changed. Xu Zhan gently leaned on his shoulder and whispered that if he had troubles, he could tell her. Zhong Zhen, isn't it enough to have me? I'll always stay by your side. But in that moment, Zhong Zhicheng thought of everyone around him, the uncles who had cared for him all this time, Bald Uncle, Uncle Shu and his father's hopes for him. He also thought of Li Yizhi, Song Zhongxi, and the rest of his friends. That was when Zhong Zhicheng finally understood he wasn't alone anymore. He had many people beside him and he was the heir to the Fire Bear Gang, not some ordinary gang. But Han Xu Zhan still didn't notice his change and kept saying this whole thing made her realize Zhong Zhicheng was a good man. Shi Zhong, I like you. What do you think of me? I finally worked up the courage to confess. So why aren't you answering? Zhong Zhiqiang stood up and told her they'd talk another time, leaving Han Shuzhen stunned. As she watched him walk away, she cried out, Zhizhong, do you hate me? I'm sorry I dated Shen Jingjie. I'll treat you well. We've been close for 10 years, so being together should be easy. Zhizhong, I like you. I'll do my best, so please don't leave. You're not dating Li Yizhi, are you? I'll treat you better than her. Zhong Zhiqiang suddenly stopped and turned back. Trying hard is really tiring. Han Shuzhen could only stand there and watch him go, never thinking he would reject her. Zhong Zhiqiang walked over to Li Yizhi, who was waiting, and said, let's go to the police station together. Li Yizhi happily got on her scooter and headed off. By then, 2 parents had already arrived at the station. They still had no clue who they'd messed with. Meanwhile, Shen Jingjie and his group started getting up, thinking they could leave. Uncle Shu immediately stopped them, saying they were suspected of driving without a license. Hearing that, Officer Zhen got mad, driving without a license, but one of the parents stupidly cut in, saying Uncle Shu had no right to talk like that in a police station. If Uncle Shu hadn't held bald Uncle back, that man would have nearly killed him with a hammer. The parent even arrogantly asked Uncle Shu what gang he was from. Uncle Shu's eyes went cold. I'm Yang Zhixiong from the Fire Bear Gang. What? The Fire Bear Gang? Then this is easy. Do you know Big Brother Zhongzhi? Uncle Shu stopped arguing and yanked up the man's sleeve to check his arm. There was nothing there. The lie fell apart, and the man instantly panicked. Uncle Shu asked if he wanted to step outside and talk. Shaking all over, he still stammered, You kid, what are you trying to do? I'm warning you. Behave yourself, or I'll call our boss. But he was already terrified and quickly backed down. No need. I'll behave. The loud mother caught on that this might turn bad for her son, so she and the others pressed Officer Jin, asking him to bring out the victim so they could settle it in private with an apology. Just then, Zhong Zhixiong and the other 2 arrived and answered together. They wanted no apology and no private talk. They listed the charges: group assault, violent attack, intentional injury, vehicle theft, and driving without a license. Hearing that, Zhong Zhixiong's group started to panic. Then the Fire Bear Gang's lawyer Zhong showed up at the station and said that if the claims were true, the case was simple. The 6 of them could be charged for stealing a vehicle and driving without a license under the relevant laws. Officer Jin was thrilled. He'd been thinking about how to properly deal with these punks. Even bald Uncle finally smiled, sure their lives were basically ruined now. Hey, where did the car come from? Who stole it? And who was driving? That question made Shen Jingjie panic. If he gave up that uncle, he was dead. The man had already told him to take the blame if they got caught. The threat kept echoing in his head. Betray me and I'll kill you even if I have to chase you into prison. The yellow-haired guy beside him suddenly told the police it was Shen Jingjie. At once, all his so-called brothers pointed at him too. Since they were already done for, they figured they might as well confess early and maybe get some money. So Shen Jingjie admitted, I stole the car and I was the one driving. But Uncle Shu could tell right away he was lying. It had to be the thug the young master mentioned, the one who threatened him into silence. After that, Officer Jin called the 3 victims over to take their statements. Before they went in, Uncle Shu quietly told the young master to stick to the truth and say nothing extra. Once they got the instructions, Uncle Shu and bald Uncle stepped outside to wait. They thought that even if other gangs knew about the young master's identity, they shouldn't have moved this fast. As much as they hated to admit it, the problem was probably coming from inside. Uncle Shu immediately called Scarface Uncle and told him to gather all the top members for an emergency meeting. Then he and bald Uncle kept talking while they waited for the young master. Meanwhile, back in the station, Jingjie Zhong and the other 2 finished giving their statements. Officer Jin personally walked them to the door. The uncles hurried over, bowed and asked if the young master was tired after all that talking. Uncle Shu then said he would personally take Song Zhongjie home because he had something to ask him, while the young master and Li Yizhi could ride with Scarface Uncle. After that, Uncle Shu and the others left first. Scarface Uncle quickly opened the car door and invited the young master to take the front passenger seat, but Spiky Uncle immediately got nervous. He blurted out, Brother Tycoon, are you trying to ruin the young master's romance? I'm telling Brother Jingjie. That made Scarface Uncle freeze. Then it hit him. The young master was all grown up and he'd completely missed it. The 2 exchanged sly smiles and turned to the pair. Young master, you 2 sit in the back. Relax. We are just scarecrows. Li Yizhi instantly started daydreaming again, convinced the uncles were trying to set her up with Jik Zhong. At a key moment, Spiky Uncle really delivered. He just handed Jingjie Zhong a perfect chance. As he drove, Spiky Uncle kept watching the two in the back. Then Jing Zhong asked Li Yizhi if she wanted to ride his scooter back with him later. The two uncles jumped in again and said the pair looked great together. Jing Zhong covered his mouth shyly and told him to stop teasing and just drive. Li Yizhi, though, was secretly thrilled and even more sure they were matchmaking. Then Spiky Uncle suddenly asked, "Miss Yizhi, what do you like about our young master?" Even Scarface Uncle was shocked by how smooth that was. Jing Zhong went completely blank. Li Yizhi was caught off guard too, but it only made her more certain. The uncles were helping her with Zhong. Soon they reached the spot where the scooter was parked. Before leaving, Spiky Uncle gave one last push. "Young master, if you need the car, just call me. I'll wait for you." And he added that if they didn't come back, he'd explain it properly to Big Brother before driving off. As the car pulled away with a roar, Zhong Zhisheng gave an awkward smile and said the uncles were unreliable, but Li Yizhi clearly disagreed. Then the two got on the scooter and after putting on their helmets, Li Yizhi shyly asked if he wanted to hold her waist. Red-faced, Zhong Zhisheng wrapped his arms around her waist. Li Yizhi's heart started racing so hard that the cut on her forehead started bleeding again. All excited, she sped up to 120 kilometers per hour, not even noticing the wound was still bleeding. But once they reached Zhong Zhisheng's home, the bleeding finally stopped. Zhong Zhisheng said he was glad she didn't need stitches. If her forehead had scarred, he would have felt really guilty. Li Yizhi teased him, saying she'd been hit by rocks before and still didn't know who threw them, though they were thrown pretty hard. That made Zhong Zhisheng tense up. He quickly apologized for that incident. Li Yizhi laughed and said if he felt that bad, he should grant her one wish. After he agreed, she put on a serious face and told him to kneel and apologize. Without hesitation, Zhong Zhisheng actually started to do it and asked if that was enough. Li Yizhi panicked at once. She'd only been joking and never meant to waste her wish like that. He laughed and admitted he was joking too, calling her a bad girl for trying to use her wish so fast. Annoyed, Yizhi punched him twice. A moment later, they sat on the steps and laughed together. Then Zhong Zhisheng told her sincerely that he'd learned a lot from her. He said she might be a little bad but she was also kind. Li Yizhi instantly slipped into romance mode, thinking he was confessing to her, so she slowly leaned in. But at the worst possible moment, Zhong Zhisheng ruined it by asking if she was mad. Now she really was mad. She had absolutely no clue. Zhisheng truly was born to be single. Just then, a little girl bumped into Li Yizhi's knee. She looked down. It was Duan, who immediately started scolding her. "How dare you yell at my brother? He's kind and weak. You may look pretty but you're a bad devil sister." Song Jiangxi, still limping nearby, could only look on helplessly. Duan had been crying and making a scene because she wanted to see Zhong Zhisheng. Then she tugged Song Jiangxi's arm and told him to hurry up and call that sister over, so she could be hit back. Li Yizhi instantly jumped on the scooter and sped off. Zhong Zhisheng just stared, stunned that she'd left that fast. Duan tugged his arm and asked if he was okay. After being yelled at and hit, couldn't he even hit her back? Zhong Zhisheng crouched down and told her he was fine and not to worry, but Duan kept staring at the injuries on his face. Then she hugged his leg and burst into tears. Her real brother complained that she'd never treated him this warmly, even though she was the one who insisted on coming. Then he added that he also had something important to tell him about the ignorant normal alliance. While Zhong Zhisheng talked with Song Jiangxi, Bald Uncle noticed Li Yizhi speeding away. He got worried, wondering why the young master had let Ms. Yizhi leave like that, so the three uncles started discussing a dating plan for him. Spiky Uncle pointed out that Song Zhisheng seemed to have something to tell the young master, then asked Bald Uncle if he wanted to play with his little sister first. Bald Uncle nodded and said he'd go make some food, but just as Scarface Uncle was about to say something, Bald Uncle gave them a suspicious look and asked if either of them had ever played with a kid before. The next second, both uncles made very shady smiles. Bald Uncle got annoyed and smacked them both, telling them to stay back while he handled it. In a prank apron, Bald Uncle asked Duan, "Little one, wanna play cooking with Uncle?" But Duan got scared, her eyes filling with tears. She grabbed her brother's leg, and even Zhong Zhisheng looked exhausted. So Zhong Zhisheng told Bald Uncle that Duan liked bears and asked if there were any bear toys in the house. That gave Bald Uncle an idea. He threw off the apron, grabbed his shirt, and with a few ripping sounds, tore it open to reveal the giant tattoo across his back. Upstairs, Scarface Uncle and Spiky Uncle were stunned. They were sure Duan would start crying. Zhong Zhisheng and Song Jiangxi were confused too, but Duan thought it was adorable. The two uncles could hardly believe it. Duan ran right over to touch it, amazed at how real the little bear looked. Bald Uncle grinned and asked, "Little one, wanna cook with Bear Uncle?" Duan happily said yes. After Duan said goodbye and left, Song Jiangxi told Zhong Zhisheng he changed his mind. Even if they did nothing, those guys would come after them first, so instead of waiting around, they should make the first move. Zhong Zhixiang immediately understood. So you want to fight them with me? Just like that, the two formed their grip strength duo. Meanwhile, the other two were staring at the fresh bear cookies. A second later, they started dancing happily. That was when Uncle Shu walked in and saw them. His face darkened at once. He demanded to know why Bald Uncle was shirtless in front of a child. Bald Uncle panicked and tried to explain, but Uncle Shu had already clenched his fist, thinking he'd scared the kid. Like a true big brother, he didn't even wait for the full story. He just ordered Bald Uncle to stand still with his hands behind his back. Luckily, Duan hugged Uncle Shu's leg, leaving him completely confused. He said he'd teach this shameless uncle a lesson, then take Duan home. Bald Uncle quickly explained, "Big brother, this kid is Song Zhongxi's sister." Realizing she was the young master's friend, Uncle Shu eased up. He grabbed a bear cookie from the table and handed it to Duan, apologizing for killing the mood and offering her a cookie. Duan took it nicely and asked Uncle Shu not to hit Bear Uncle. Then Bald Uncle asked Duan why he was called Uncle while Tenyu was called Brother. Duan pointed at them, "Uncle, Bear Uncle." Then she smiled at Uncle Shu and asked if he had a little bear on his back too. The three started dancing again, and Uncle Shu sighed that they used to dance with the young master all the time. But when the two who had just come back saw them, they froze. "Uncles, what are you doing?" Uncle Shu and Bald Uncle turned around, clearly a little embarrassed. "Hee, young master, you're back." Then they laughed and said it had been a long time since he danced, so he should join them. Since Duan loved it, Song Zhongxi asked if he really had to dance too. Of course, you don't want to make Duan sad, do you? And just like that, Duan got two brothers and two uncles to awkwardly dance with her. 3 hours later, the two uncles were out of breath, saying if the young master was happy, they were happy too. Song Zhongxi could only sigh, wondering what he had just done. Meanwhile, Zhong Zhijiang got up and said he would take Duan home first. Uncle Shu stopped Song Zhongxi and told him to come back after dropping Duan off. They needed a meeting about the young master. After Song Zhongxi settled his sister down, everyone gathered in the meeting room to talk about the thug who attacked Zhong Zhijiang. One uncle said the man who attacked him might be from their gang, and Zhong Zhijiang looked shocked. Then with a bang, Bald Uncle got excited and told the young master to think carefully. What did the thug look like? What was he wearing? And was there anything unusual? Scarface Uncle told him to settle down, slamming the table and yelling, "Wouldn't help, Brother Zhijiang." After thinking it over, Zhong Zhijiang and Song Zhongxi said the thug had a huge scar on his face. A huge scar? Wait, Tycoon, was it you? Come on, Brother Zhijiang, that makes no sense. If that's how we are doing this, you and Big Brother have scars too. Uncle Shu quickly said his didn't count as a very large scar. Bald Uncle added that his was more like a cute scar. Then Zhong Zhijiang jumped up and said there was no way he wouldn't recognize his uncle. Tycoon, it wasn't that kind of scar, it was on the cheek. At once, all three uncles went silent, like they'd thought of the same person. That made Bald Uncle feel awful. He never expected the one who attacked the young master might be from inside the Fire Bear gang. Scarface Uncle angrily said it had to be someone from Brother Chi Huang's side. She asked if they should go settle it with them. Then, with a bang, Uncle Shu shut that down. He said they still weren't sure, so no one should talk like it was fact, and they shouldn't say things they couldn't take responsibility for. Got it. Scarface Uncle and Bald Uncle stood up and bowed, apologizing for getting too emotional and saying they'd listen. Then Uncle Shu said that was enough about the attacker. After that, he asked Bald Uncle to explain the Ignorant Normal Alliance to the young master. Bald Uncle started with how the Ignorant Normal Alliance began. Back then, 4 schools were against each other and fought all the time. Later, a legendary fighter brought all 4 together, and the two listened closely. That legendary fight king and the first leader of Ignorant Normal was me, Zhong Zhijiang. Both of them were shocked. So Uncle was the one who created the Ignorant Normal Alliance. Bald Uncle nodded and went on to say that it wasn't originally called the Ignorant Normal Alliance. That only made them more curious. Then Bald Uncle called Li Dubois right away. At the same time, Li Dubois was watching a show and whining that he was hungry. He grumbled, asking why Li Ishi still wasn't back yet. Just then, Li Ishi came home, but she looked down, she slammed the door and went straight to her room. And Li Dubois figured she was in one of her moods again. Same bad temper as always. Then the phone on the sofa rang. It was Brother Chishang. That made Li Dubois feel pretty flattered, wondering why Brother Chishang was calling so late. Bald Uncle told him to explain everything about the Ignorant Normal Alliance to Zhong Zhijiang. Li Dubois smiled, right away, thinking this was a great chance. Meanwhile, back in her room, Li Yuji kept replaying her moments with Zhong Zhijiang. The more she thought about it, the more shy she got. She wondered why that jerk Zhong Zhijiang still hadn't contacted her. Just as she was about to send him a message, the door suddenly flew open, startling her. Behind her, Li Dubois asked if she wanted to be with Zhong Zhijiang. Li Yuja spun around and yelled, calling him crazy and demanding to know how he found out. Li Dubois laughed and said the news was already out, but first he needed paper and a pen. Li Yuji threw a pillow and smacked him right in the face. Li Dubois told her to calm down, then said he'd been ordered to explain the ignorant normal alliance to Zhong Zhijiang. That meant he had to stay by Zhong Zhijiang's side, and if she knew all this too, after a quick spin in her head, she realized that meant she could stay with Zhong Zhijiang all the time and explain things to him one-on-one. Exactly, Li Dubois said. No wonder she was his sister. Her brain worked fast when it came to useless stuff. Right away, Li Yuji got fired up again, and said the paper and pen were ready, so he needed to start explaining the ignorant normal alliance now. But Li Dubois said he was hungry and had no energy, so she should make him instant noodles first. In a flash, Li Yuja dashed out like lightning. Li Dubois smirked, thinking that if Li Yuji and Zhong Zhijiang actually ended up dating and marrying, then he'd be the brother-in-law of the Fire Bear Gang's boss. Life in the gang would be easy after that. Laughing to himself, he called himself a genius and vowed to make his sister the boss lady of the Fire Bear Gang. Meanwhile, Bald Uncle had finished explaining the ignorant normal alliance and also shared his past. How back when he was always fighting, he met someone who changed his life. That person was Uncle Shu. And after that Bald Uncle followed him into the Fire Bear Gang. Zhong Zhijiang was stunned by that. He said the alliance was something Uncle built with great effort, and yet he had talked about disbanding it, so he was sorry. Bald Uncle, eyes full of tears, told him it was okay. If the alliance he made could help the young master grow, then it would be an honor, seeing that Uncle Shu said that was enough for today. He told Spiky Uncle to send the young master back to his room first, then take Zhong Zhijiang home. Once the three were gone, Uncle Shu's expression turned serious. He told the other two he had a good idea who attacked the young master, but digging deeper could make things worse than they thought. If a clash couldn't be avoided, they should move first. Then Uncle Shu called the person he had in mind. Meanwhile, at the Fire Bear Gang's main distribution point, Li Shahuan was beating a subordinate for messing up. The man behind him shook in fear. Li Shahuan noticed and asked why he was trembling. Was he scared? That made the subordinate panic even more. It had been his mistake, but his big brother was taking the blame and getting beaten by the boss. As soon as he got back up, he bowed and shouted an apology. Li Yijuan still hit him hard anyway. Then he asked if the kid knew why he messed up, while someone else was the one getting beaten. The subordinate, still shaking, said that when a little brother makes a mistake, the big brother takes responsibility, then apologized to his big brother. After blowing out a stream of smoke, Li Shahuan told them to leave because he still had to clean up the aftermath. Later, the subordinate threw all the evidence into the sea. Looking out over the water, Li Shahuan said the cleanup was done and wondered how they would react. Then his phone buzzed in his pocket. Hello, why are you calling me? Uncle Shu asked if he had time tomorrow. Li Shahuan mocked him, asking if Uncle Shu wasn't the one with no time, busy taking care of the young master. Hearing seagulls on the other end, Uncle Shu realized it really was Li Shahuan. He thought he was too late. Had Li Shahuan already handled it? Li Shahuan said little else, claimed he had something to do, and hung up. Uncle Shu was so angry he almost crushed his phone. If they had already cleaned everything up, then even tearing Li Shahuan's place apart wouldn't help him find that person. They had beaten him to it, and he couldn't attack them directly yet, so for now he could only keep watching. The next morning, Uncle Shu held another meeting and told the subordinates the young master had been attacked by unknown people, and it could never happen again. Then he ordered Scarface Uncle, Bald Uncle, and Spiky Uncle to stay with the young master from now on. Zhong Zhixiong felt something was off when he got up early. He asked Uncle Shu where the other uncles were, and Uncle Shu said he had sent them out for morning exercise. After hearing that, Zhong Zhixiong said he was heading out first. As he walked outside and took in the fresh air, he kept feeling like a bad guy, so he swaggered towards school trying to look tough. He even made sure to spit, while the three uncles secretly followed close behind. One of them sighed that this silly kid still didn't even know how to spit. Right? Just then Zhong Zhixiong spotted someone familiar. After saying hi, they headed to school together, chatting and laughing. That made the three uncles sigh again. They said having even one real friend in life was already a kind of success. Then Zhong Zhixiong and Song Zhengxi heard a familiar voice and turned toward it. Li Ji greeted them, calling out to Zhixiong. Seeing their young master so close to Li Ji, the three uncles were thrilled. Their young master had not just a real friend, but maybe a girlfriend too. Zhong Zhixiong also ran into classmate Zhong Yun. What started as one person soon grew into four. While Zhong Zhixiong and Zhong Yun were talking excitedly, Zhongyun accidentally bumped shoulders with a tongue snapped at Zhongyun, glaring and barking, "Watch where you're going. You trying to die?" That made all four of them turn his way. Li Zicheng quietly told Zhong Zhisheng that he was from Ignorant Normal. She thought his name was Li Yu Yangyuan. The guy got mad right away. Not Yu Yangyuan. Yuan Yi. He had no clue Zhong Zhisheng was already getting angry. Then Zhong Zhisheng suddenly held out his hand, smiling like he was happy to meet him. That totally threw the guy off. He said, "So you're Zhong Zhisheng. I came with a message. You know Pu Mingjun from Chang'an School, right? He wants to talk, so come with me." Zhong Zhisheng agreed, then started to ask while the guy reached out too, acting friendly and saying it was nice to meet him. The second their hands locked, Zhong Zhisheng gave a small smile. Seeing that creepy grin while his hand was still being held, Liu Yangyuan got uneasy. In the next instant, Zhong Zhisheng's eyes went cold, and he clamped down hard on the guy's hand. He asked why Pu Mingjun sent him instead of coming himself. If he really had something to say, Liu Yi and the other two just whistled and acted like they noticed nothing. Then Zhong Zhisheng cut it short and said Pu Mingjun should come speak to him in person. A few sharp cracking sounds followed. Liu Yi was in so much pain that spit flew from his mouth. Zhong Zhisheng warned him to tell the ignorant normal punks this too. If they kept hanging around their school gate, he'd deal with everyone he saw. Through the pain, Liu Yi begged him to just go talk to Pu Mingjun himself. Instead, Zhong Zhisheng squeezed even harder. Liu Ji let out another scream. Still, Zhong Zhisheng felt he might have a point, so he told him to lead the way. But Liu Ji, staring at Zhong Zhisheng's nasty expression, was full of fear and hate. When Zhong Zhisheng reached down to help him up, Liu Ji thought he was about to get hurt again, and hurriedly said he'd take him there. Just please don't grab him. Then Zhong Zhisheng turned to Liu Ji and the others. "You heard him. I'm going to Chang'an School." Liu Ji immediately objected to him going alone. She told him to at least take Song Zhongshu with him. Then Zhongyun told everyone to calm down and said they should exchange phone numbers first. The other three instantly realized that was smart, and Liu Ji tapped his arm, praising him for thinking ahead. But while they were all talking, Liu Ji suddenly decided this was his chance to run. Zhong Zhisheng noticed at once and shouted for him to stop. Liu Yi ignored him and only ran harder. Zhong Zhisheng took off after him, yelling, "Hey wait, I didn't give you my number yet." Liu Yi sprinted like crazy and finally realized what a real scumbag looked like. But Zhong Zhisheng had no plans to let him escape and kept right on his heels. The chase ended in an alley where three guys were trying to corner Zhongju. Liu Yi and Yi felt relieved when he saw them. Thankfully his two buddies were still there, but those two were busy collecting protection money, and one of them asked why his hand looked like an octopus. Panicking, Liu Ji said Zhong Zhisheng was a maniac, and told them to call Pu Mingjun fast. Meanwhile, Zhongju spotted Zhong Zhisheng and thought he came to save him. Excited, he shouted for Zhong Zhisheng to beat them up. Zhong Zhisheng didn't bother asking questions, and just told Zhongju to get out first. That made Zhongju puff up with pride. He laughed and told the others to move aside, because Zhong Zhisheng was his friend. The blonde guy got ready to fight, and Zhong Zhisheng raised his guard too, while Zhongju kept yelling from behind for him to finish them. Then whoosh, the blonde guy bragged he could drop Zhong Zhisheng in 3 seconds. But when he threw his punch, Zhong Zhisheng slipped past it. Grinding his teeth, Zhong Zhisheng loaded power into his right hand. Smack, his uppercut crashed into the guy's chin, hitting so hard the blonde guy's eyes rolled white. The other two started shaking, stunned that the useless guy hit that hard. Hiding off to the side, Zhongju was thrilled and mocked them. Just then Li Yijie and the other two reached the alley, and Zhongju turned to tell them Zhong Zhisheng had the upper hand. Hearing that, Li Yijie looked ready to slam him into the dirt. Hiding was one thing, but grinning like an idiot too. On the other side, the blonde guy spat out blood, staggered up, and claimed the hit only landed because he wasn't ready. Then he called his brothers to jump in together. Zhong Zhisheng just laughed and told all three to come at once. He still had school to get to. Watching a 3-on-1, Song Zhangxi said that was unfair. He handed his bag to Zhongyun, walked into the alley, and told Zhong Zhisheng to wrap it up quick. The blonde guy's group froze when they saw Song Zhangxi. Two of them blurted out that bringing Song Zhangxi was cheating. They had transferred schools just to get away from him. The black-haired guy could only pray Pu Mingjun would show up fast. The blonde one thought the same. They needed to stall until Pu Mingjun got there. Li Yijie was already tired of waiting, and was about to call her brother to deal with them. The motorcycle rumbled in from the street. It was Pu Mingjun from the Ignorant Normal Alliance. After parking his bike, he casually took off his helmet and said he had wondered why they weren't answering their phones. Now he saw something fun was going on. He said he only told them to deliver a message, so why had they started fighting? Then he called out, Zhong Zhisheng, Song Zhangxi, let's talk. His 3 lackeys figured Zhong Zhixiong and Song Zhangxi were finished now. But the 2 boys only gave him a glance. Meanwhile, the 2 classmates watching him stay so calm started sweating, wondering how strong he really was. Pu Mingjun, overflowing with confidence, thought he had everything under control. He went over to greet Li Yijie, only to get a cold glare. Still smiling, he asked Zhong Zhixiong and Song Zhangxi if they could at least greet him nicely. Song Zhangxi shot him a hard look and told him to just say whatever he came to say. Pu Mingjun confidently replied that he wasn't here to fight. He just wanted to talk, so they should let his friends go first. His 3 subordinates were shocked, never expecting their boss to back down like that. Zhong Zhixiong answered right away that he could talk after dealing with them first. Li Yijie was almost touched by that line. As Pu Mingjun kept insisting he never sent them there to fight, Zhong Zhixiong started moving in to punch him, but Song Zhangxi quickly stopped him. He told Zhong Zhixiong to wait and hear him out first. Then Pu Mingjun asked everyone besides Zhong Zhixiong and Song Zhangxi to step back, because what he had to say was important. Li Yijie and the others looked ready to go smack him, while Pu Mingjun's 3 men refused to leave, saying he'd be outnumbered 2 to 1. Pu Mingjun frowned and reminded them he called them to pass along a message, not start a fight. Keeping them there would only get in his way, so he ordered them back to school. The 3 finally left. After Li Yijie and the others had also walked off, Zhongyun worriedly asked if Zhong Zhixiong would be okay, and whether they should go back. Zhongju answered that Zhong Zhixiong was the son of the Fire Bear gang boss, so there was nothing to worry about. That annoyed Li Yijie. She snapped that he'd been whining non-stop from the start, and it was getting on her nerves. Zhongju fired back, asking why she kept picking on him. Did she think he was easy to bully? Then he challenged her. Could she even beat him one-on-one? That instantly set Li Yijie off. She exploded, saying she was going to beat him to death today. Back in the alley, Pu Mingjun got straight to the point and said he wanted to join forces with Zhong Zhixiong and Song Zhangxi. Both of them looked at him with suspicion. They asked why he would turn on the ignorant normal alliance and what he expected to gain from teaming up. Song Zhangxi thought it over and realized working with Pu Mingjun could help them handle the other 2 schools. Pu Mingjun then said that if they agreed, he would tell them everything. Song Zhangxi answered that they needed time to think about it. So Pu Mingjun left first and told them to give him an answer soon. Right after he was gone, Zhong Zhixiong asked Song Zhangxi why he agreed so easily. He planned to crush all of them. Song Zhangxi replied that if they wanted to beat them faster and easier, they had to think about what worked best for them. Before leaving, Pu Mingjun told Zhong Zhixiong to calm down if he got worked up this easily. How was he supposed to handle the ignorant normal alliance? That only made Zhong Zhixiong madder, and he instantly said he'd still beat Pu Mingjun up, even if they teamed up. He was definitely going to punch him. Pu Mingjun replied that if they joined forces he wouldn't mind taking the beating, and he quickly ran off. That left Zhong Zhixiong even more annoyed. He said he didn't like the guy and didn't get why they should work with him. Song Zhangxi told him to head to school first. He'd explain on the way. Pu Mingjun would definitely be useful. As they walked, Zhong Zhixiong asked one more thing. Could he still beat Pu Mingjun up later? Song Zhangxi said yes. So the 2 talked all the way back to school, where the mood felt completely different. The hallway had been loud before, but the second they showed up, everyone moved aside and the place went silent. Once the students cleared out, they noticed a new notice posted on the board. It listed the punishment for Shen Jingjie and his group, which shocked them. Zhong Zhixiong hadn't expected everything to get settled so quickly. As Shen Jingjie's crew got punished, stories about the 2 boys spread fast through the school. People whispered that Zhong Zhixiong was now the boss of their school and that he was the Fire Bear Gang boss's son. The moment they stepped into class, they heard everyone talking about them, and just like that, Zhong Zhixiong somehow became the boss of the 2nd years at Jalan School. The rumor didn't stop there. Soon the leaders of the 4 schools also heard that Zhong Zhixiong planned to take down the ignorant normal alliance. The rumor kept spreading, even reaching places Zhong Zhixiong never wanted it to. Even after Shen Jingjie's group was gone, the classroom still felt tense and icy. In a world built on character, a person's word is everything. He explains that their work is difficult. If they show weakness, people will think they're soft, which only creates more problems. Another gang member steps in, mocking Kang for making empty promises when his own life is on the line. The man scoffs at how he plans to pay back the 30 million his precious sister took. King doesn't like his tone and glares at him with pure rage. The goon notices the look and dares him to try something, warning that they'll beat the debt out of him tonight. Kang ignores the goon and speaks directly to Bong Chun. He complains that his subordinate is being a nuisance and asks if the man wasn't raised properly. The provocation sends the goon into a fury. He curses the protagonist and smashes a fist into his face, telling him to say it again if he wants to die. Humiliated, The man keeps running his mouth. He says Kang's sister isn't even good enough for a nightclub, and that he should just sell her off to some island. Hearing that last insult, a murderous instinct awakens in Kang. He coldly asks the man what he just said. The goon is stunned by the challenge. Kang knows he can't win as himself, but then he remembers. He can use the memories and lessons from Strovan to his advantage. Drawing on this new power, he instantly overwhelms the goon, slamming his face straight into the floor. Kang then looks up at the other men. His sister is in shock, and he sees that even the gang's leader is stunned by his sudden, brutal display. After taking down the goon, Kang is immediately threatened by the others, who are furious he hurt their friend. He tries to de-escalate, arguing it was self-defense and suggesting they call the police to buy time. But the goons don't care about the law. They make it clear he won't walk away after hitting one of their brothers. Realizing talk is useless, the protagonist concludes that Strovan was right. Though he didn't want to use his power, he feels there is no other way and decides he will kill anyone who harms his family, no matter how many there are. Meanwhile, the boss, Chun, orders one of his men, Yura, to pick up the fallen man. Yura seems surprised, but obeys without question. Chun then remarks that their information on Kang seems to be wrong, as he is completely different from what they heard. King isn't even listening, his focus entirely on his next move. He knows these men are large and strong, and that a single blow could destroy him, but he believes he can win using Strovan's powers, even if he's not sure his body can handle it. Suddenly, to Kang's surprise, the boss completely changes his tone and says he wants to talk amicably. Chun explains his change of heart, stating that he recognized the killing intent in Kang and knows how to spot someone who has killed before. The boss says people like them can recognize each other by their eyes, and King doesn't look like he's only killed 1 or 2 people. He then switches the topic to business, explaining he can't have his men getting hurt for no reason. Chun renegotiates the debt, adding a 10 million won fee for the visit and cancellation to the 30 million already owed, for a total of 40 million won. He sets the payment deadline for the next day, warning that there will be no deal if Kang can't pay. To everyone's shock, Kang replies that he doesn't need to wait. He says he'll take care of it right now and pulls out his phone to make a call. On the other end of the line, Woo Sun he answers, and confirms she already knows the situation, asking if she should send the mission payment. Kang says yes, but before he can even give her the account number, she cuts him off, saying she already knows everything, and that he can check the deposit immediately. The speed of the transaction startles the protagonist, and the gang leader asks if something is wrong. Kang denies it, stating the money has already been deposited and they can check. One of the goons confirms the deposit with the boss, who comments on Kang's talent for getting 40 million so quickly, admitting his eyes didn't deceive him before he says his goodbyes and leaves. As soon as they're gone, the protagonist finally collapses to the floor, exhausted, as he is still not used to this kind of situation. Shortly after, he goes to check on his sister, Yang Wu, and warns her to never get involved with those people again, as it is extremely dangerous. Still frightened, she promises she won't. Kang insists she shouldn't even go near that place, and if she ever sees them again, she must run to a crowded area. He tells her he installed a tracking app on her phone, and recommends she buy pepper spray and an emergency GPS. As he continues listing things he saw on the internet, his sister interrupts him, saying the worst is over. She states that she won't leave the house for a while, and Kang agrees that would be a good idea. With the safety issue settled, Yang Wu changes the subject. She acknowledges it's great they have the money, but directly asks her brother where he got 40 million won. Kang simply replies that he promised he would get it, all while thinking about everything he had to do to fulfill his promise to protect his family, even if it cost him his soul. His sister isn't satisfied with that answer and presses him, speculating that it must have been a private loan. The protagonist knows it's nothing of the sort, but he can't explain the truth. In desperation, he mentally pleads for help from any deity. At that moment, Woo Sun Hee, who is still on the line, asks if he needs help. She instructs him to say he's not unemployed because an employee is on their way to explain everything. Following her instructions, King tries to stall his sister until the supposed employee arrives. A short time later, the doorbell rings, startling the girl, who fears the gangsters have returned. However, a familiar voice calls out for Kang, asking if he's home. He goes to the door and opens it to find Hyung Garan, who greets him saying it's been a long time. Kang realizes Hyung Garan is acting and decides to play along. Hyung Garan apologizes for showing up unannounced, and Kang's sister is impressed by his polite friend. Kang sends Yun Woo to make coffee for their guest, and the moment she's gone, he demands to know what Hyung Gun is doing there. Hyung Gun simply tells him to pretend they are friends and that he will handle everything else. A short time later, Yun Woo returns with the coffee. As they sit at the table, Hyung Gun formally introduces himself, explaining he met Kang in university and now runs a small business. The sister's happiness quickly turns to jealousy, and she questions why his friend is a successful businessman while Kang is still a bum. Hyung-gun corrects her. He isn't the owner, but the co-founder in charge of finance and distribution. He then drops a bombshell. The original business idea was Kang's. The revelation stuns even the protagonist, who now has to deal with a fictional business. His sister struggles to believe it, wondering if this is some kind of joke. As Hyung-gun insists that Kang is incredible and makes a lot of money, Yeon-woo's suspicious gaze shows she doesn't think her brother is capable of such a thing. Hyung-gun smoothly suggests that King probably just hasn't told the family yet. The protagonist is at a loss for words, cornered into talking about a business he knows nothing about. While he scrambles for an answer, his sister remains completely doubtful. Sensing the tension, Hyung-gun steps in, claiming it's a long story and asking if she wants to hear it. She agrees, so he launches into a fabricated tale about their university days and a joke business idea that could make them a fortune. According to Hyung-gun, they started the company and immediately began to prosper, now making around 400 million in profit annually. The absurd figure leaves Yeon-woo speechless, and she asks if he means revenue instead of profit. Hyung-gun insists it is pure profit, explaining their product is in high demand in Korea and they handle everything from manufacturing to distribution. The girl still can't believe it, arguing it makes no sense. Her brother wouldn't have been so depressed and acting like a failure until just recently. Hyung-gun counters that Kang is relaxed precisely because things are finally going well. He claims Kang has always been a bit gloomy, and the initial investment was only fully paid off at the beginning of the year, which is why the money wasn't flowing before. To Kang's astonishment, just when he thinks the lie is failing, his sister suddenly agrees that it all makes sense. She then asks why he is revealing this secret only now. Hyung-gun explains he heard something bad happen to her, and since Kang is like family to him, so is she. He says Kang wants to discuss her problems, but she needs to understand him first because the company's products are a bit embarrassing. Hyung-woo, trying to process that her brother owns such a large company and said nothing, asks what kind of business it is. Hyung-gun replies that it's hard to explain, and he can imagine why King kept it a secret. He finally reveals that the company makes toys and that the profit margin is huge because production is cheap while the final product is expensive. From the business card, Yeon-woo sees the business is in adult toys, but she misunderstands, asking if they make something like expensive model miniatures. Embarrassed, Hyung-gun clarifies that it's a little different. Suddenly, the realization dawns on her. She looks at the card again and asks if the company is about what she thinks it is. Hyung-gun confirms that whatever she is thinking, she is probably right. King grabs her arm to calm her down, but she insists she is fine and now understands everything. The protagonist realizes she is staring at him as if he were a cockroach. Hyung-woo says that he is making millions without telling the family, and now she understands why he couldn't get a job and never left the house. She gets the secret, but tells him to stay away from her. She doesn't want to become a pervert too. With that, she leaves and locks herself in her room, leaving King desperate and swearing that Hyung-gun will pay for this. The next day, Kang arrives at the company building and greets the receptionist. She notices he seems happy and asks why. Kang explains that despite the previous day's disaster, his situation at home has actually improved. Before, his family saw him as a pathetic bum, but now they see him as the founder of an embarrassing business just trying to survive. He told them he will be busy and can't help financially yet, but he promises that one day he will make their home a great place no matter the risk. This becomes his main objective. The receptionist makes a joke about adult toys, leaving King flustered, but he feels things went well enough. Just then, Woo-sun he appears, commenting that his work seems to have been a success. She's glad to see him okay, admitting she was worried he had chosen something too horrible. Kang concedes the situation was a little horrible, which surprises Woo-sun he. She confesses she was even prepared for him to slap her. He assures her he was just embarrassed and would never resort to violence, but she clarifies that he misunderstands. She isn't talking about his family. She's talking about the Strovan mission. Kang had completely forgotten about the mission. The memory hits him with a sharp headache. He feels like an absolute idiot for slaughtering so many people only to forget about it completely. He realizes he was acting arrogant and happy, even laughing, and he berates himself as the worst kind of trash. Woo-sun he is surprised he actually forgot, as she considered him to be very focused. Kang demands to know why she chose that mission for him. The president explains it was shock treatment because she couldn't let things stay as they were. Hearing this, Kang's anger begins to build. She explains that he is too soft when it comes to blood and murder. It's a trait of ethical people, but it severely limits the types of missions he can take. With this weakness, he can only accept a handful of jobs, and Kang reluctantly agrees with her assessment. He reflects that contractor missions often involve people in extreme situations, leading to revenge, murder, and massacres. He knows that unlike the Urival case, Most missions cannot be completed without killing. He is irritated that Woo-sun he pushed him into this as a gamble, but he recognizes the necessity. He vows to take full responsibility for any blood he spills. He decides he will not be a coward. He accepts that the money to protect his family comes from the deaths of other people. As he embraces this new reality, he feels like a mercenary. Woo-sun he notices the shift in his attitude, commenting that a beautiful light now surrounds him because he has decided to become strong. Confused, Kang asks if she can see his soul on top of reading his mind, but she tells him she will explain later. A client is waiting. They enter a surprisingly spacious room. Kang asks if it's a spatial distortion, and the president calls him a fantasy maniac. She then orders a refuge to open, and a portal with a magic circle materializes on the floor. Impressed, Kang asks if she's a mage. She denies it, explaining that while it looks like magic, it's something else entirely. Woo-sun he says she can't give him more details yet. Kang understands it's because his level is too low, and asks for the mission briefing. She informs him this will be his first mid to long-term mission, and the refuge will protect his physical body while he's gone. The president details the mission. It's D-rank difficulty, but the payment with bonuses reaches 350 million won, with an option to increase the risk. Kang calculates his share at 170 million. This confuses him, as he remembers her saying that payouts over 1 billion won are for A-rank missions. Woo-sun he explains he was specially selected. The contractor, a master named Kasane, specifically requested someone with his exact traits. This reminds Kang of the Parsons mission, which also had a special condition. That job could have paid 100 million, but in the end, he only received 1% of the value, a mere 1,200,000 won. The mission's risk is set at 30%, and Kang asks to keep it there. Since this is his first mid to long-term mission, he prefers to play it safe. His greatest fear isn't permanent damage, it's the possibility of enduring the terrible experience of two minds merging into one again, an ordeal he refuses to ever repeat. The protagonist is transported to the new client's location. He arrives on the hot battlements of a castle wall. He focuses to prepare himself, and immediately feels the powerful emotions of Kasane flowing into him, recalling that a man's life is the image of his most powerful scream. He then dives into the client's memories. He sees Kasane approaching his lord to report a massive group of orcs far larger than expected. Kasane warns that the city is in grave danger if this continues, while outside, everyone moves in silence. Back in the memory, the Lord explains that the king has vanished, taking the soldiers with him. Kasane questions how the man can even call himself a lord when he plans to survive alone and abandon everyone to be eaten by orcs. The Lord retorts that the king took all the soldiers and the tax money. The food depots are empty, and now the only question is whether the orcs will kill them before they starve. Hearing this, the protagonist concludes that Lord Geas has abandoned the city of Canadian. Analyzing these memories, the protagonist understands the client is a man of justice and pride, the guardian of the city. He is similar to Urivel, but the weight Kasane carries is on another level. His city is surrounded by monsters, and there is no food left. With no one protecting the streets, people attack their neighbors, becoming monsters themselves and making the guard's job impossible. In another memory, Geas approaches Kasane, revealing that some residents were found boiling a human bone stew. He insists they must do something, as humans are turning to cannibalism and will kill each other before the orcs even get a chance. Faced with this, Kasane, the leader of the Canadian Guards, finally makes a decision. He kills the civilians who have gone mad and can no longer be controlled. Shortly after, he witnesses something even more cruel: a child who has starved for a week, and a woman boiling the neighbor's child for food. Kasane is forced to kill the woman, who doesn't even have the strength to lift a sword. Seeing the child's plight, Kasane screams to his god, offering his soul in exchange for his people's survival, declaring he will go to hell if it means he can save them. These memories leave the protagonist deeply uncomfortable. The situation is anything but normal. He looks down from the castle wall. He thinks that while the first mission with Parsons was an attack, this is the opposite, a castle defense. But he realizes the situation already seems lost. He wonders if it's even possible to turn this around when there is no money, no supplies, and no food. Monsters surround the city, and soldiers are now attacking civilian homes to steal what little they have. The protagonist concludes he needs help, and right on cue, the system alerts him that the mission is updated. He must now solve the city's famine and maintain its security. He sees that side quests have also appeared alongside the main mission, and begins to think about how to solve everything. Coldly and calculatingly, he tries to form a plan. He knows Kasane is a knight, so if he combines the strong guards with his own power, they could seize the trade route and deal with the other cities. But then he remembers they have no money. The Lord took the soldiers, the weapons, the horses, and all remaining funds, leaving him powerless even if he reclaims the trade route. He thinks this is an impossible mission, finding a D-rank quest this difficult, and imagining what an A-rank would be like. Suddenly, his thoughts are cut short by a man warning of a disturbance in the main village. The system also alerts him to a report of a disturbance in the castle. Worried, he realizes he has no time to think. He decides he must run, believing he might find some answers by seeing the situation for himself. As he approaches, he hears a massive commotion between guards and civilians. He sees people being robbed in broad daylight, while the guards just stand and watch. The protagonist realizes everyone is starving and no longer cares about anything else, so he orders them to stop. His special coercion ability activates, and everyone immediately freezes to listen. Using the skill, he commands the guards to tie everyone up and kill anyone who resists. The guards obey instantly. The protagonist wonders if this will solve the situation, even for a moment. Just then, someone approaches and addresses him. He recognizes the man as Burable, the mercenary who is like a brother to the client. The protagonist knows one became a knight and the other a mercenary, but he decides to set their private relationship aside to get more information. He acknowledges that Burable is smart, which makes him difficult to handle, and that the person he works for is Seo's Kenadal, the brother of Gauss Kenadal. Burable confronts him, worried his old friend will kill him. He reminds Cassine they are like brothers, even if they chose different paths. The protagonist knows Burable works for Seo's Kenadal, the brother of Lord Gauss, and understands he must tread carefully to avoid failing his mission. Cassine accuses Burable of causing a public disturbance, threatening him with arrest. But Burable denies it all. He points to a woman and explains she refuses to pay back the money she borrowed. The woman immediately denies this, claiming she already paid Lord Gauss in full. Burable demands documentation to prove her payment, but the woman has no receipt. He then brandishes a promissory note, asking Cassine which side the law is on. Burable insists he was just confiscating what was legally owed and wants to know what Cassine will do if he will arrest the woman. The protagonist recognizes the impossible situation. The woman is clearly the victim, but his duty forces him to side with the thief. He sees the raw injustice of it all. She paid the Lord, but the Lord ran off with the money. As Burable demands payment, the woman pleads that she already paid and will starve if they take what little she has left. Seeing the impasse, the protagonist silences them both. He announces that everything will be confiscated, stunning them into silence. He explains that since this is a dispute over property, and the truth cannot be determined, his guards will seize the assets at the heart of the conflict. The woman asks how he can do such a thing, and even Burable questions the order, insisting the goods belong to Lord Seos and presenting a provisional writ to prove it. But Cassine points out a fatal flaw. The name on the note is Gauss Kenadal. Therefore Seos has no legal right to collect the debt. Burable argues that Seos is Gauss' brother, but the protagonist retorts that before the law, he is nothing more than a stranger. He turns the accusation back on them, asking if Seos is attempting to seize a lord's property, and if Burable is challenging a knight of the king, an act of treason. Cassine drives the point home. Until Gauss' death is confirmed, Seos is not the lord. The true ruler of this land remains Gauss Kenadal. Burable is terrified. The protagonist orders his guards to confiscate everything. The woman, now desperate, accuses Cassine of robbing her in broad daylight, screaming that the guards and Seos are all thieves. Burable finds his voice again, warning the protagonist that Seos will not let this insult stand. Cassine fires back that in the lord's absence, he is the commander of the guard. He asks if Citizen Burable is now threatening an officer of the law in the line of duty. Fear flashes in Burable's eyes, but he tries to leave with a final threat, telling Cassine to just wait and see what happens next. A short time later, a guard reports that the confiscation is complete. Cassine realizes the woman's family were food merchants, which explains the large quantity of supplies. He feels a pang of guilt for her, but he needs the provisions to feed his guards. He knows that, to the people, his actions look like nothing more than theft, and their morale plummets. A check of his status confirms it. The number of optimistic citizens has dropped sharply, but he feels he had no other choice. He believes the guards are the only force for order in Canadian, and if he can't control them, the mission is doomed. Next, he seeks out a man named Zapiro. The protagonist knows that when Lord Gauss Kenadal was in charge, Zapiro was the vice lord who handled all the administrative work. His skills saved the city when Gauss fled, and Cassine believes he is the key to solving the food crisis. He finds the man and gets straight to the point. They need to take all the food from the people using the pretext of war. Zapiro reacts with disbelief, thinking Cassine is mad. He asks if the protagonist seriously wants the guards to go from house to house, stealing from their own citizens. The protagonist explains his encounter with Burable, who is already looting food shops in Lord Seos's name. He argues that if they let this continue, all the remaining food in the city will disappear. Zapiro asks sarcastically if their plan is to simply steal it first, before Seo's can. Cassine clarifies that he is only trying to seize the food that Seo's is already planning to take. Zepiro is aghast, asking if he is serious. He calls it madness to use the army to steal from desperate families, and warns Cassine that for such a crime, he will be executed and his body torn to pieces. The protagonist says he welcomes that fate. He explains that the moment he stands on the execution block is the moment the city returns to Gauss's hands, and only then will they be safe. He lays out the grim reality. If things continue as they are, everyone either starves to death or gets devoured by orcs. Cassine declares that to save the people of the city, he will sell his very soul, acknowledging that both he and Kang are backed into a corner. Realizing Cassine is dead serious, Zepiro makes his choice. He declares that if the protagonist is this determined, then he too will risk his life on this decision and support him with all his power. The protagonist tells Zepiro he isn't obligated, but the city administrator insists, reminding him that all legal procedures must pass through him. A system window suddenly appears, announcing that the city's vice lord is yielding to coercion and accepts Cassine as the leader in this dire situation. The protagonist is stunned by the alert. He had no idea coercion could work this way. The system then informs him that Zepiro's special skill, Bureaucrat, has activated. It applies a special bonus, boosting his intelligence to better comprehend the situation. With his newly sharpened mind, Zepiro instantly concludes that the shops, warehouses, and homes of the wealthy hold the most resources. The protagonist watches in amazement as Zepiro now handles his work with the speed and efficiency of a man in his 20s. Zepiro immediately hands Cassine a list of all the shops in Canadian, complete with a register of the city's wealthiest families. The document details everything from food stores and wood shops to the construction guild and the blacksmiths, a perfect blueprint for seizing resources and recruiting more soldiers. Looking at the list, the protagonist warns Zepiro that he'll be in grave danger when this is over. But the Vice Lord is resolute, stating that this is a time of war. In such times they need a decisive administrator, and above all else they must first survive. Cassine remarks that they'll both be hanged if they even manage to survive this. Zepiro explains that his parents lived here, as do he and his children. He cannot allow orcs to destroy his home. He feels that if an outsider is willing to risk his life for the city, he cannot simply stand by. The protagonist suggests Zepiro should stand by his side, but the Vice Lord declares he isn't beside him. He is far ahead of him. He places an object on the table. Cassine asks if it's the seal of Lord Gauss. Zepiro confirms it is, telling Cassine that he is now the Lord's representative until Gauss returns, and he should do whatever he deems necessary. One day later, at sunrise, the protagonist gathers all the soldiers of the Lord's house, but there are not even 300 men, and they are poorly trained. Gauss took all the skilled soldiers with him, leaving behind only new civilian recruits, accepted based on whether or not they could lift a spear. Standing before them, the protagonist presents a license signed by the Vice Lord, declaring the captain of the guard is now the Defense General of Canadian. Education in this age is abysmal, and few of the new guards can read, so the document means nothing to them. Even when the protagonist calls himself the Defense General, they don't understand. He switches to a more aggressive approach. He asks them if they want to die, activating his special skill, coercion. The basic proposal of life or death is the same for all of humanity, making no difference whether a person is smart or stupid. He tells the guards that he wants to live, but he demands they look at the state of their city. If the situation continues, this place has no future. They will either starve to death or lose the strength to resist, only to be torn apart and devoured by orcs. And that, he says, is the most optimistic outcome. With the city isolated, food running out, and orcs at the gates, Cassine forces them to confront the reality of death and destruction. He aims to awaken the fear hidden in their hearts, appealing to their love for their families, and asks if they are truly okay with letting all of this happen. Outraged, the soldiers demand to know what their captain is doing. They complain that a military parade is meant to raise morale, but he is doing the exact opposite. They question if Kizan wants them to flee instead of fight. The protagonist knows he is on the right path. After driving them into fear, he offers them hope, asking what they would do if there were an alternative. He then declares a general mobilization order, stating that both Zepiro and Gauss have agreed he will be the leader of the guards and the acting defense general. He declares that he will summon everyone who can fight. The men will raise their spears, the women will cook, the elders will pass on their wisdom, and the craftsmen will forge spears and bows. He assures them there are still plenty of resources left in the city, and they are going to seize all of it. The guards are terrified, certain that this path leads only to death, but the protagonist recognizes this as a classic motivational strategy. He tells the guards that people will call him a madman and say he is going to die. He admits he may be mad and he may die, but to save them, he will fight the orcs. He knows this will stir them. He then asks who will join him, and at that moment, the eloquence skill activates. A lone guard steps forward, declaring he will join. A system alert announces that the skills of eloquence and coercion have combined. In an instant, every guard in the city agrees to follow him. The general then commands the guards to repeat after him that they want to live and that they can achieve it if everyone in Canadian unites. As one, the guards chant the words. Their despair and fear of death transform into a burning desire to live, forging them into true soldiers. The protagonist leads the guards on a march, the soldiers following him faithfully. They soon arrive at the house of Lord Shios, where a man named Birable stands guard. Seeing Cassine at the head of the column, Birable demands to know why he brings soldiers here. The protagonist states that he wishes to live, and in unison, all the guards repeat the motto. Birable questions this action, and Cassine explains that he will live only when Canadian becomes one. The guards slam their spears on the ground in perfect coordination and chant the motto again, leaving Birable stunned. He tries to reason with his childhood friend, but Cassine cuts him off. They are here to take the food. He declares that in a time of war, they are seizing the provisions of Shio citizens. Enraged, Birable presses his sword to Cassine's neck, asking if he is insane and wants to die. The protagonist steps forward into the blade. He tells Birable he can kill him, but only if he is confident enough to face 280 soldiers after murdering their general. Birable immediately backs away, again demanding to know why he is doing this. Cassine grips his shoulder and explains that they will all die otherwise. Gauss Canadal has fled, taking 500 soldiers and abandoning the rest. Cassine continues, explaining his need to gather all resources: food, weapons, leather, and wood. He insists Canadian still has strength, but his master is managing everything alone, a fact Birable must understand. His childhood friend is left confused, unsure of what to do. Just then, Lord Shios appears from above, demanding to know what Birable is doing. He sees there is no right answer. The situation with Canadian's general is serious, but if he kills the leader of the guards, his own life may be forfeit. Shios declares he will handle it himself. He asks if Birable will do nothing while his house is being robbed, then orders him to kill Cassine and become the new leader of the guards. Birable, however, sees that his lord never lifts a finger, only ordering others to do his work. He tells the lord not to treat his position like a joke. If Cassine dies, the guards become powerless. He adds that with his own 30 soldiers and 20 guards, they wouldn't last a single day before being eaten by orcs. After this, Birable turns back to Cassine and asks if he will feed them if they help in the fight. Cassine asks if he is hungry. Birable confirms it, explaining that the lord gives them just enough food to survive, and his soldiers are complaining. In response, the protagonist invites him to join his defense force, promising double the food. Birable is pleased with the offer and immediately orders his men to stand down, letting the guard leader do his work. Shios hurls insults at them, questioning if they think they will be safe after this. Realizing Shios will only cause more trouble, Cassine orders one of his men to arrest him. As he is dragged from his own home in ropes, Shios screams that Cassine will face divine punishment. After collecting all the supplies, the protagonist realizes Shios had far more than he imagined. He concludes that people like him are the reason the city is in this state. He knows what he did is theft, but he feels renewed to finish the job. After setting up a feast for the soldiers, Birable asks Cassine where he and his men should patrol. Cassine already has a task in mind. He tells Birable to find more trainers because the men need extensive training. Birable agrees and commits to selecting 5 fast learners for the job. He then mentions they also acquired a healthy horse that was going to waste. Cassine knows the city is surrounded by mountains that limit visibility, even with the walls. He immediately sees the horse's value. A scout patrolling the mountains can give them a crucial advantage. He thanks Birable for the good idea. Birable asks if Cassine is worried he might just flee with the horse, but the protagonist tells him there's no need to run. When his friend asks why, Cassine declares with absolute certainty that he will save the city. Later that day, the protagonist returns to the walls and is met by Litra, Zapiro's son. Cassine asks for a report. Litra informs him they have all the metal, and the blacksmiths are already at work with the bellows. The protagonist recognizes the young man is a capable administrator and a great help. Litra continues his report. The spear and arrowheads are ready. As for wood, they gathered everything possible, even dismantling rich houses to get more durable materials. Litra notes that the wealthy complained bitterly, failing to grasp that everyone will die if the city falls. He calls them stupid, pointing out that without enough armed soldiers, the castle walls are defenseless. Cassine asks what happened to the complainers, and Litra replies that they are now sleeping in the first level of the cellar. Regardless, Litra believes they can easily defend themselves with the sturdy castle walls. Cassine senses there is another problem and asks about it. Litra confirms the problem is food, just as Cassine suspects. With so many people to feed, Their entire stock will be gone in 5 days at the current rate. The protagonist knows he cannot cut rations without destroying morale, and he needs people willing to fight. Litra summarizes the situation. Trainers are chosen, and weapons are being made. They can prepare if they have enough time. Cassine concludes that, for Canadian, food is time. They must find a way to turn this around. He reflects that today's situation is better than yesterday's. When he arrived, everything was on the brink of collapse. Through his efforts, he has bought them 5 more days. Cassine feels he is on the right path, comparing the situation to a game with a secret key that can open an escape route. He remembers thinking it was impossible to change things, but simply taking resources from the rich partially solved the problem. He believes there must be another key like that one, but the question is where to find it. The protagonist knows the game changes based on the assigned mission, and that quests are never meaningless. Side quests always relate to the success of the main objective. The issues of hunger and morale are not perfect, but they are steadily being addressed. He then recalls a system alert telling him to remove the city's isolation and reopen the trade routes. He has no idea how to do it, but it could be the answer. Cassine immediately asks Litra if there is any way to trade with other cities, but the boy has no answer. The protagonist insists that if they cannot move, they must at least call for help. He states that their isolation is the city's biggest problem. Zapiro's son then reveals that his father happens to possess a magical artifact. Cassine asks what it does, and Litra explains it is a teleportation scroll that can send one person to the great city of Hurdle, a week's journey away. It only works for one person, but for the protagonist, that is more than enough. Just as he thought there was a key, he decides to send Zapiro to the distant city, but the young man says it is impossible, asking if Cassine has forgotten why their former lord abandoned the city. The protagonist replies it was because of the orcs surrounding them. Litra confirms he is right, informing him that the last count was 1,000 orcs. As long as the orcs remain, the army will not come. In this world, orcs grow stronger as their numbers increase. 1 + 1 does not equal 2, but 3. If it takes 100 warriors to defeat 100 orcs, it takes 300 men to defeat 200. Litra then asks how many warriors it would take to defeat 1,000 orcs. He explains that Canadian has only survived this long because of its defensive walls, but they can no longer rely on that protection. Litra also mentions a red orc, a lord born once in 1,000, explaining that the group it leads is 3 times more powerful than normal orcs. This monster is a strategist that provides fighting spirit and morale to its kin, driving the other orcs into a battle frenzy where they no longer care for their own lives. They are nothing like humans, who cower in fear and despair of death. Litra says he understands why his lord fled, because there was no hope left. He admits he is angry that Gauss abandoned them, but from a self-preservation standpoint, the lord did the right thing to save what little he had left. The protagonist immediately reprimands him, telling him he cannot think that way. Litra agrees, but only because if the people heard him, the defense force's morale would weaken. Cassine states it is more than that. He explains that if someone is calculating as Litra sees the situation as hopeless, then ordinary people will be unprepared and fail to perform at their full potential. Cassine clarifies he is not asking the young man to lie, but to truly believe the city can overcome these hardships. If he truly believes it, then they will win in the end. Impressed, Litra admits he is almost envious and asks where Cassine's strength comes from. He replies that he once heard God only gives people challenges they can bear. Because of this, Cassine believes they can absolutely overcome this situation. Sometime after the conversation, guards begin distributing food throughout the city. The people finally get something to eat, and the system alerts that the number of fed citizens is growing. Because of the regular rations over the last 2 days, citizens who once thought the food would run out now show up on time to receive their share. The people are visibly more cheerful. Meanwhile, the protagonist helps train the soldiers, ordering them through their exercises. A great change is visible. The men no longer seem weak, and they now shout with concentration during their training. The system then alerts that the citizens are beginning to have hope. The protagonist, who at first did not understand the point of the mission, now realizes the objective is to change the city's entire atmosphere. Barubal approaches and asks if the protagonist truly believes victory is possible, since they don't have enough food, and the orcs could attack at any moment. In response, the protagonist reveals to Barubal that Zapiro has a teleportation scroll. The news surprises Barubal, who understands this means Zapiro has not given up on the city. The protagonist knows the real reason is that Zapiro refuses to survive alone and leave his children and cousins behind, but he sees no need to reveal this detail. With the new training orders, the guard's optimism grows even more. Suddenly, someone arrives with urgent news. The orcs have come. They are here. Realizing the gravity of the situation, the protagonist screams with all the force in his lungs, summoning everyone to the fight. He orders them all to the castle walls immediately. In response to the call, All the crossbowmen move into formation with perfection. They are focused and ready for the next command. Seeing the troops' potential makes everyone happy and optimistic. Thanks to all their effort, the results will finally be harvested. Zepiro points to the orcs, screaming below the walls, fearless of death. He estimates their numbers at 1 to 200. Despite the horde and the protection of the wall, Zepiro believes they are probably weak, a comment that catches the protagonist's attention. He reminds the men they will live if they remember their will, and that they are not alone. Zepiro then hands the protagonist a book, explaining he has already studied orc ecology. He details how orcs reproduce quickly, eat a lot, and grow 3 times faster than a human, but they have a critical weakness. When Zepiro asks if he knows the weakness, the protagonist correctly identifies it as a lack of food. Zepiro confirms this, explaining that 80% of orcs are warriors who survive by hunting and pillaging, driving the starving ones to hunt humans. The protagonist's expression falls at this revelation. He now sees the orcs in a new light, understanding their screams are born from hunger, but his face hardens again. He calls for everyone's attention and assures them the attacks will be over in 30 minutes. He activates his specialty, coercion, and asks if the soldiers can hold out for that long. Seeing their doubt, the protagonist insists they will soon see he is right. It is only 30 minutes. His words make the soldiers start to believe they can survive. Zepiro, however, is incredulous. He questions how the protagonist can be so certain, arguing that if the fight drags on, the men will lose their faith. The protagonist simply states that the orcs are starving and cannot withstand a prolonged battle. Zepiro presses the issue, asking what they will do if the orcs are not hungry. The protagonist pulls him close and reveals his plan. Zepiro questions if it will even work, given their lack of resources. The protagonist counters that this is exactly why they must use what they have where it will be most valuable. Zepiro agrees and turns to prepare. Immediately, the battle erupts. The orcs attack to plunder, and the humans fight to survive. The orcs raise their axes high, gathering momentum before striking the wall in unison. At the same time, Borobol orders the archers to prepare a volley. They follow his command, and at the wave of his flag, they fire as one, felling several orcs. The wounded beasts only become more enraged, doubling their efforts to smash through the wall. Seeing this, the protagonist orders the archers back and commands the soldiers to use the stones. The archers hurl a barrage of stones down on the orcs, striking them with great force. But this only leaves the creatures more injured and furious. One of them, unable to contain its rage, throws its axe, striking a soldier square in the torso. The protagonist shouts at the orcs, daring them to throw more, taunting that they cannot fight without weapons. An orc takes the bait and hurls its axe directly at him. The protagonist swings his sword and bats the weapon away, sending it flying back to kill the orc that threw it. He realizes the stones are not doing enough damage. He needs something stronger. Just then, a soldier warns him that the castle gate is at risk. As he runs toward it, the protagonist shouts for his men not to forget. Only 20 minutes remain. He arrives to see significant holes already splintering the wood, with orc axes widening the breach. A group of soldiers braces for the worst, just inside the gate. The protagonist knows that at this rate, the enemy will soon break through. If the gate falls, they all fall with it. He clutches the fragment in his hand. He thinks about how he does not need 8 million won. He knows what it is to want to save someone, even at the cost of one's own soul. With the fragment raised, he screams for Eurivol to help him, calling on its power. A moment later, the fragment shatters. A sister message confirms he uses the fragment, gaining Eurivol's physical power and courage. But the effect can only be used once. He feels the surge in his abilities, sighs, and then explodes forward at a surprising speed. He moves so fast that a nearby soldier questions what he's even seeing. As he runs, he snatches a spear and charges, thrusting it through a crack in the gate. The weapon impales 2 orcs at once. He rips the spear back from their bodies and prepares to strike again. He keeps attacking, striking down every orc he can reach through the gaps. When he finally stops, the assault on the gate has ceased. He pants, exhausted, sweat dripping from his face. Eurivol questions how he can use his power when he's already in such a state. The protagonist replies that Cassine isn't weak, just starved. Eurivol accepts this and asks if he will defend the gate. But before the protagonist can answer, the orcs resume their attack. Eurivol warns him that this won't be enough to stop them. He needs to find another way, suggesting that well-built walls like these must have something for such an emergency. Thanks to Eurivol's experience, the hint floods the protagonist's mind with images of strange schematics. He immediately shouts to the second unit, ordering them to bring the hedgehog, briefly startling the soldiers. He figures Gauss Kenadal must have left the hedgehog behind only because of its massive size. A soldier protests that they don't know how to use the weapon, but the protagonist assures them he does and orders them to bring it fast. A short time later, the hedgehog appears, rolled in on wooden wheels. The soldiers push the extremely heavy barricade, telling each other to hold strong. They know one slip means death for them all, but on the way, a small stone gets stuck under a wheel, halting their progress. A soldier reports the problem and suggests changing direction, but the protagonist says there's no time. He tells everyone to push on his command. He counts to 3, bracing himself, and gives the order. They all push with their maximum strength, forcing the wheel over the stone. Immediately after, he orders them to load the weapons. As they work, the orcs on the other side sense that something is wrong. They don't understand how, but spears suddenly erupt from the gate in front of them. With no time to react, they are impaled where they stand. Without delay, the protagonist orders them to reload. After a great effort, the weapon is reloaded. He yells for them to fire. Once again, a volley of spears cuts down several orcs. He knows the hedgehog won't be enough and orders another reload. Urivel agrees with his assessment, explaining that the orcs are now targeting the corners, beyond the hedgehog's reach. He warns that the gate will soon give way, and that the protagonist must prepare a different defense. As he wonders about a delay, a soldier announces Zapiro's arrival. The protagonist looks back to confirm. Without a word of greeting, he tells Zapiro to throw it immediately. Zapiro, however, points out that it isn't hot enough yet. He explains that he needs more firepower to heat whatever it is brought. The protagonist realizes they can wait no longer and orders the oil to be used immediately, arguing that the relentless axe strikes on the gate will cost them their chance. Seeing the urgency, the soldiers begin moving the large pot of oil toward the murder hole, an opening directly above the castle wall and their most powerful defense against the attackers. Zapiro warns them not to agitate the oil and to move slowly. Using chains, the soldiers begin to haul the pot up the stairs. Halfway up, one of the soldiers loses his footing and falls, screaming in shock. Zapiro watches in disbelief. Gravity takes over as the pot tilts, its contents spilling towards 2 other soldiers frozen in shock below. But before the pot can fall, the protagonist catches it with his bare hands. He withstands the scorching temperature and begins to push the pot back up. Realizing he cannot do it alone, he calls for help, and Burable quickly joins him. They both struggle to stabilize and push the pot as the protagonist screams with the effort. All the while, his hands are literally cooking against the hot metal. With one last joint effort, the two manage to push the pot to the top of the stairs. He then looks down at his smoking hands and sees that Burable is in the same condition. Despite the pain, they both smile, relieved to have prevented an accident that could have cost them the entire defense. But the relief is short-lived, as the soldier warns that a crack in the gate is growing larger. Without wasting a moment, the protagonist tells Zapiro to use what they have prepared. Zapiro then orders the soldiers to throw the prepared food through the hole. Soon after, women bring more full buckets, leaving the soldiers confused about why food is being brought into a battle. The women dump the food through the hole, and it rains down on the orcs. Unsure of what is happening, they halt their attacks for a moment. However, the instant they taste what has fallen, the orcs go into a frenzy. They all start screaming and rushing for the food, trampling one another just to get a taste. With hatred in his eyes, the protagonist declares that now is the time, and unleashes all the boiling oil through the hole. As the liquid falls upon the orcs, he explains that its name is Devil's Tongue. The orcs it hits are fried completely, while those outside its reach lose all visibility. The terror of this weapon is that it swallows every last space in front of the gate, inflicting death on everything in its path. Seeing this, the surviving orcs run in fear, not wanting to end up fried as well. The protagonist celebrates as he sees them retreating. However, one orc with an axe covered in lightning shows no sign of fleeing. Instead, it cuts down those trying to escape, making the rest think twice. The special orc roars, its body crackling with lightning as it glares at its comrades. Left with no choice, the other orcs turn back to the wall and begin to charge once more. The protagonist realizes the orcs are returning, and wonders about the identity of this powerful orc. The orc with the glowing axe points forward, ordering the others to attack. Urivel identifies it as the chief, and recommends the protagonist get a bow. Heeding the advice, the protagonist takes a bow from a nearby soldier, and asks Urivel about his archery skills. Urivel expresses confidence, but admits he is less skilled with a bow than with a spear. As the protagonist aims, he complains about the lack of any aiming assistance. At the same time, the orc chief prepares to enter the battle. The protagonist resigns himself to the shot, but as he starts to mention his army training, he accidentally loses the arrow. He is in shock at his mistake. As the arrow soars through the air, he is certain his aim is completely wrong. To his surprise, the swift arrow strikes the chief directly in the head, dropping him to the ground, lifeless. The protagonist cannot comprehend what just happened, and everyone on the wall is stunned by the sight. Ignoring his own lucky shot, he raises a hand and declares that his skills are still sharp. In response, the crowd erupts, chanting the protagonist's name in celebration. Urivel approaches and questions if the protagonist's aim was off, but the protagonist dismisses it, stating that it doesn't matter now that the battle is over. With their leader dead, the orcs lose their last shred of fighting will. They turn and flee without a second thought. Watching the enemy retreat, the protagonist asks how much time has passed, requesting a check on the 30-minute mark. From the wall, everyone watches the orcs retreat in a massive wave. He reflects that for the first time, the city of Canadian has defeated nearly 200 orcs. The battle ends in a great victory, and the city enters a festive mood, with soldiers and civilians overjoyed. Elsewhere sometime later, the protagonist is focused, writing at a desk. After finishing, he drops his pen and expresses his own desire to celebrate. He thinks that while winning is good, there is still too much to do, and all he really wants is to rest. He must write reports on casualties and resources, analyze the problems revealed by the battle, and plan for the next confrontation. Urivel comments that the paperwork is worse than the war itself. The protagonist scoffs, remarking that a veteran knight is being defeated by paper. He then reflects that he never had to do this kind of work in the games he used to play. Suddenly, the door opens. Zapiro enters laughing and asks if the protagonist is struggling. The protagonist confirms that it is hell. Seeing his state, Zapiro offers to send him on another job if this one is too difficult. The protagonist immediately stands up, eager to accept. Zapiro explains the deal. If the protagonist does his job, Zapiro will handle the paperwork. The protagonist asks what the job is but then looks down and notices the red envelope Zapiro is carrying. He asks if he has to deliver them personally, and Zapiro confirms it is the most polite way. Concerned, the protagonist asks if Zapiro has slept. Zapiro claims he slept as much as he needed, but one look into his eyes tells the protagonist he is lying and has likely been awake all night. The protagonist tells Zapiro he doesn't need to punish himself for not raising his sword in the battle, warning that he will collapse and starve if he keeps this up. But Zapiro replies that he likes to work. He explains that when he lies down, he feels like he is going to die, but working makes him feel comfortable and even allows him to sleep a little. After hearing this, the protagonist says he understands, takes the envelopes, and leaves the room. As he walks away, he considers that he cannot know exactly how Zapiro feels, but imagines he must be so anxious that he suffers from insomnia, choosing work over sleep. He reflects on the heavy responsibility that no one can understand unless they carry it themselves, a unique burden. Looking out over the city, he concludes that this is a bundle of red scrolls for the dead. He stands before a family's home and extends his hand, delivering the red envelope. He tells them he is sorry and did everything he could. The woman weeps, learning she must now live without her beloved. The protagonist continues, stating the soldier was courageous to the very end and that everyone witnessed his bravery and will remember it. At his words, the soldier's wife and son collapse to the ground in tears. An old man rushes toward him, screaming that if the protagonist took them away, he must also bring them back. Faced with the old man's grief, the protagonist can only say he is sorry. He reflects on the battle against the orcs. It was a success. They defended the city and stopped the attack. But a battle is a battle, and nothing can be done when someone gets hurt. Out of 300 soldiers, 50 were wounded and 20 died, a decisive victory. But he knows it means nothing to the families who lost someone. The grieving old man asks how they are supposed to live now. The protagonist, unsure if it will be any comfort, tells him they will still receive the same amount of food, but the old man slaps him across the face. He screams that he did not sell his son to fill his stomach and orders the protagonist out of his house. As he leaves, the old man screams one last time for him to disappear. Walking away, the protagonist feels restless and clicks his tongue in anger. He wonders aloud if he should just leave the family without food, but Urivel tells him not to say such things, as it would upset the other soldiers. Urivel explains the system. Food is distributed first to soldiers and their families, who receive double the amount of others. If the men realize their families will not be cared for after their deaths, they will start avoiding battles. The protagonist snaps that he already knows all of this. Urivel asks why he is being so sensitive, and the MC replies that a family's loss is tragic, but he doesn't understand why they blame him instead of the orcs or Gauss. Urivel asks if he is worried about Zapiro, and the protagonist confirms he is, and he believes he must do this. It is what a chief must do. Urivel reflects that the burden of a just leader is the root of his authority and sacrifice. Such leaders work harder than anyone and care for their army, which is why everyone attacks without hesitation when they give the order. The protagonist then mentions a general who did everything alongside his soldiers so they would lose their fear of death, turning them all into strong warriors. Urivel asks if that is why he is delivering the letters himself, and the MC replies that he considers it a leader's duty. He believes that as one of the most important people in Canadian, he must bring honor to these families, to the point where they feel pride instead of sorrow. Urivold asks if he intends to support them, and the protagonist confirms this is the ultimate goal. Out of 2,000 inhabitants, 300 are soldiers. Urivold comments that he cannot force people to enlist, but the protagonist replies that he knows this, which is why he only accepts volunteers. He reflects that civilians are the source of a city's strength, and he must create an environment that makes them want to join the fight. After a moment, Urivold says it sounds good, but it will not work. Smiling, the protagonist asks if he is sure about that. A moment later, he looks back and asks why the people following them do not show themselves. A young man approaches and greets the general. Awkwardly, the man asks if many died. The protagonist confirms it. Many died, and many more will likely die. He explains that unless the orcs disappear, they will face battle after battle until they collapse from exhaustion. The young man asks if there is no way to escape, but the protagonist replies that they cannot escape. Only stop them, and only if they act now. Breaking into a cold sweat, the young man asks how. The protagonist shouts that if he had just 200 more people unafraid of death, the city's defense would be secured. The young man smiles, but his expression quickly changes as he looks to the side, where his son calls to him from a distance. With his head lowered, he says his body is weak. The protagonist counters that weaker and older people are already fighting, and asks if the man does not want to be a brave father to his son. The young man just looks at him with a dark expression. The protagonist lowers his hand, noting the fire in the young man's eyes. He tells him not to let that fire go out, warning that if it does, he will become like a defeated dog. As they depart, Urivold comments that the exchange was pitiful. The protagonist just asks if he wants to bet on whether the young man will enlist. The young man stands frozen, watching them leave, before clenching his fists tightly. His decision made. Even after the great battle, the city remains isolated, but the victory sparks a glimmer of hope, drawing in more volunteers. From a distance, the protagonist sees the young man from before, now holding a soldier's armor. He recognizes that Canadian is finally burning with embers of hope. Later, at Zapiro's house, the protagonist asks why he was summoned. Zapiro doesn't look up from his writing, simply noting his arrival. The protagonist questions what he is doing, and Zapiro explains he is researching the history and merits of Canadian. He argues that if the orcs are a liability, they need to find a compelling reason for soldiers to fight for the city, a reason for them to stay and protect it for a long time. As the protagonist reads the document, something catches his eye. He sees the word dwarf and asks if they are the city's great merit. Zapiro confirms it. He points out that while the city produces herbs, its massive walls are an anomaly. The protagonist agrees the walls are incredibly sturdy, but he suspects a different reason for their size. Zapiro reveals the truth. At its peak, the city had 25,000 inhabitants, and their food supply depended entirely on trade with the dwarfs. Zapiro describes the dwarfs as masters capable of refining iron weapons to the quality of mithril, with immense knowledge of minerals and excavation. If Canadian could resume trade with them, people would flock to the city. The protagonist asks why the trade stopped, believing he can restart it if he knows the cause. Zapiro explains it all ended after a great desert appeared, an event the mayor at the time blamed on a dragon. The protagonist is stunned, realizing he might have to defeat a dragon just to save the city. He wonders if this is the key to the problem. It is the ultimate key to saving the city, but it's not the most immediate need. The priority is getting food to feed 2,000 civilians and soldiers, and he feels the frustration of the dead end. He knows a piece of the puzzle is missing, and finding it will solve everything. As he racks his brain, a commotion starts outside. Litra bursts in, announcing that they have arrived. She repeats the words, breathless. The protagonist immediately asks if she means the orcs. Litra confirms the orcs are fighting outside, but she clarifies that he has arrived. Cue bell. At the name, Zapiro leaps from his desk and bolts from the room without a word. The protagonist asks Litra to explain, and she reveals that Quebbel's merchants, friends of her father, have arrived with a massive amount of food. The protagonist is completely surprised. He doesn't fully understand what is happening, but the key he so desperately needs has finally arrived. He realizes the solution to his problem didn't need to be found. It came directly to him. From the top of the walls, he and Zapiro look down at a column of men and wagons pouring into the city, bringing countless barrels of supplies and even livestock. Naturally, the orcs swarm the convoy, desperate for a piece of the spoils, but the knights guarding the wagons cut them down with terrifying ease. Every precise strike fells another enemy. The protagonist is amazed. Hundreds of orcs are already dead, so many that his own reinforcements would only get in the way. He tells Zapiro that his friends are incredible. Zapiro just stares down, commenting that Q-Bell spent all his money on this. He says that while he wants to thank his friend, he also pities him, because now he must kill his friend of 20 years with his own hands. The protagonist has no idea what he means. The confused protagonist demands to know why Zapiro wants to kill the very merchants who brought food to Canadian. Zapiro explains the grim reality. The city has no money. Even if they gather every last resource, they can only afford half the supplies. Failing to secure the entire shipment means the people will fall into despair. Understanding the situation, the protagonist slams his fist into a wall, silently cursing Gauss Canadal for abandoning the city and stealing its means of survival. He briefly considers asking the merchants for credit, but immediately discards the thought. He knows that as a merchant himself, he would never give food to a city besieged by orcs. Even if the leader is sympathetic, he can't afford to leave with debts. The merchants will simply pack up and go. He concludes that the food is an absolute necessity for Canadian. His life is now reduced to a simple choice: kill or be killed. He resolves to carry this sin in his heart forever, but knows it must be done. Turning to Zapiro with grim determination, he tells him it's time to move. Once then a side quest appears, instructing him to capture the merchants with minimal damage. He immediately urges Zapiro to hurry. In front of the city hall, they meet the merchants. Zapiro thanks them for coming and welcomes them to Canadian. Their leader, Key Bell, remarks on the excellent treatment, even being allowed to sleep in the mayor's house. Zapiro replies that since Key Bell came because of him, it's only natural. A pleased Key Bell says it was worth risking his life to get here, and that he will just go unpack before meeting them. Zapiro then heads back inside as the merchants go on their way. Back inside the building, the protagonist tells Zapiro they cannot let this turn into a bloodbath. He realizes the quest's true meaning. The mercenaries are the key to the city's survival. They defeated 100 orcs without taking any damage. If they can be turned into allies, Canadian can finally be properly defended. Zapiro agrees with the goal but asks how they can achieve it. The protagonist reveals his plan. While they lack food, they have plenty of wine. They will host a banquet. Zapiro thinks the idea is brilliant. Mercenaries are vulgar and don't carry swords while drinking, as a drunk with a blade is a recipe for disaster. The plan is to separate the merchants, the mercenaries, and their boss into different sleeping quarters and prepare a large bath for them. Litra adds that a good bath will ensure everyone disarms. The protagonist explains further. The men are exhausted from sleeping outside and breathing dust. The moment they see hot water, they will be desperate to wash the sand from their irritated skin, and no one takes a weapon into the bath. To seal the trap, he will place alcohol in everyone's room. After a hot bath, they will drink, their anxiety and worries melting away in what they believe is the safest place in the city. Despite the careful planning, he warns Litra to stay vigilant. They must capture everyone without a single casualty. The mission's difficulty is D, and its success is crucial to surviving the food shortage and the orc attacks. Urivel asks if this is truly the only way. The protagonist tells him he doesn't have to force himself to help, acknowledging his pride. But Urivel insists that if he stands aside, the protagonist will just do it all alone, so he will join him. The protagonist thanks him for his loyalty. Later that night, with all preparations complete, the guards move into position to begin the capture. Urivel gives the protagonist a final warning. One of the mercenaries, a man named Mortar, is extremely strong. He explains that Mortar is a first-rate fighter while the others are third-rate, and strongly advises against engaging him directly. The protagonist agrees to avoid a direct confrontation, and tells everyone to prepare. He begins the countdown, ready for the fight, but before he can give the signal, they overhear voices talking with Quabel. It's too late to stop the plan. He finishes the count to 3 and screams the order to attack. He kicks the door open, yelling for them not to move, but inside there are only 3 people. One of them remarks that he warned the others they were coming. With a sad expression, Quabel confirms the man was right, lamenting Zapiro's betrayal of their 20-year friendship. The protagonist realizes they saw the ambush coming all along. Stunned, he wonders who this strange man is. He looks different from everyone else, yet somehow familiar. At first the protagonist thinks he might be Asian, but then he corrects himself, recognizing the man is specifically Korean. The shocking conclusion hits him. This man might be another dimensional visitor. Genis confidently asks if they are all here to celebrate, assuming they have considered his proposal. He mentions his 2 useful subordinates. The soldiers see him standing unarmed before 6 armed men, yet he makes no move to defend himself. One of them, Burable, orders him to drop his weapon and kneel, but Commander Casson tells him to stand down, sensing the immense strength of the man before them. Casson sheathes his sword and apologizes for the trouble, explaining that Genis must understand their reaction. The young man just smiles, saying he can try. The protagonist interrupts, needing to confirm something. He asks Genis directly if he is a dragon, shocking everyone with the sudden question. Genis points at them, remarking that their eyes must be for decoration, as he is obviously not a mutant lizard. The protagonist follows up, asking if he is a dimensional traveler with a contract. The questions leave the young man intrigued, angry, and suspicious all at once. His patience snaps. He seizes the protagonist by the neck, demanding to know if he is Dwenis, a dragon Genis eliminated, or perhaps a priest of another dragon. He insists the protagonist tell him everything he knows. Only then does the protagonist realize his mistake. He has said too much, and now he faces a dragon slayer. It's too late. He has provoked the wrong person. With reddened eyes, Genis threatens to make him suffer so much he will want to give up on everything. The power he unleashes is immense. Objects in the room begin to move on their own as the atmosphere changes drastically. The sheer force of his energy unnerves everyone, and the weakest among them collapse unconscious. Despite this, the protagonist pushes further, questioning how Genis expects to get answers without even letting him speak. Genis just smiles, commenting on the strange man's audacity. As this unfolds, the protagonist runs through multiple scenarios, all pointing to Genis being from another dimension. He concludes that if Genis is truly a dragon slayer, there is no way to defeat him. Even while being held in the air by his neck, the protagonist still glares back at his attacker, a feat that suggests he has a special body. With his remaining strength, he tries to reason with him, asking if Genis also plans to eliminate his two useful soldiers who are already unconscious on the floor. Genis' interest in the two men is so great that he simply tosses the protagonist into a corner. Genis considers himself a very temperamental person, and admits he still hasn't learned to lessen the impact of his attacks. Luckily, aware of his own immense power, he always carries a healing potion. He approaches the men he deems useful and begins to revive them. When they take too long to wake up, his short patience runs out, and he flicks them to speed up the process. From across the room, the protagonist watches everything. He notes that the man acts like a child, but is impressed by the potion that brings two people back from the brink of death. From a distance, he asks if the two men will be all right, but then he notices something strange. Everyone in the room has fainted, except for Genis and Kaysin. This realization makes Genis even more suspicious of Kaysin. His eyes turn red again, as he demands to know why. The young man wonders if the question is serious, feeling half dead and wanting to vomit. The only thing keeping him on his feet is Uribaldo's buff, an unshakable spirit. He thinks the protagonist is much younger than he seems, and mentally curses him, questioning if he is stronger than he first imagined. To justify his resistance, the protagonist explains that he is a contractor, which is why he withstood the attack. Genis asks if he is a contractor from that hell, and if he also sold his soul. With a smile, Genis declares the protagonist is pathetic. The protagonist is confused, wondering what Genis means by that hell, and if it is just another name for SOS. He realizes the man is different somehow, and at least not a contractor like him. At that moment, the man in black suggests they greet each other again, introducing himself as Genis, the master of the group the protagonist intended to rob. Immediately, a status window appears, informing the protagonist that he has met the epic hero. The window details his name as Genis, age 20, but with a mental age of 60, because he spent time in a dimension where time moves much faster. His class is the Guardian of the Dragons, and he is an enemy of the Black Dragon Duanus. Among his titles is Owner of Infinite Riches. The status window explains that Genis, the Dragon Slayer, is the only person who can solve the city's current problem. The protagonist's mission updates. He must save the city by befriending Genis, now that he has met the main character of this mission. The system informs him that Genis is an epic hero who needs full loyal subordinates, and that the protagonist must help convince people to make him the ruler of Canadian. With that, his affinity with Genis, which was at 25%, is reset, and they are now on equal footing. The protagonist processes the information, thinking that Genis is truly someone famous, a hero about whom poems are written. If he is a dragon slayer, he must be a real hero. The logical conclusion is that to save the city, he needs to become Genis' subordinate. He tries to remain calm, despite planning to steal everything from the hero just minutes before. He is interrupted by Genis, who asks why he has not yet greeted him back. The protagonist quickly introduces himself as Kaysin, his real name, but says he has no surname because he is a commoner. He thinks he almost revealed his true name from Earth, and that now is not the time, as he does not know if Genis will help him. He wonders what he should say, whether to tell Genis that he is different, and was sent here through a contract with Sosi. He considers explaining that he traveled with only his soul to earn money, but concludes it would be too difficult to tell only part of the story. He would have to tell everything. Unsure how secret Sosi's operation is, he decides to be careful not to jeopardize the mission. Finally, he says it is an honor to meet a dimensional visitor, and though he feels unworthy of the position, he is the leader of the local guards. He thanks Genis for coming with the merchants and promises to return the favor when things improve. Internally, The protagonist thinks he needs to organize his ideas and make Genis believe him. Fortunately, he was born into a family of talkers, and perhaps his skill and eloquence will be useful in this situation. Despite his confusion and the urgency of the moment, he begins to explain that the state of the city is not good at all. However, Genis interrupts him, putting an arm in front of him and telling him to stop. He comments that for someone who does not seem to like talking, the protagonist is very talkative and asks him to be quiet so he can think. The protagonist likes the idea, as it gives him time to reorganize his thoughts. He reflects that Genis is powerful and seems careless, but has an absurd strength that he cannot handle directly. Therefore, he needs another approach. Make Genis like him so he can become his subordinate. It is then that he understands everything. He is not the main character of this story. Genis is. The solution will not come from him or from Kasim, but from the hero. With this clarity, he sees the answer. He needs to figure out Genis' personality. To start, he asks if the others are okay. Genis replies that they are because the elixir can heal even those who are dying. The protagonist deduces that elixir is the name of the purple potion and that Genis' casual use of it means he must care about people. Based on this, he runs another test and asks the hero to also take care of the guards who attack him, explaining that they were hit by Genis' explosion and are near death. Genis, however, asks what he is talking about and why he should help people who attacked him. He states that he is the victim and the law of any country does not require a victim to help their aggressors. The protagonist then asks if Genis is a dragon slayer. Faced with implicit confirmation, he suggests that in that case, the true victims are the guards and the people of the city. He does not mean to say Genis did anything wrong, but that the current state of Canadian and everything happening around it is not, in fact, the hero's fault. He explains that it all started after Genis arrived. The orcs of Blacktooth Mountain, who had not left for over 300 years, suddenly descended and surrounded the city. The protagonist then connects the dots and makes a direct accusation. Genis killed the dragon Duenna. He asks if the current situation in Canadian, besieged by thousands of orcs, is not a direct consequence of the hero's involvement. The hero is silent, not knowing what to say. Without a word, he throws the elixir to the protagonist, who thinks with relief that he got what he wanted. Genis warns that the elixir is more expensive than gold and that one drop is enough, as any more could kill them. The protagonist thanks him while the hero just crosses his arms. He acts quickly, applying the elixir to the injured people and noting its incredible effectiveness as their faces become less pale and their breathing improves instantly. When he turns to say he is done, he realizes Genis is no longer there and wonders where he could have gone. He reflects that the hero must have been conflicted, but since he did not deny the suspicion, it means he was right. The fall of Canadian began with Genis' mission. It all started when he killed the dragon and became a dragon slayer. He was like a small stone thrown at the top of a mountain that turned into an avalanche, a terrible catastrophe for the village below. Fortunately, Genis does not ignore his responsibility for what he caused. With a slight smile, the protagonist thinks that if this is how things are, he will be able to complete this mission. The protagonist sits on the floor, running his hand over the stone as if trying to pull gold from the rock. The status window asks what he is doing. He explains that he is obviously looking for gold. The system questions his sanity, asking if he truly expects to find gold in a stone floor with his bare hands. The protagonist explains that he is trapped with nothing to do, so he might as well think about gold. He reflects that while it seems foolish, the act is just a way to organize his thoughts. The mission was forced on him, and Genis put him in the cell for trying to rob the merchants. Realizing this, he asks the status window for more information. The system opens, revealing his mission is now updated to Guardian of Canadian. The description states he met a hero trained only to be a guardian of dragons, who has no experience living in this world. His task is to help Genis and get him involved in managing the city. The protagonist thinks the mission has changed, and that this must have been the plan from the start. He reflects that robbing the merchants was never going to succeed, but without that act, he never would have met the true hero of the mission. He finally understands the robbery was just a pretext to meet Genis. To get the 4 subordinates required by the mission, he thinks of Zapiro, the young man, and the other 2 people. He recalls the young man mentioning 2 useful subordinates, and realizes that because of his actions, Genis now has them. Genis was trying to fit in with the merchants group, and, after noticing the 2, wanted them as his subordinates. They rejected the offer, but when the protagonist tried to rob them, they recognized the danger and joined the hero to escape the threat. Smiling, the protagonist realizes that was the key. The status window asks if they were helpful, and he confirms, understanding they will help him later on as well. A day later, while the protagonist is still imprisoned, his cell opens. A man in a red cape approaches and says the hero is summoning him. The protagonist gets up immediately, agrees, and asks if they can go now. The man in the red cape finds the protagonist's behavior strange, thinking he might be delirious with fear. As he walks ahead, The man asks if he is okay. The protagonist says he is and asks why. The guard tells him not to worry, since he doesn't seem nervous enough to do something irrational, and adds that he doesn't think they will kill him. The protagonist realizes they must think he is so terrified he has gone mad. He reflects that it's fine. Unlike the nervous Kaisian, he is acting as Cheol Ho Kang. He wonders if he should focus on acting like Kaisian, but instead begins to speak, saying he isn't worried and actually feels comfortable. Mortim, the guard, asks if he really feels comfortable. The protagonist confirms it, explaining that whether the hero likes it or not, he will now take care of Canadian. The protagonist no longer has to carry that burden, which is why he feels at ease. As he speaks, the protagonist turns his head, hearing people being told to get in line, and notices food being distributed in front of the office. He observes that the soldiers who tried to rob the merchants were not killed, but put to work maintaining order. The protagonist comments that, looking at Canadian now, he doesn't think the hero is so bad. The man completely ignores him and just tells them to keep walking. However, the protagonist is certain the guard's voice sound happy. Cheol Ho Kang thinks that since this man sees things positively, he will be a good source of valuable information. So, he asks Mortim what the hero is like. Mortim replies that he might not believe it, but he doesn't really know what the hero is like either. The protagonist thinks to himself that he only asked to test him, but realizes the guard is very talkative. The guard continues, saying he met the hero just a week ago when the caravan was on the move. The protagonist asks if he said caravan, and if that's how they travel. Mortim confirms it and explains that a few months ago there were less than 100 monsters in the area, but now there are hundreds or thousands. He adds that it wasn't just that, the climate also changed, turning into a tropical desert. The protagonist thinks that while many might not know, he can deduce that all of this was caused by the dragon's death. He reflects that he knows nothing about the lives of dragons, only that they are like huge mounds or something similar. The dragon's death was a calamity. The monsters it contained are now free, and the surrounding area has become a desert. He compares the situation to uprooting a tree, which leaves a hole. The dragon had a beneficial power, and when it died, that power spun out of control. Mortim continues his story, saying that on the third day many monsters attacked. They tried to fight them, but had to split the group, sending the merchants ahead while they stayed in the rear. Everyone there thought they were going to lose their lives, but then the hero appeared and saved them. According to Mortim, the hero just swung his sword a few times and defeated all the orcs, proving he is incredibly powerful. The guard concludes that the hero has a different nature and is not like a normal man, and that's all he knows. The protagonist wonders if he is serious, and if this is just a polite way of saying the hero has a bad temper. Just then, the mercenary announces they have arrived and tells him to enter. Inside, Queeble is questioning why, after decades, someone tried to kill them. A white-haired man replies that he is very sorry and ashamed. Another young man tells him to stop his meaningless apologies before his ears rot. The merchant then intervenes, saying everything is settled and that all of his and his father's debts are paid. He adds that the white-haired man has even shamed the parents who raised him. Someone says that is enough. It is the hero, Jenny's, who orders them to stop, telling them not to insult the man's parents like that because it is making his own ears dirty. Queeble addresses the hero as master, but Jenny's cuts him off, telling him not to be mistaken. He states that Queeble and Zapiro would not have thought of this on their own, and that if they had enough people, they would not have conspired against him. With red eyes, Jenny's announces there is another guest, and asks if he should call him in. At that moment, the protagonist enters through the door, and everyone looks at him. He now stands right in front of Jenny's. A man demands to know if the protagonist is the defense general. The protagonist offers no justification for his actions. The man repeats the question, outraged, but the protagonist only confirms he has no excuses. He confesses to trying to take the lives of those who wanted to help, admitting to thoughts more monstrous than any beasts. The protagonist realizes this is a test, and drops to his knees, a move that surprises Jenny's. The protagonist knows his mission is to persuade Queeble to calm his rage and make him an ally, believing that managing the emotions tied to his powers is the true goal. He begins to speak, claiming Queeble misunderstands the situation. He takes full responsibility, insisting he alone tried to rob the merchant group, that he manipulated the weak Zapiro, and that he personally led the guards. The man grinds his teeth, demanding to know if the protagonist was truly responsible for everything. The protagonist's strategy is to fuel the man's rage, and it works perfectly. The man explodes, demanding a reason for his actions. The protagonist simply states he will offer no excuses. The man asks if he has a death wish. The protagonist replies that he wants to live, which only enrages the man further, who accuses him of mockery. In a swift motion, the protagonist bows even lower, pressing his forehead to the cold floor. He explains that he almost made a grave mistake upon witnessing an injustice, suggesting his punishment should have been harsher. He recounts the city's 3-month isolation. 2 months ago, their lord fled with all the guards, abandoning them. The women and children died first. Orcs devoured many of the rest. As he speaks, a status window announces the activation of sympathetic mode. The protagonist continues, describing how his people cast aside honor and humanity just to survive, how they felt their crimes were justified. He screams, asking what they have left but their own lives, proclaiming they would sell their very souls to go on living. The story moves a white-haired man to tears. Janus listens silently as the protagonist tells of people climbing their neighbors' walls for scraps, of going without food for 2 months, of abandoning everything for a chance to live, and of following him because of it. He ends by pleading for them to save Canadian, insisting they only want to survive. Suddenly, the protagonist's head is slammed into the floor with tremendous force, spilling blood across the stone. He struggles to lift his head, but another blow comes flying his way. Before his face can smash into the ground again, Janus catches him by the shoulder. With red eyes, Janus calls the protagonist clever. He explains that while the protagonist claimed to offer no excuses, he masterfully said everything he wanted to, acting like a venomous snake. Janus smiles, remarking that a snake that bites at the first opportunity is a useful thing to have. On the floor, the protagonist hears Janus say he needs someone exactly like him and can only conclude that the man is insane. A status window opens, declaring, "This is the end." Another immediately follows, stating he went too far. The protagonist wonders how powerful the blow was if his skull is shattered. Then, to his shock, he is completely healed, his eyes flying open. He questions if it was an elixir or a function of Janus himself, concluding that the remedy is incredibly potent, regenerating cells no matter how severe the wound. Janus turns to Quibble and declares that he is lost. Quibble, confused, asks what he means. Janus explains that they are stopping now, that Quibble's argument has failed, and asks why he looks so displeased. Quibble tries to protest, but Janus cuts him off. He makes it clear that this is an order, not a request. Janus continues, stating it's obvious that people who endure such a tragedy would lose their sense of right and wrong. Janus points out that Quibble himself abandoned mercenaries to guarantee his merchant group's safety, concluding that he and the protagonist are the same. Quibble tries to defend his actions, but Janus orders him to be silent. Janus then declares that when the city was starving, they did not abandon anyone, and asks Quibble if he is wrong. Quibble can only admit that Janus is right. With that, Janus declares the conversation over. He orders his men to put food in the protagonist's group's bags, stating that before they accuse them of a crime and take their lives, they must feed them first. A man named Mortim agrees to carry out the command. Quibble tries to interject one last time, but Janus silences him with a furious glare, ordering him to simply follow the command he was given. Janus questions if Quibble can truly do this, but Quibble explains that there must be a misunderstanding. He wants to know if the man can work without anger or resentment, and if everything is truly resolved. Quibble wisely advises him that to be a merchant, he cannot let his emotions get out of control. Trusting him, Janus changes the orders he gave to Mortim. The new priority is to find the routes the orcs might use to infiltrate the city. That servant must also obey his absolute orders and choose people who can fight during the attacks. The next to receive an order is Zapiro, who is terrified as soon as his master's gaze falls on him. He is told he has only 1 day and must rest as much as possible, as Janus thinks he cannot work in his current state. The master says he values everything that belongs to him, and if Zapiro wants to be saved, he must obey. The man feels immense gratitude that someone is concerned for his life. Janus then makes a few more observations, commenting that the vice mayor can only sleep after drinking alcohol. Because he is already an old and tired man, Janus says he will take that heavy burden and carry it for now. This makes the old man break down in tears, but it's no use as the master is stubborn. He just points his finger and orders the man to go rest. From a distance, Kai-sun just watches all these orders being given. He comes to admire this new lord, who seems arrogant, but whose orders are clear and specific. Kai-sun reflects that when a powerful person acts so recklessly, it is not out of irreverence, but benevolence. He notes that the 3 most influential people in the city are now under that person's command, and realizes that after them, only he is left to receive more orders. And Kai-sun is right, because that person suddenly walks toward him. Placing a hand on his shoulder, Janus asks if he is Kai-sun and, in a strange tone, wants to know if he has anything to say. The vibration of the touch is so strong that it makes his very bones ache. He is then slowly sent to another dimension and opens his eyes. As soon as he does, he sees 2 women looking at him intensely. Little by little, he comes to the realization that he is back in reality, although everything feels like just a long dream. In truth, he is not Kai-sun, but Cheol Ho-kang, a 30-year-old unemployed man. It takes a moment for it to fully sink in, but as soon as it does, he is terrified. It's strange, because he didn't fight and he didn't lose, so why is he back? Looking at the women, he wonders if he failed, which seems odd since the mission had only just begun. A short-haired girl tries to calm him, but to him, it feels as if someone just cut the power at a PC bang. The president then tells him that this was just a save point. Since he has no knowledge of what that is, he is a little suspicious. The president explains that the mission is very long and that he must rest for a while. She doesn't want his body to start failing, so they will all talk in the office. She explains that a mission is only cancelled under special circumstances, and also observes that he is not a high enough level for missions of this size. Once in the office, he wants her to explain more about the save point, since the woman mentioned it when he returned. The woman explains that the risk and danger he went through are still the same. He questions this, saying he is not hurt or tired enough to want to rest. She then tells him that thinking too much as Chiao Ho Kang has overloaded his mind. And it seems to be true, because when she says this, his mind begins to falter in a way. She continues, saying that it is not normal for him to be at level 4 and for his body to still feel pain. Although they don't say it, it feels as if his head is going to break in half. It is all because of Cassine's past, which is too heavy, and that is why he is so desperate and depressed. In this way, at the beginning, he cannot think of it as a game, but as a once-in-a-lifetime mission in another dimension. Then, Sion Hiwa reveals that he, just like the character, is in danger. The reason is that Genis has begun to suspect him, and she fears that everything about the organization could be discovered. He realizes they are right. Right before the teleport, Genis corners him, clearly curious about something. Pulling him out through a shortcut makes perfect sense now. Everything points to one conclusion. Cheol Ho understands Genis is suspicious, likely guessing he is a dimensional traveler instead of a regular citizen. The president sits in a delicate position and cannot explain everything. She tells him to stay quiet, already knowing his thoughts. She points out his highly unusual and unstable style, something that shocks even her team. He shows flashes of brilliant intelligence, then turns around and makes absurd mistakes. He admits his error. He spoke too openly about contractors and dimensional travelers, pushing the director into a tough dilemma. The protagonist notices her frustration and asks if this situation is the only reason. Sion he grows irritated. He reads situations too easily, the exact skill that lets him execute perfect mission clears. He tries to justify his results as a product of his curiosity. He explains his need to level up fast, since level 10 unlocks more information. She asks him to stop causing disasters. He only promises to try. The truth remains simple. He is far too stubborn, a player operating purely on his own logic and style. While they talk, his in-game character sits in serious trouble thanks to his reckless choices. The director explains that if things get that dangerous again, they will just pull him to safety. He asks if he can continue the mission. She confirms, stating they have no other options. She checks her computer and announces some good news. Permission is granted. She clarifies it is too early to hand over classified intel, but he needs certain knowledge to prevent Genis from blindsiding him. She hands him a file titled, The Myth of Other Dimensional Worlds. This document exists solely to help him answer Genis' questions, covering for his character's limited ability to reveal the past. Reading the file, he uncovers the history of the evil goddess Hel. He finally understands why Genis asked about selling his soul to her. He needs to absorb this information to shake off the suspicion. Some details can wait, but the next page is crucial. It describes the goddess Hel as reckless and overwhelming, an entity obsessed with breaking rules. The absolute law of that dimension enforces strict principles of cause and effect. Hel stands as the exact opposite, branded an evil goddess who also contracts souls for the underworld. The director hits him with a question. If contracting souls makes the goddess evil, does that make their organization evil too? He knows these people never hurt him. Instead, they operate as his financial saviors. She continues, stating the afterlife matters because the soul holds the highest value, but fixating on it leads to despair, making the intense effort to protect it completely contradictory. The protagonist refuses to listen any further. He feels the temptation and shuts down any chance of being manipulated. His way of speaking only draws more of her attention. His constant need for help exhausts her, yet she keeps praising him with bizarre comparisons, even calling him a fried octopus. Suddenly, without thinking, he asks the director out to eat. He snaps back to reality a second later. She smiles, pointing out that single men with no experience are all the same. She suggests he goes home to clear his exhausted mind. He realizes he started the mission in the morning, and it is already the middle of the night. Time moves incredibly fast in that dimension. Even though the task remains incomplete, the director asks what he plans to do with the money. She explains Cassine's mission is long-term. He can take the payout at the end, or take a cut right now. He immediately asks if splitting the payment changes the total amount. He catches the real reason behind the offer. He might not survive long enough to see the final payout. He knows he is not invincible, so he has to factor in failure. This realization sparks an idea. He slams his hands on the table and states he wants the $1.5 million reward in a different format. The director finds it interesting that he wants something other than cash. He specifies his terms. On top of the money, he wants the exact potion Genis used on his companions. The moment she hears his demand, her eyes go wide with absolute shock. The woman recovers from a shock and explains that the item is forbidden. He cannot bring it into this dimension. The news crushes him. He remembers how that same medicine healed his fractured skull, just as it healed Quibble and Mortim. She continues, stating the potion is an elixir that doesn't exist in their world, unlike simple gold coins. It's a matter of balance, but the protagonist cannot understand this logic. The woman warns him not to let his feelings cloud the negotiation. His motive for wanting the elixir is obvious: to save his mother. He knows they read minds, but feels she strikes a raw nerve. He tries to calm himself, thinking his information should be private, but then he remembers he never even provided his bank account number. He concludes they can access any information they desire. After all, they are nothing more than merchants who sell souls. She explains the prohibition is part of a rigorous security system. An item that can cure cancer or grant immortality would attract the world's most powerful people, like corporate CEOs. The rich and powerful could live forever, becoming absolute monarchs, perhaps even gods. The protagonist realizes this would create a terribly unjust world. He finally understands why the item is forbidden at every level, and that no matter how high he climbs, he will never obtain it. However, the woman reveals there is another way for him, another cure. With this sliver of hope, his eyes widen in desperation. She explains that a safe healing potion exists, and because his mother's illness is not terminal, the process is easier. There is just one problem. The potion is restricted to high-level players. The potion can only be obtained when he reaches levels 25 and 50, and it can only be used on a family member. The woman notes his talent for understanding things quickly, and urges him to endure and work hard. She adds that with a high enough level, he can also discover his true name. He knows she is still hiding most of the game, but he feels they are giving him the most critical information. Because of this, he decides he can trust them a little more. Even without getting everything he wants, he thanks her. This satisfies the woman. After all, this is just a transaction. He reflects on how he has begged both heaven and hell through tears, but in the end, these people are just merchants who sell souls. Back at the hospital, he once again confronts his cruel and miserable reality. Seeing his mother in her bed, he remembers giving up on everything. Now, the return of hope is terrifying. He recalls drowning in debt and considering giving up on her, believing that the attempt to save her would destroy his family. At that time, he even thought it might have been better for everyone to just let her go. Now in tears, he silently begs his mother to wait just a little longer. He feels that this time it will not take so long, and he is determined to make it happen. He researches online until exhaustion sets in. He studies everything he can to deceive Genis, but finds the law fascinating, especially the section on the evil goddess Hell. He theorizes that her laws have combined and expanded, and makes a mental note to increase his computer security. The moment he leaves his room, his sister ambushes him with questions about where he is going. He says he is going to work, but to avoid suspicion he calls it a business trip. Her questions persist until he shuts her down by reminding her that he is the company president. Still, she demands a minute of his time, and he irritably asks what she is complaining about now. Her complaint is simple. If he is the president, he should not be dressed like a homeless person. She points out all his flaws, arguing that while he does not need to be extravagant, he should not look pathetic either. She demands more of his attention, and makes him promise to spend more time with her. Satisfied, she flops onto the sofa and wishes him luck. All he can think about is his desperate need for cash. He calls out her name and smiles, promising to make a lot of money. He arrives at the company to continue Keisane's mission. The secretary says he is free to leave, but when she asks why he is in such a rush, his thoughts drift to his mother. The women immediately read his mind. He forces a smile, and claims he just does not like being idle. He knows curing his mother is not impossible. All he needs to do is reach level 50 and obtain the miracle potion. The game itself is not difficult, but he feels the strain after completing the harder missions. Reaching level 50 is one thing, but he also needs to figure out the price of the potion. Since he knows the organization is all about profit, the woman reading his thoughts tells him not to worry. She explains that while reaching level 50 is hard, obtaining Dharma is easy. His eyes widen as he wonders what Dharma is. When she offers no more information, his mind starts working. He knows karma is an inescapable abyss, so Dharma must be something different. The woman panics, Realizing she has said too much, she begs him to keep it a secret, and insists he must not tell the president about karma and dharma. He forgets again that she can read his mind, and his next thought sends her into a full-blown panic. She accuses him of overthinking and deducing things too quickly, then yells that the real problem is that he is right. She scrambles to fix her mistake, but it is too late. He makes a mental note. Her weakness is that she talks too much. The woman explains that his silence alone won't fix the problem. She reveals that if he prepares himself mentally, reading his mind becomes difficult. The trick is to express himself with thoughts instead of words, thinking quickly with only his subconscious. He understands it all comes down to the speed of transmission. This new information triggers a memory. He recalls the last time he saw the president, and realizes she read his mind wrong. He had only thought superficially, which led to her misinterpretation. Now he knows the organization reads minds like a message, and the souls they sell are flawed. When he's no longer at such a disadvantage, he asks if this isn't a trade secret. She confirms she could be fired if the president finds out. She advises him to just train until he reaches level 10, since the organization doesn't use mental probes on formal contractors. Seeing the value of this intel, he agrees to keep her secret. But just then, the woman is terrified. The president is arriving. She scrambles to send him on his mission, desperate to cover her mistake. He notices her desperation to get him out. As his image fades, his thoughts turn to his hospitalized mother, his resolve to cure her hardening. He asks himself to just hold on a little longer. Then, his presence is completely transported to another dimension. Back at the organization, the employee feels a wave of relief now that he's gone. The president, He-woo, approaches and asks if the protagonist has left. The employee, Minute-he, recalls a mistake and confirms she followed all orders. He-woo comments that the protagonist is smart and will do well, but Minute-he worries her work evaluation is ruined. She thinks it would have been better to just tell him how to handle Genis, but Keishin would never accept that, and Cheol still has doubts about the company. If they believe the protagonist figured everything out on his own, they can trust and use the information. Minute-he says the problem isn't the mission, but his future. Both women agree his cognitive abilities are fast, and he might even develop a special skill. The president then confesses her goal is to give him a skill, which puts the pink-haired employee on the defensive. But He-woo argues that great risks equal great rewards. Minute-he understands, the greater the danger, the greater the return. The president continues, explaining that if the protagonist hadn't made a mistake at the start, his mission wouldn't be this difficult. As she speaks, she watches a hologram of him. Minute-he is determined to open the connection for Keishin and receives the order to do it safely. The connection is linked, but during the process, a request for intervention comes through. It's hard to believe, since he's only level 5. Then they see the user's name. It's the young man with blue eyes. The president growls at the sight of the name Naguk, the insane user. The rules are clear. The player isn't level 10 yet. The request is just to make a reservation, but the president decides to respond herself. Meanwhile, the moment the protagonist teleports, a new skill is added: automatic event search. He immediately notices that his experience points and his level can now decrease. The situation is serious, but he has no time to process it. Someone demands to know what is muttering. He turns, looks at Buraball, and his eyes go wide. Seeing his reaction, the man grows uneasy and asks if there's something on his face. An exclamation point floats over Buraball's head and the commander realizes it's just like a game, where he can see quests on NPCs. This is an incredible skill he never expected to get. Buraball explains that recently, the men are more tired and weak, perhaps from not eating enough. This is strange, since they should be the best fed in the city, especially after the Quibble merchants brought so much grain and meat. The man confirms they are eating, but the diet is unbalanced, focused only on meat and bread. Though meat and grains are nutritious, the excess calories could be making the situation worse. So Buraball asks if there is a solution. A side quest appears, and the leader declares he will seek the wisdom of the elders. Buraball finds this strange, as the elderly have no strength. Losing his patience, the commander explains that because they were born and lived their whole lives in Canadian, the elders know how to distinguish poisonous plants from edible ones. Understanding the logic, Buraball suggests he look for Hadel, an herb gardener. As soon as the suggestion is made, the side quest is completed, and the commander gains 5% experience. He cracks a smile, having found the solution to his level loss. From that moment on, whenever he sees a soldier with an exclamation point on his head, he approaches to help. After giving one of them a quick solution, he receives another reward of 0.5% experience. He realizes that every time he helps someone with those marks, he gains a certain percentage. Young Pal's mission continues like a game, but now he can see the exclamation points immediately. The people with these marks have quests both large and small, which explains the variation in experience gains. There are over 2,000 citizens in Canadian, and this new ability becomes a way to support them all. The soldiers become agitated, always seeking out the commander and greeting him with enthusiasm. His eyes shine as he sees the citizens filled with hope again. However, a trade route is still missing, and for that, he decides to find the epic hero. He searches for information on Jenny's, a 20-year-old with a mental age of 60. Looking at the file, the commander wonders why Jenny's was removed from his position. He also notices the affection rate, once at 25, has plummeted to 10. Just as he is thinking about the hero, Jenny suddenly appears. His eyes go wide at the sight of the bizarre figure, completely covered in ice. The young man tells him not to be so loud and explains the filth is not his own, but from the orcs. Curious, the commander asks how many orcs he fought. After hearing the report, he asks for a moment to think. The protagonist looks into the young man's eyes and sees no trace of resentment. He knows that to capture a tiger, one must enter its den. With that in mind, he begins to speak, declaring that the two of them need to have a serious talk. He goes the other way upstairs as the protagonist follows, trying to figure out the problem. Once inside, Jenny's announces he has some questions. The protagonist feels no fear, having expected this. He gives a smooth answer, explaining that the church has extensive records on travelers and that he is a servant of the goddess of liberty. To prove it, he makes a gesture he learned in the real world, claiming he has followed her for 2 years. The questions continue. His position in the church, then the power he received. He claims his power is a secret. Jenny's presses him, asking why a 2-year veteran of the faith is not surprised by the story of fighting 100 orcs. The protagonist realizes his mistake. A feat like that requires 150 soldiers. He knows he can defeat 500, but that is a secret, so he lies, claiming he heard the story from someone else. Immediately, the system warns him. Jenny's affection is decreasing. Jenny's then says the word 3, and the protagonist understands the terrible truth. It is the number of lies he has told. Jenny's knows. The next question is dangerous. Jenny's wants to know why he is in Canadian. Fearing Jenny's can read his mind, he uses his superficial consciousness to calm himself. The truth is that Cassine is not from Canadian, despite having been there for 12 years. With red eyes, Jenny seems to search for the truth. Once he has it, he calms slightly, advising the protagonist to stay on the path of truth, confirming his worst suspicions. The next question, is he talking to someone else? Realizing he has been watched all along, he gives vague answers. He remembers the director's warning about the save point, but his hesitation is his 4th infraction. With a strange expression, Jenny's declares he is done trying to solve things with words. He prepares to attack, clenching his fist and landing a devastating punch. The blow is so powerful that every muscle in Cassine's body screams with continuous damage. Jenny's advances, looking down at him with enraged eyes. Cassine demands to know why he is being attacked, and Jenny's furiously states it is for the 4 lies. Jenny strikes him again, announcing the real interrogation is starting now. Every punch feels like a piece of his skeleton is shattering, and Jenny's has no intention of stopping. The visage is agonizing. Finally, a defeated Cassine starts to cough. He sees the bones he used to defend himself are completely damaged, broken like thin glass. The pain promises to last for 4 hours. Jenny's looks down at him, remarking that an elixir would be best, but it is too expensive. He adds that a healing potion would make most of the wounds disappear, the very thing the protagonist wanted all along. Grabbing Cassine's mouth, Jenny's asks what he is staring at. He grants absolution for his inability to control his skills, promising he will not take his life, but he makes it clear that by the end, Cassine will wish for death. Everything is now clear. He faces 4 long hours with this person. It is as if fate is screaming with laughter, and so the ordeal continues for 4 hours. He descends the stairs alone, lost in thought, but a single pebble is enough to make him trip. He collapses in immense pain, realizing it's not just the injury, but a new, crippling fear of everything. He knows he wouldn't have survived without Uribaldo's help. Jenny's understands perfectly how to leave a person weak, in pain, and unable to use their own judgment. He remembers hearing an inner voice speak to him, and the memory is startling, especially because Jenny's was prepared to inflict even more pain. In that moment, he screamed for the man to stay away. The voice then asked him to surrender control of his body, promising it was the only way to endure. Reflecting on everything that happened, he concludes that without Uribaldo, he would not have made it. He then remembers his friend and asks if he is okay. Thanks to the potion, both are physically recovered, but they remain mentally damaged. The Grand Healing Potion is truly a magic as effective as medicine. It isn't long before he finds Zapiro, who also has that small dot on his head. Zapiro immediately notices from Kaysen's appearance that something is wrong, but Kaysen cannot tell him what happened. Instead, He changes the subject and asks what the problem is. Zapiro begins talking about the city and the insecurity of the last few days, which activates a seemingly lucrative side quest. Everything seems surrounded by misunderstandings and threatening glares, and what Zapiro describes sounds very familiar, reminding him of his own father. He continues to listen as the man asks if he has a solution for the anxiety gripping Kanaduum, especially with the city isolated. It is a certainty that anxiety makes people violent and uncontrollable. When they are about to starve, they think only of survival. Now, it seems that focus is turning toward a dark future. Zapiro thinks the problem is the large number of unemployed people, since without work, they have time to think about useless things. With just a few words, the side quest is completed, but a new one is added. Help the unemployed. A very complicated problem. Cassine thinks a large-scale construction project could be an easy solution, but quickly dismisses the idea, as they have no money. While he reflects, another person with a dot on their head approaches him. Looking at Cuable, he wonders why everyone here seems to have a quest. Cuable also comments that the commander does not look well, but Cassine deflects the question by asking another. The man then apologizes, saying he caused many problems the first time, and now needs to ask for some advice. Cuable explains that Jenny's gave him a horrible task: find a new way to obtain 3 times more food than the last time. The protagonist does not understand, since the caravan Cuable brought was already massive. Even counting children, women, and the elderly, the food purchased was enough for 3 months. Cuable says Jenny's threw him out and told him to find Cassine if he failed. The problem is that he has already spoken with Cassine, and the experience was far more traumatic than it should have been, but he will not mention that to anyone. In the middle of the conversation, a medium-level quest activates. Cassine notices that Cuable seems to already know the answer, yet still questions him with great intensity. He is unsure why Jenny's would send Cuable to do this. Knowing he is a merchant who measures the value of everything, even people, thinking he could gain some points with him by giving the right answer, Cassine walks and points to one side. He explains that the place has a lot of old buildings, and if they relocate the people and destroy everything, they will have a large portion of empty land. At first, the man does not understand why he is talking about an empty plot. Cassine then explains that they need a plantation to grow vegetables and raise animals inside the wall. That answer seems quite innovative to Cuable, who realizes Jenny's must want everyone to become self-sufficient in agriculture. Once again, Cassine manages to leave the man speechless. The commander knows this is the obvious solution, and also tells Cuable that he understands this is all just a test. The man confesses that it is a test, and that the mission is very important. He then opens the sack he has been holding the entire time, and Cassine's eyes widen at the light coming from a bag full of precious items. The bag is overflowing with precious stones, leaving the protagonist speechless. Cuable sees this and thinks Cassine is human after all. These are the resources Jenny's provided to secure food, and Cassine immediately realizes the enormous gems must be from the dragon he killed. Cuable admits he never imagined handling so much wealth, but he urgently needs advice on where to lead the caravan. This isn't a test. Cuable genuinely doesn't know what to do. Cassine realizes the problem is real and asks for the details. The man explains the issue is the long distance and travel time. A 2-month round trip is far too long, especially with their slow wagons. Just then, a new mission appears for Cassine, offering a trade route as a reward. He now understands Jenny's has 2 trade routes, a puzzle even for a dragon slayer. The mystery slowly begins to unravel. The merchant says the caravan leaves tomorrow morning, telling Cassine to find him if he comes up with a solution. But the protagonist is exhausted, his mental energy completely drained. He needs to eat and sleep, but someone else is already waiting for him. He sees the person and the exclamation point above their head, his face twisting into a strange expression. The man acknowledges the bad timing, but explains he traveled a long way just for this conversation, so it would be cruel to send him away. Once again, Cassine is asked about his health, a question everyone seems to be asking today. The man, Tim, explains he lacks experience and is facing a problem. He wanted to talk sooner, but saw Cassine busy helping others and didn't want to interrupt. The protagonist realizes he's been distracted by minor events, neglecting the 3 most important figures for the mission: Zapiro, Cuable, and Tim. Tim says he has delayed as long as possible, but now he's out of time and needs to ask a direct question about Cassine's opinion of Jenny's. As Tim speaks, a medium-grade mission activates. He explains that while he follows Jenny's orders, he doesn't consider him his lord because his loyalty is to the merchant. Cassine offers his opinion, but Tim reacts badly, questioning if the protagonist believes loyalty is something to be negotiated. He is completely against this and says Cassine is not acting like the man he's heard about. The protagonist takes a deep breath, composing himself to get back into character as Mortim demands an explanation. Cassine draws his sword. He explains that when he became a knight, he never swore loyalty to Lord Canadian. He had a general, but his heart belonged to someone more honorable, the citizens of Canadian, whom he was sworn to protect. This speech activates the sympathy skill. Despite the powerful words, Mortim just turns away, calling the conversation complicated. He sadly reveals that his father and grandfather were knights, a path he was unable to follow. Cassine tells him that now, he has the chance to fulfill that desire. The mercenary leader clarifies that Jenny's isn't a bad master, but he wants to serve someone who truly inspires his loyalty. Cassine proposes a solution. Mortim should observe Jenny's up close. The problem is, Cassine has no idea how to make them interact. Mortim likes the idea, but says it's impossible. He reveals he is leaving the city tomorrow, and he may never come back. Hearing this, the protagonist is completely thrown. Later, as he lies down to sleep, Cassine's mind races, trying to find a way to fix the situation. He considers that Mortim's visit might be a system warning about his critical importance. But Quibble is also crucial, and his caravan needs strong security. According to Birable, the only truly skilled mercenary available is Mortim. Lost in these thoughts, he drifts off to sleep without even realizing it. He wakes from a strange dream, still thinking, intrigued by a familiar voice. He remembers searching for a solution right before falling asleep. In front of the map, he analyzes the surroundings of the neighboring city until his eyes land on a specific name, the city of Hurdle, just a week's journey away. He then recalls where he heard that name, remembering a teleportation scroll and the conversation they had about the city. With this memory, a brilliant idea forms in his mind. With no time to waste, he realizes he needs the scroll to transport a single person. The plan already formed, Cassine runs to share his idea before the caravan departs. Meanwhile, at the meeting point, Quibble and Mortim are already waiting. They are startled to see Cassine running desperately toward them, his clothes a mess, as if he was in such a rush he didn't even have time to dress properly. Ignoring all formality, Cassine gets straight to the point, asking if Quibble knows how to ride a horse. The merchant finds the question foolish, and the ones that follow are just as irritating. However, he realizes Cassine is completely serious and wants to know what this is all about. Understanding that time is short, Quibble focuses on just answering. Greatly irritated, the merchant confirms that he knows how to ride a horse and how to select trustworthy people. This is a great relief for the protagonist. He immediately tells everyone to stop moving and announces that no one is leaving the city. Mortim is the first to find the situation strange. Quibble, however, cracks a smile, realizing Cassine has a solution and is willing to bear the responsibility. Seeing that he seems to have it all planned, Quibble decides to leave things in Mortim's care while he is away and asks what brilliant idea Cassine has this time. The matter is too delicate to discuss in the open, so it isn't long before the two are meeting with Zapiro. They are there to negotiate, as the order for the caravan to depart has already been given. Cassine explains that he remembered the teleportation scroll. Zapiro confirms he has it, but points out its usage limits. It is clarified that only one person will go, and that this person has a large amount of money. Smiling, Quibble remarks that a merchant with money is like a well-armed mercenary. Cassine begins writing on a board to explain the plan. The merchant will use the scroll to teleport near the city of Hurdle, arriving in the Great Northern Plains. Zapiro immediately warns that he doesn't want to waste the scroll and asks if this has any real purpose. After all, only a week remains, but Cassine explains his plan will reduce the caravan's total time to just 3 days, which would be extremely useful. Cassine continues his explanation. In practice, things could vary, but Hurdle is not a city isolated by monsters. He states they don't need to buy all the food from there, just find good locations for quick deals. Actions like negotiating prices or looking for damaged goods must be skipped. His suggestion to buy large animals and grains, which are more expensive, leaves the other two perplexed. Cassine knows this is like making a huge bet with a lot of money, and that neither of them is prepared for it. Even so, he tries to explain that profit is not the most important thing for this caravan. Time is. Cassine asks the merchant to imagine he holds a contract that only yields profit if completed on time. For this reason, it doesn't matter if they are merchants or mercenaries. They must offer whatever it takes to hire the best candidates. Cassine adds that they can even offer an advance payment, as he doesn't care about the normal restrictions of a contract. As he listens, Quibble realizes a caravan with a lighter load would indeed be faster. Smiling, he says he can make the plan work, and that it will take a little over 15 days. The time frame isn't bad, but Cassine believes they can reduce it even further. This statement makes the other two anxious again, one of them asking what kind of magic he intends to use. The explanation follows, revealing that the new problem is transportation and passage through cities. Kensine explains that it's not a problem of speed, but of processing. The city lords always stop caravans passing through their lands for inspection. They do this to prevent provisions like medicine and food from reaching enemy troops, a point the merchant seems to agree with. With a sharp gaze, Kensine then points out that the people responsible for this check are usually just a low-ranking knight and a common soldier. After saying this, he pulls something from his pocket that terrifies even the old Zapiro. The situation gets even worse when Kensine uses what appears to be the seal of the Lord of Canadian. The act drives the other two mad, as it is clearly a crime. Faced with their reaction, the protagonist once again just gives a slight smile. Despite Zapiro's dislike for Kensine's attitude, it is already too late. The scroll bearing the Lord of Canadian seal is used. The older man wears a look of clear disapproval, but Cassine notices his discontent and tells him not to worry, as it is all over. Zapiro makes it clear that a report is necessary. This is an official aid document, a request for food from the Lord. The idea is that by showing the document, the guards will let Quible's caravan pass without any trouble. The great problem is that the official document, bearing the false signature of Gauss Canadal, will also be sent through high-ranking routes. The protagonist tries to calm Zapiro, arguing that this is irrelevant as long as they overcome their current difficulty. Smiling, she says he should see this as the best year, because he has saved 2,000 people. Zapiro, however, is not sure the merchant will succeed. Knowing more lords in the region, he thinks he should have gone himself. Perceiving Cassine's disagreement, Zapiro thinks perhaps she doubts his ability. Cassine clarifies that it is nothing of the sort. The merchant is simply the best person for the job, and the city cannot function without Zapiro. She then changes the subject, claiming to have found a solution for the unemployed. Approaching the window, she asks him to look outside, explaining that when the merchant returns with a caravan, they will have a large farm. The plan is to destroy the deserted houses on the east side and prepare the soil for cultivation. Zapiro, a wise man, observes that if the work were construction, the process would be much faster, completable in 50 days. The protagonist smiles and replies that this way, she can create more jobs whenever she needs to. She asserts that all jobs have a similar value, especially with the city surrounded by monsters. Later, all the people are gathered for a meeting with the leaders, and many begin to beg the commander for any job other than that one. Arriving from a distance, the protagonist notes that the general concern is due to the work's proximity to the castle walls. A citizen mentions hearing about a job near the east side of the city. Even when it is explained to be manual labor for less pay, there is still interest. Cassine points to the horizon and explains that they do not need to worry. They should notice the people approaching on horseback. Those riders will alert them if orcs appear, so they can work in peace. Soon after, orders begin to be distributed to all the citizens. Wagons and carts are prepared with tools for the work. Once the merchant is traveling alone, all his horses and carts are available. The people are quickly separated into groups. Some are to dig the soil around the castle walls and remove the earth with wheelbarrows. It is a large-scale construction, involving 500 people to dig a moat. Orders are given constantly, and the workers obey without hesitation. Zapiro is impressed. He never imagined there would be jobs, and now they are being created with great ease. He also recognizes the importance of the moat, which makes defense much easier. Since ancient times, moats are as defensive as walls, as the bodies of water prevent enemies from approaching. It is a better strategy than just protecting the walls with soldiers, as it reduces the number of battles they will have to face. Whenever a group encounters difficulties, the problem is reported to the commander, who immediately proposes an alternative. The requests and complaints do not stop, but there is always a next group ready to provide support. They need more tools for the construction. Although there are many unemployed people, it is necessary to deliver tools to all of them for the labor to be effective. Looking at everything from a distance, Cassin is satisfied, as everything is going perfectly well. A 30-minute rest is announced at the exact moment everyone is exhausted. From the workers' expressions, they no longer seem worried about that morning's problems. The same mind that moves the body is also dominated by it, so no matter their worries, no one can think of anything with a body tired from work. The payment for that day is special, as one of the maids brings the same food that is provided to the defensive force. As soon as the workers notice they will eat dried meat, they become euphoric. Some celebrate because after months, they can finally eat some meat. Zapiro realizes that everything has worked out. He is satisfied to see them become as meek as lambs just because of the food. For him, after everything they have been through, this proves they have finally found a place where they belong. Zapiro watches the workers eat, noting it's the first time commoners have ever received meat as a special meal. He proudly declares that Genis is the one gifting them this food, telling them to eat and be grateful to the guardian of Canadian. The crowd hangs on his every word, concluding they are safe and well only because of their lord. But to the protagonist, this propaganda feels strangely timed, and he wonders what Zapiro is truly thinking. A notification suddenly arrives. The mission is complete, the number of employed and hopeful citizens increases, and he gains a new skill related to time acceleration, though he must read its description later. The protagonist feels a surge of satisfaction for raising an army and solving the city's unemployment. After all, they never would have survived without the food Genis and the merchants brought just in time. Just then, an exclamation point appears over the head of the person beside him, signaling a new mission. They begin to talk about Genis. Genis appears out of nowhere, startling Cassine. Instinct takes over and his body jerks away. Even with positive thoughts in his mind, his body overreacts to the man's voice. The situation is about to get difficult, because Genis wants to speak with the commander. They move to a more private area, where Genis acknowledges Cassine's skills but immediately points out a problem. He explains that a talented but untrustworthy person is as dangerous as any enemy. He then turns to the commander, asking if his opinion of Cassine has changed. Genis insists on knowing what Cassine is hiding. The protagonist is terrified, explaining that he wants to tell him but is bound by a restriction. He believes that if he could just reveal everything, he could calm Genis and de-escalate the situation. But the Guardian's eyes are crazed as he demands the whole truth. Cassine tries to remain calm, repeating that he would have already explained everything if not for the restriction. He decides the only thing he can say to earn his trust is to mention the goddess of hell, freedom and reward. He explains that if he breaks his promise to hell or to his contractor, he will lose what is most important to him. Cassine confidently tells Genis to trust him, just as he trusts the 2,000 citizens he values so much. At that moment, his special skill, eloquence, activates, hoping it will work on the man. But something unexpected happens. His ability is instantly nullified by another skill called isolation. The moment it fails, Genis, who is already on the edge, completely snaps. The reason is simple. He was controlled for a long time in the past, and manipulative skills like that no longer work on him. The situation becomes critical. Genis' affection, already minimal, plummets into the negative, turning them into enemies. Before, Genis only wanted to teach Cassine a lesson. Now he has a new purpose: to end the imposter's life. The protagonist tries to defend himself, insisting he cannot speak. But nothing stops Genis, who seems to have some kind of built-in lie detector. The combination of the perceived lie and the failure of eloquence makes it feel like the end is near. Cassine is stunned when Genis asks what kind of dragon he is collaborating with. Seeing the protagonist's confusion, Genis reconsiders, thinking it might be a demon instead. Forced to be honest, Cassine reveals his contract is with a human named Uriboldo. This only makes things worse, as he just claimed to have a contract with hell. Cassine tries to explain it's a different contract, one that has nothing to do with the goddesses. He argues that a person can have multiple valid contracts with different people at the same time. Realizing the situation is spiraling, Cassine decides to tell Genis everything he knows, or at least what he can deduce. Based on Genis' personality, he takes a guess. The Guardian was controlled by a dragon in the past. The words drive his opponent into a frenzy, making it clear that nothing good can come from this. Completely unhinged, Genis focuses all his hatred for dragons onto the man standing before him. Genis was once a dragon's guardian himself, only to be betrayed, eliminated, and have his gold stolen by the one he trusted most. Cassine speculates that such a horrific experience must have radically changed his personality, or perhaps the dragon forced him to kill people. Genis is at his breaking point and demands Cassine's silence, but the protagonist persists. He argues that if Genis suspects him just for having a secret, it implies Genis himself has none. He shouts the question: isn't being forced to reveal secrets the exact same thing the dragon he hates so much did to him? Simply deranged, the man screams for him to shut up as he prepares an attack. This time, it will not be a warning. It will be final. An intense fireball erupts, and looking down, Cassine sees a gaping, ruined hole in his abdomen. His body slams into the ground once more. He feels his life draining away in his final moments, believing it's not supposed to end like this. But then, a green flash appears, and he starts to feel a little better. Even with his eyes closed, he hears Genis arguing with a blonde woman. As the healing magic knits him back together on the ground, his mind remains sharp. He realizes the woman must have been watching the entire time, meaning she commands not only healing magic, but stealth as well. His mind is suddenly transported to another place, where a familiar voice urges him to be bold. Uriboldo appears, admitting he felt a flicker of fear. The protagonist struggles with the idea that even the bravest knight was afraid of Genis' power. Uriboldo explains that the pressure was so intense, he found himself unconsciously backing away. Hearing that Uriboldo felt weak, the protagonist realizes his presence was more of a hindrance than a help. He now understands that Genis possesses an isolation power that cancels eloquence, the real reason his words failed to connect. The one moment Genis seemed moved was only because of a perfect storm: Kessin's coercion, Cheol Kang's eloquence, and Uribaldo's confidence, all firing at once. This forced combination left the protagonist fighting without his usual conviction, relying solely on his own eloquence and coercion. He understands that Uribaldo took a severe punishment from Genis in his place, and that the situation was impossible for anyone to overcome. He accepts his failure calmly, blaming no one, and comes to the painful conclusion that his special words are not always absolute. Uribaldo notes this lack of blame is part of his character, but insists that he has not failed, nor has he been eliminated from the mission. The statement is so shocking that the protagonist's eyes snap open. He is lying down, and realizes the fatal wound that destroyed his internal organs is completely gone. There isn't even a scar. A sweet voice asks if he is awake. It's the blonde elf, standing before him, the same one he remembers seeing just before he blacked out. He immediately thanks her for the healing and apologizes for the trouble he caused. The woman looks at him with admiration, explaining that the fault was, in a way, her own. As he listens, he notes that even an arrogant man like Genis argues with this elf as an equal. She tells him she found something interesting about him. He asks if she means the way a human acts so rudely toward a dragon slayer. The elf smiles, admitting she was just casting a line for him to bite. He counters, asking if the priestess has figured everything out. His words have an immediate effect, and he realizes she is referring to the question of whether or not he serves a god. The elf assumes he is about to apologize, and asks Genis to explain everything. But while still sitting, the protagonist confirms her suspicions are correct. He does possess similar powers, and she shouldn't be so quick to judge. He points out that she initially wanted to intervene, but decided it was too problematic, and chose to observe instead. He explains that he left her several clues. Realizing she's fallen into his trap, the elf demands he prove his claims. This is the perfect opportunity to prove the truth. He gets to his feet, declaring that if she wants proof, he will give it to her, and clenches his fist. With a valid reason to use his power, he connects to his source. He clenches his fist again, releasing a small portion of energy. He calls on Strobin, borrowing a piece of his dark and negative power. Fragments of that power begin to manifest, swirling in the air around him, as even the color of his eyes begins to shift. The concentration of power is immense, and the elf feels it, but the energy isn't fully released as Cassine imagines. Still, it's enough for her to identify the power as pure darkness, something she has never witnessed before. The skill doesn't activate as planned, but Cassine is satisfied, as he avoids spending the thousands of dollars the full ability would cost. Realizing her mistake, the elf apologizes for the trouble she caused, but then shifts the blame, claiming things only escalated because he mentioned the dragon. Cassine recognizes the apology for what it is: an accusation. The elf explains that he eliminated someone important, the woman Genis loved. This was all the result of mental manipulation and brainwashing, which created a deep-seated grudge, and explains Genis' twisted heart and his need for control. She reveals the dragon's name is Dwenis, but eliminating a dragon is not like killing a person. Dragons can revive as long as a single part of them remains intact. If it revives, the dragon will seek revenge, which is why Genis frantically hunts for any remaining trace of it. As they speak of him, Genis himself enters the room. He states that suspicion is a poison that controls the mind more than any other affliction. The protagonist repeats that restrictions prevent him from revealing everything, but he will share what he can. Genis tells him it's unnecessary, but Cassine insists. He reveals his past as a mercenary and a knight, explaining that his family was slaughtered by a guildmaster he trusted like a father, a noble lord who eliminated them without mercy. Hearing this, Genis concludes Cassine is a reincarnator. Cassine continues, stating he understands betrayal intimately and they should speak no more of past grievances. The idea sticks in Genis' mind, but Cassine cannot confirm it due to his restrictions. To the elf, the theory makes perfect sense, as the goddess operates in mysterious ways. At this moment, the player's special eloquence skill and his character's trust skill are both fully active. He never expected this outcome, but after great difficulty, he is finally beginning to earn Genis' trust. Genis acknowledges the effort Cassine makes to be honest, despite the danger to himself, and it gives him pause. He decides to open up as well, revealing the dragon was a tyrant, one of the worst in history. While under its control, Genis lived a terrible life, continuously trained to be a disciplined killer. For that reason, he will hunt the dragon down and reduce it to nothing every single time it dares to reincarnate. With their issues resolved, a large meal is served. A huge plate of meat is set before the elf, who has already eaten so much that a pile of bones is forming behind her. Cassine is shocked to see a carnivorous elf, and everything he knows about fantasy shadows. Genis sees his confusion and explains she is no common elf, but one of the shadows. He warns Cassine not to be deceived by her appearance, as she is not a nature-loving elf. It is undeniable when she, while chewing her meat, claims she does love nature, just in a different way. Just then, a servant bursts in, screaming for his master and gasping for breath. The protagonist notes this servant is always overly desperate. Perhaps that is his only purpose. This time, the problem is massive. Orcs are attacking. The news makes the protagonist's heart pound, and his eyes go wide. The elf looks to Gennis, asking if she should bring the trio's newest member. Gennis orders her to take him with her, as fast as she can. The moment the words leave his mouth, Gennis is gone, moving so fast the servant barely sees him leave. The elf then tells Cassine to give her his hand so they can perform a jump. She grips his hand and starts to run. To the servant, it's as if they simply vanish. The skill is shadow jump, and the servant is stunned by their impossible speed. The jump is extraordinary, and in an instant, they land on a rooftop. From there, Cassine sees the castle wall, realizing they are over a kilometer from the house. The elf tells him not to be too impressed. This is merely the power of her race. All of that is forgotten when Gennis' voice echoes from the distance. Cassine forces his gaze toward the source of the screams. Panic erupts at the imminent orc attack, leaving the workers digging around the castle completely defenseless. Running through the crowd is a dangerous struggle, and anyone who falls risks being trampled. One worker collapses to the ground, trembling in fear, and can only cover his eyes and ears. From above, the protagonist watches the total panic of the escape. Knowing what is about to happen, the elf tells the young men to prepare themselves, explaining that their friend is about to go berserk again. Moments later, a thunderous scream rips through the air, catching the protagonist by surprise and forcing him to clamp his hands over his ears. He recognizes the terrifying energy Gennis emanates when possessed, an overwhelming power that dragons use for defense. The scream is brief, but the pain in his ears makes it feel much longer. Looking down, he sees the action had a positive result. The workers are now contained. The elf explains that the power of a dragon's protector is immense, and that the dragon also wields great power over its ward. This same dragon once ruled an entire village and made everyone perish, forcing parents and children to fight each other for its amusement. In the end, only one was meant to survive, and surprisingly, it was a young girl. Despite her weakness, the girl survived, and the dragon made Gennis care for her, hoping he would grow fond of the young woman. As expected, Gennis, who was alone in the world, and the girl who had lost her entire family, began to care for one another. As soon as that happened, the dragon ordered its subordinate to eliminate the girl, and Gennis tried to resist the mental control with all his might. At that point in the story, Cassine says he understands and tells the elf she does not need to finish. He now comprehends the man's pain. Gennis has money, strength, youth, and authority, but none of it brings him happiness. If he continues like this, he will be just like Straybomb, never finding happiness. After that pause and the imposing scream, the people are more easily controlled. The evacuation begins, and despite some initial turmoil, a few knights manage to maintain order. He then says that thanks to the quick thinking of Mortim and Burable, the citizens are being evacuated successfully. Unable to see the orcs, he asks the elf if she can spot them. She not only confirms, but points to a distant dust cloud, estimating there are about 300 of them, and guessing that Terek is plotting something. As the dust cloud rapidly approaches, it becomes clear it is not just orcs, but also desperate people running for their lives. The protagonist is terrified to see humans among them. At that moment, a guard arrives, nearly out of breath. Cassine tells him to calm down and report what the scouts saw. The guard reports that people are fleeing from orcs, and among them are wolf knights. In the shadows, they look like bestial beings, orcs mounted on creatures even more savage than themselves. Cassine realizes that if what Emil said is true, they are not just 300 riders, but 300 wolf knights, and each one is equivalent to 5 common orcs. This means the enemy force is equivalent to an army of 1,500 orcs, which worries the soldiers. To make matters worse, one of them has a red face and looks like a beastly apparition, one more terrifying than the others. That being is the Orc Lord. With the Lord's presence, the total force jumps to the equivalent of 4,500 orcs, against Canadian's army of just 500. Despite the numbers, Cassine tries to think as positively as possible. His concentration is broken by the appearance of Genus, who materializes face to face with the Orc Lord at an incredible speed. The Lord seems to know the young men well, even greeting them. The two face off, their immense power and hidden intentions radiating from them. Terek, the Orc Lord, calls Genus a dog that bit its master's hand. Genus retorts that Terek himself already holds that position, the true lapdog captivated by Dwennis. The Lord still refers to Genus as an old friend, asking if he missed him, or if he is enjoying the present. Genus just continues to watch in silence. Meanwhile, a crowd pounds on the castle gate, begging for their lives. It's a mass of women, children, the elderly, and the wounded. Tim warns the protagonist they cannot open it, suspecting it's a trap. He believes the orcs herded the people here for a reason. Another soldier agrees, arguing that pity will lead to the city's complete ruin. Deep down, the protagonist knows they are right. To make matters worse, wild orcs and wolves the size of bulls close in. The sight of a mother in the crowd, holding up her baby and begging for its life, tempts anyone with a heart. Many soldiers shed tears at the scene. One of them even tries to open the gate, but his friend quickly stops him. After striking his comrade, the soldier declares they cannot yield to petty emotions. Baring his teeth, he admits he felt pity too, but the city's own citizens come first. He roars that they guaranteed protection to their people, and will now eliminate anyone who tries to open the gate. With visceral hatred, he screams that if anyone wants to help the refugees, they can just jump down and join them.